Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Change of Identity, What Can I Say? The place where Gojo Yoru left the Flying Thunder God formula was a private room specially vacated by Orochimaru. His arrival didn't alert anyone, including the sensing and barrier squads maintaining the barrier. Just coming out of the room, Gojo Yoru encountered a ninja wearing a flak jacket. Before Gojo Yoru could greet him, the ninja, whose identity was at least Chunin, bowed to him with a fervent expression, "Yoru-sama." Gojo Yoru was somewhat taken aback. In these 3 days, Gojo Yoru had become accustomed and immune to the address Yoru-sama, provided it was in front of Konan. Besides Konan, this was the first time he saw someone call him Sama, and it was a senior with a higher status wearing a flak jacket. In just a few seconds, Gojo Yoru understood. This was the benefit of fame. Jiraiya and Tsunade regarded injuring the salamander as a feat no one in the 5 great ninja villages had achieved, a great honor. Even the demigod of the ninja world personally acknowledged Gojo Yoru's battle achievements and called him the Black Flash, the future of the ninja world. In the eyes of smart people like Orochimaru, Hanzo the salamander was sacrificing his own reputation to kill Gojo Yoru with praise. But in the eyes of those idiots easily influenced by public opinion, Gojo Yoru had achieved a feat the 5 great ninja villages couldn't, becoming the only existence in so many years to injure the salamander and gain the recognition of the demigod of the ninja world. Just as Jiraiya said, in just 3 days, the name Black Flash Gojo Yoru spread throughout the entire ninja world, including the distant land of water, which wasn't on the ninja continent. Everyone knew of such a figure. In times of war, geniuses and heroes always emerge frequently. Just as this campaign, destined to be called the Second Great Ninja War in the future, began, the Land of Fire produced a super genius recognized by the pinnacle of the ninja world and the leader of an enemy country. Because another piece of intelligence, driven by some unknown force, quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Gojo Yoru, who looked at least 16 in the portrait, was actually only 11 this year. Learning a Super S-rank ninjutsu rare in the ninja world at 11 and becoming the first existence to injure the salamander since the demigod of the ninja world reached the top. The current Gojo Yoru was a super-enhanced version of Hitaki Kakashi from the original work. In the future, when Hitaki Kakashi rose, this teenage genius who became an all-rounder jonin at 12 and developed an A-rank lightning release ninjutsu wouldn't be so shocking. Before him, there was the even more outrageous Gojo Yoru. Gojo Yoru didn't know about these later events yet. Realizing he had become a celebrity and a big shot, Gojo Yoru quickly accepted this change of identity. He raised his hand in response and asked politely, "Hello, senpai. May I ask if Orochimaru-sensei is still at the base?" Orochimaru-sama, Tsunade-sama, and Jiraiya-sama have all left the base. Gojo Yoru raised an eyebrow. Did they go to the front line? Did Megakura's combat units attack? No, something happened to Tsunade-sama's brother. The ninja replied truthfully, because of the 3-front war, we needed supply replenishment. The support unit transported a batch of supplies here not long ago, and then several squads rotated shifts. The support unit is mainly responsible for providing logistics, medical, sensing, and intelligence support. Tsunade-sama's brother might have wanted to help the front-line spy for intelligence and accidentally stepped on an explosive tag barrier set by the enemy on the way. Gojo Yoru. What can I say? If not for the experience of infiltrating a Megakure with Tsunade to get the antidote formula and the incident in the cave causing a slight change in their senior-junior relationship, Gojo Yoru would have wanted to add man. Even with him, a variable causing the original history to deviate further and further, appearing, Konoha's crown prince still couldn't live past 12 and was still killed by explosive tags. It could only be said, this is fate. Before going to Megakure, Tsunade had mentioned to him that Megakure ninjas were very skilled at setting up explosive tag barriers. Having experienced the escapability of the water body flicker technique, Gojo Yoru also knew that explosive tag barriers were ineffective against Megakure ninjas, so they would definitely set up formations everywhere. This should be common knowledge known to the three major powers. Tsunade, who cared so much about her brother, would definitely tell Noeki. Even if Tsunade didn't say it, the Senju clansmen responsible for protecting Noeki would definitely remind their young master. Noeki had many chances to change his fate. If he hadn't participated in the war, as the grandson of the first Hokage and the future of the Senju of the forest, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have let him participate even for Tsunade's sake, so nothing would have happened. If he had just stayed at the border base, as a member of the support unit, with Senju clansmen protecting him at all times, nothing would have happened either. Even if he had just been a bit cautious, creating a shadow clone to scout ahead while traveling, nothing would have happened. Unfortunately, he missed all these gifts of fate. When a person avoids so many opportunities and chooses to be willful, they must pay the price for their actions. Noeki was obviously the best example. The grandson of the god of shinobi, awakened with the Senju bloodline, entered the ninja academy at 5, mastered the Raise Nan at 12. A life that should have had a bright future, ended by cheap explosive tags, each costing just a bit more than a shuriken, maybe not even as much as a kunao. And he didn't even kill a single enemy. The degree of absurdity and weirdness made Gojo Yoru unable to forget it in 2 lifetimes, leaving a deep impression to this day. Even when looking for a time anchor, Gojo Yoru didn't choose Nagato with the Rinnegan, but Noeki. Shaking his head helplessly in his heart, Gojo Yoru thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. "Thank you for the information, senpai." "Excuse me." Raising his hand in response again, Gojo Yoru disappeared into thin air. Witnessing the flying thunder god teleportation, the ninja's eyes were full of admiration. Is that the legendary flying thunder god technique? Indeed, as rumored, there's no movement trajectory at all. So amazing! In the pouring rain, a wooden house stood in a rainforest at the junction of the land of fire and the land of rain. Gojo Yoru's figure appeared at the door of the wooden house without warning. Beside him was Orochimaru, leaning against the door frame. "Orochimaru-sensei." Gojo Yoru greeted softly, and the latter nodded. Looking inside the house, Tsunade and Jiraiya were both there. The former was kneeling before a corpse covered with a cloth, her eyes empty, her hair and clothes soaked by the rain. When a person is sad to the extreme, they can't cry. Tsunade was obviously like this. Jiraiya might also be seeing Tsunade like this for the first time, not daring to step forward to comfort her, only standing behind and watching helplessly. Just one glance, and Gojo Yoru knew Noeki was thoroughly dead. Only those who died miserably would have their bodies covered with a cloth, leaving the deceased with final dignity. After confirming that Noeki still couldn't change his fate, Gojo Yoru turned his gaze to Orochimaru. In the original work, Noeki's death was one of the keys to Orochimaru's darkening. His 2 major personality changes in the early stages were related to the passing of people close to him. The passing of his parents made Orochimaru grow up overnight, becoming a genius in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Cold and extremely self-centered on the outside, he was actually afraid of his companions getting hurt. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, he became the most perfect backer in Gojo Yoru's eyes. In the original work, Noeki's passing not only reminded Orochimaru of his parents but also because he witnessed the scene of Noeki being blown up by explosive tags with his own eyes. The disciple he considered incredibly outstanding, who would definitely be able to bear the honor of the Senju of the forest in the future, didn't die from enemy assassination, nor from fighting enemies and succumbing to heavy injuries. But, was blown up by cheap explosive tags. Life turned out to be so fragile and cheap? From that moment on, Orochimaru developed the idea of eternal life, gradually developing Orochimaru-style ninjutsu. Then, bewitched by Shimura Danzo, he chose to join Root as his guard, began researching Hashirama cells and forbidden jutsu, and finally attacked the guards of the forbidden jutsu library, seizing the 8 branches technique and impure world reincarnation, conducting human experiments, and embarking on the path of a rogue ninja. In this life, Orochimaru was no longer Noeki's teacher. Gojo Yoru was very curious if he would still develop the idea of researching immortality. Orochimaru didn't enter the house to shelter from the rain but stood at the door in the rain, as if wanting to use the cold rain to extinguish something. His gaze was deep, but not focused on Noeki and Tsunade at all, lost in thought. His only reaction was nodding in response when Gojo Yoru appeared. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, and Gojo Yoru suddenly regretted coming over. Scenes of parting by death, even if unrelated to oneself, still affect emotions. Thus, Gojo Yoru imitated Orochimaru, leaning against the other side of the door frame, standing in the rain, listening to the rain, not looking inside. Time passed unknown, the rain curtain turned from thick to thin, then from misty drizzle to pouring rain. Since the sky was always covered by dark clouds, pitch black, it was unknown how many hours had passed. Until a poof sounded in his ears, Gojo Yoru turned his gaze back inside the house. What entered his eyes was white smoke, and then Tsunade, who looked extremely wretched despite not having experienced any battle, walked out of the smoke holding a storage scroll. She didn't even look at Jiraiya beside her or Orochimaru at the door frame but said hoarsely to Gojo Yoru, "Send me, and Noeki, home." Not even using a title showed the extent of her suppressed emotions. Gojo Yoru exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, who turned to look at him, then nodded. He placed his hand on Tsunade's shoulder, and the two disappeared into thin air. In a few teleports, the two appeared at the abandoned training ground. This was still the core area of Konoha, where the Hokage rock could be seen. Tsunade didn't use body flicker to disappear but walked heavily towards her home, her back looking lost and soulless. Gojo Yoru didn't go home either but followed Tsunade, arriving at the Senju mansion for the first time. It was afternoon. Uzumaki Kushina, who had advanced to the 6th grade, should still be at the Ninja Academy. Plus, with Noeki going to the border, there were no servants in the mansion. As soon as Tsunade entered, she headed towards the ancestral hall. This time, Gojo Yoru didn't follow but sat on the veranda in the courtyard. Not long after, Gojo Yoru faintly heard crying and apologies. "Grandfather, grandmother. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect Noeki, now I'm the only one left." The last sentence was full of sadness and fragility. In just 2 short years, 2 closest relatives left successively. In the original work, not long after finding love, her lover also died in battle, with his internal organs hollowed out. No wonder Tsunade developed hemophobia. With these successive encounters, not collapsing was already impressive. Just like with Konan, Gojo Yoru didn't go to comfort Tsunade. This kind of thing couldn't be solved by the words "my condolences," the person involved needed to walk out of it themselves. All he could do was wait for Tsunade to recover on her own. "Yoru, when did you come back?" After an unknown amount of time, Gojo Yoru suddenly heard a voice full of surprise. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Uzumaki Kushina trotting over with a happy face. Gojo Yoru greeted her with a smile, "Kushina, school's out." "MHM. Yoru, why are you here?" Just after nodding, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly reacted, curious why Gojo Yoru appeared here. After all, since they met, she had never brought Gojo Yoru here. Gojo Yoru pointed towards the ancestral hall, "I brought Tsunade-sama back." Hearing the crying from the ancestral hall, Uzumaki Kushina's heart skipped a beat, her voice trembling imperceptibly, Did something happen?" Gojo Yoru didn't know Uzumaki Kushina's relationship with Noeki, but he patted her shoulder and said, "Senior Noeki sacrificed himself." "You're lying." Uzumaki Kushina's pupils constricted. She covered her mouth with her hand, looking at Gojo Yoru in disbelief. Seeing Gojo Yoru nod, a layer of mist instantly appeared in her eyes, and her emotions fluctuated violently. Sadness was definitely there, but perhaps more was hearing the news of someone close passing away again. Among the few people more miserable than Tsunade was Uzumaki Kushina. First losing her country and clan, finally integrating into the new family she stayed with. The matriarch, who was also a clansman, ended her life because of her. The next year, the brother in the family was gone too. The originally lively mansion would become even more desolate. If not for Uzumaki Mito's remaining chakra not having disappeared yet, Uzumaki Kushina's current state of mind would definitely be a good opportunity for the Nine Tails to launch a sneak attack. Go in and check on Tsunade-sama. She might need your help the most right now. Gojo Yoru also didn't comfort her but persuaded. Uzumaki Kushina walked towards the ancestral hall in a trance. With Uzumaki Kushina, who shared a similar fate, guarding her, Gojo Yoru finally didn't stay but went to the Hokage building to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Every 150 PS equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, Special Promotion. Yo, isn't this the Black Flash? Just as Gojo Yoru arrived at the Hokage's office, he almost thought he had walked into the wrong set. Looking at the teasing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the corner of Gojo Yoru's mouth twitched slightly, and he feigned a bitter smile. Don't make fun of me, Hokage-sama. On the first day at the border, I exposed crucial intelligence and indirectly caused our side to enter a three-front war. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want this title or this way of becoming famous at all. This has nothing to do with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen really thought Gojo Yoru felt guilty and immediately comforted him. The land of Earth's target has been our land of fire from the beginning. Even if you and Tsunade hadn't been exposed, they would have created other opportunities to tear open the border defense line and declare war on us. As long as two countries declare war on us, the other one will definitely not let this opportunity pass. A three-front war was just a matter of time. On the contrary, although you and Tsunade were exposed, you greatly reduced the time for our land of fire to develop the antidote formula and injured the salamander, so we don't have to worry about Hanzo the salamander's attack on the land of rain front for now. This greatly boosted our morale, which is a great merit. To encourage Gojo Yoru, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a secret weapon he had long decided on and announced solemnly, Genin Gojo Yoru, in view of your overfulfillment of the high-level infiltration mission and assisting companions in repelling strong enemies, obtaining hope for our army to crack the salamander's poison, becoming a model for the new generation of ninjas, and displaying excellent ninja qualities, I now officially promote you specially in the name of the third Hokage. From this day forth, you are a Takubutsu Jonin of Konoha, ninja registration number, 007185. The crying baby gets the milk. Gojo Yoru didn't expect that just by pretending a little, he would jump 2 levels, promoted from Genin to Takubutsu Jonin. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's posture, if his overall qualities hadn't yet met the conditions to become an all-rounder Jonin, he would probably want to promote him to a Jonin belonging to Konoha's higher UPS. This was one of the few benefits of war. It was easy to gain merits and become a hero, allowing for special promotions without taking any exams. More importantly, this promotion method wouldn't be blocked or envied by anyone. The battlefield is one of the fairest stages. If you have the ability, you can get what you want. In the original work, Namikaze Minato relied on his performance in the Third Great Ninja War to defeat Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, who had participated in both the Second and Third Wars, to become the 4th Hokage of Konoha. There were only a few ninjas with titles in the ninja world, and each was a powerhouse recorded in the bingo books of various countries. Even so, few people's fame could be louder than the current Gojo Yoru. With merits, fame, and strength, if he remained just a genin, it would instead arouse doubts and dissatisfaction among the civilian ninja group. If a big shot with the special talent to learn a Super S-rank ninjutsu and recognized by the demigod of the ninja world couldn't be specially promoted, then wouldn't there be no promotion path for them, the civilian ninjas? Thinking this through, Gojo Yoru stood slightly at attention and said equally solemnly, "Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama." Seeing Gojo Yoru recover, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile, his eyes full of appreciation and satisfaction for this grand disciple. Gojo Yoru didn't know that the intelligence about him learning the Flying Thunder God technique at only 11 years old was spread with Sarutobi Hiruzen's help in the dark. If Gojo Yoru hadn't been exposed or become famous, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have let him hide forever. Since he was already famous, then make the fame the loudest, becoming the benchmark for the new generation of Konoha and a model ninja. This was the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let Gojo Yoru join the Anbu. If he simply wanted to hide Gojo Yoru, no place was more suitable than the Anbu. Lighting the tobacco in his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, "Your file has been upgraded in advance. After you go out later, you can take your forehead protector to receive the Jonin flak jacket. Now tell me, do you have any urgent matters for coming back this time?" Gojo Yoru's next words made Sarutobi Hiruzen choke on the smoke. Tsunade-sama's brother sacrificed himself. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed repeatedly, his face flushed red, looking at Gojo Yoru in disbelief. You mean Nawaki? MHM. Seeing Gojo Yoru nod, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was filled with incredulity. How is this possible? Isn't Nawaki a member of the support unit? Even if he stayed there, he was just rotating shifts with the on-duty support unit, either responsible for logistical transport or providing medical help. Intelligence gathering is handled by reconnaissance teams and Anbu, he only needed to transmit intelligence. How could something happen to him? Was he assassinated by infiltrating enemy ninjas? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen found it incredible, showing how absurd it was. Gojo Yoru recounted what happened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly rendered speechless. Constantly puffing smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tightly furrowed brows could crush a fly, looking worried, his mood completely opposite to just now. He had thought Nawaki died in an assassination by enemy ninjas. After all, ninjas capable of infiltrating were at least at the Takubitsu Jonin level. He never expected that Nawaki was actually blown up by explosive tags. And recklessly venturing into a dangerous area, neither following the team nor staying behind his superiors, not even using a shadow clone to scout ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know how to evaluate this. If he had only been injured by the explosion, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be furious and scolding loudly right now. Now that the deceased was the priority, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only remain silent. Gojo Yoru took the initiative to speak. "Hokage-sama, do you want to go comfort Tsunade-sama? If he died in the line of duty, I should rightfully do so." Sarutobi Hiruzen said faintly, "But now is wartime. With my status, I cannot engage in such special treatment. All ninjas who sacrifice in the war will be given a grand burial and commendation equally afterward, their names carved on the memorial stone. Regarding Nawaki's death, I deeply regret it, but he was also a member of Konoha and needs to abide by such rules. As for Tsunade, she is already an independent jonin, she will walk out of it herself." Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose mood had hit rock bottom, no longer had the interest to chat with Gojo Yoru about family matters. He forced a smile and said, "Go down and receive your flak jacket. Your status is no longer the same as before. Spend more time learning from Orochimaru and improve your overall qualities to prepare for the next promotion. I will record the merits you establish on the battlefield. If you want to exchange for ninjutsu in the future, you can come to me at any time." "Yes." Gojo Yoru nodded, then turned and walked out of the Hokage's office. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Awakening, the ninja world's #1 tank. Holding the forehead protector engraved with his ninja registration number, Gojo Yoru successfully received his Jonin flak jacket. However, he didn't wear it. Although Gojo Yoru's figure and looks made him a natural clothes hanger who looked good in anything, the Jonin flak jacket was too heavy and bulky. It usually had to be paired with a tight bodysuit. If the inner shirt was a loose long-sleeved one, it would look nondescript. Gojo Yoru preferred his own designed black coat, which was light and windproof, with large capacity pockets and loose cuffs capable of hiding his hands. The village didn't mandate that Chunin and Jonin must wear flak jackets. The reason those Chunin and Jonin wore them all the time was firstly to prove their identity, and secondly, out of worry about encountering accidents, being assassinated by enemies, or needing to participate in combat. The flak jacket's defense might save their lives, just like the effect of a forehead protector. Gojo Yoru's Flying Thunder God technique was his calling card. His portrait had already spread throughout the ninja world. Except for commoners and some newly promoted genin, there probably weren't many ninjas who didn't recognize him. Possessing intangibility, Gojo Yoru didn't need the meager defense of a flak jacket, he only needed extreme speed. So after receiving the flak jacket, Gojo Yoru sealed it in the closet at home. Checking the ingredients in the refrigerator and finding no problems, Gojo Yoru was about to make dinner for himself. But thinking that there seemed to be no servants in the Senju mansion, whether Tsunade and Nawake fired them, gave them a vacation after Uzumaki Mito died, or just needed them to come over periodically to clean the mansion. Previously, 4 people ate together. For the sake of Uzumaki Mito and Nawake's healthy diet, the mansion might have had a chef. Now, without even servants, a chef was even less likely. After thinking about it, Gojo Yoru took out some more ingredients and made dinner for 2 more people. Putting the food and chopsticks on a tray, Gojo Yoru didn't put it in a basket, nor did he deliver it personally. He first took 2 pieces of white paper and engraved Flying Thunder God formulas on them, then the white paper disappeared into thin air. A few seconds later, Gojo Yoru gently touched the tray, and it also disappeared into thin air. Flying Thunder God Transfer, also known as Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, could transfer target objects to other Flying Thunder God formulas. The next morning, Gojo Yoru checked the clock on the wall, found it wasn't school time yet, and continued to send breakfast to Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina in this way. Knock knock knock. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the Gojo house door. Opening the door, it was Uzumaki Kushina returning the cleaned trays. Seeing the number of trays was incorrect, Gojo Yoru raised an eyebrow. Did Tsunade-sama not eat? Don't know. She kicked me out, she wants to be alone. Uzumaki Kushina looked a bit worried. Gojo Yoru comforted softly, since it has happened, it's destined to be irreversible. Tsunade-sama will walk out of it herself, just like us. Taking the trays, Gojo Yoru was about to take Uzumaki Kushina upstairs. Just as he turned his back to Uzumaki Kushina, Gojo Yoru found a pair of arms hugging his waist from behind. A small face pressed against his back, and Uzumaki Kushina's exhausted, slightly hoarse voice slowly reached his ears. Yoru, I can't stop you from going to the battlefield, but please be careful. I'm scared. Worried that her words were inauspicious, Uzumaki Kushina didn't even dare to voice her worries. Gojo Yoru, who could communicate with her through eye contact, naturally knew what Uzumaki Kushina wanted to say. Clearly, Nawake being blown up by explosive tags cast a considerable shadow over the girl. It turned out that besides ninjutsu and weapons, such things could also kill people. Gojo Yoru teleported the trays back upstairs, turned around to hug Uzumaki Kushina back, rubbed the girl's head, and said softly, "Didn't sleep last night, did you?" The tone wasn't a question, but a statement. Couldn't sleep at all. Uzumaki Kushina looked up, and Gojo Yoru realized that the whites of her dark blue eyes were full of bloodshot veins. This was more than just not sleeping, she probably shed countless tears. Otherwise, mere staying up late would be nothing to the recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan in a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Thus, Gojo Yoru said firmly, "Don't go to class today. Sleep well here. Then accompany me." Uzumaki Kushina rarely leaned into Gojo Yoru's arms and acted coquettishly. "Okay." Gojo Yoru also rarely didn't tease or have the idea of bickering. Taking Uzumaki Kushina, he teleported to the bedroom and placed the girl directly on the bed. Lying on Gojo Yoru's bedding, with the familiar scent coming from the pillow and quilt, the fear in Uzumaki Kushina's heart was finally dispelled. Accompanied by Gojo Yoru, the girl who hadn't slept for a day soon closed her eyes and entered dreamland. From beginning to end, neither of them felt embarrassed. When training before, they often leaned on each other to sleep at the training ground or by the waterfall pool. Now, only the setting was different. At noon, Uzumaki Kushina still hadn't woken up. Gojo Yoru tiptoed out of the room, made lunch for 3, and teleported a portion to Tsunade again. For the next 5 days, Gojo Yoru sent 3 meals over every day like this, regardless of whether Tsunade ate or not. Uzumaki Kushina, who had experienced the destruction of her country and clan, recovered by the 2nd day. The fluctuation caused by Nawaka's death wasn't actually as big as Uzumaki Mito's. The reason she was so scared, even unable to sleep, was worrying about Gojo Yoru. She was confident in Gojo Yoru's strength, but such traps were impossible to guard against. After recovering, Uzumaki Kushina's determination grew stronger. She must master the characteristics of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Combined with Gojo Yoru's Flying Thunder God technique, she could provide him with chakra at any time. Protected by the Nine Tails chakra, Gojo Yoru wouldn't have to worry. Perhaps because this thought and will were too strong. On the 4th day, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly awakened a unique ability. Not the mind's eye of the Kagura and adamantine sealing chains she had been training hard and longing to awaken, but Heel Bite, which had a very small chance of awakening without much medical ninjutsu training. Yoru, look quickly, I awakened the clan's unique ability. Uzumaki Kushina told Gojo Yoru the news immediately and demonstrated it in front of him. Uzumaki Kushina took out a kunao and made a cut directly on her forearm. The cut was long, but only a few drops of blood flowed out. Because as soon as the wound appeared, wisps of white mist emitted from it, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, not even a faint scar remained. This speed was outrageous, much faster than Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. If not for the blood still flowing out, it would be comparable to Tsunade's strength of 100 seal. Gojo Yoru looked surprised, then asked knowingly, This is our Uzumaki clan's unique ability, called Heel Bite. Uzumaki Kushina said excitedly, the effect of this ability is that by biting the skin, chakra can be converted into energy like medical ninjutsu, rapidly restoring chakra and injuries for oneself or others. In the future, if your chakra runs out, Yoru, or if you accidentally get injured, you can teleport to my side and recover chakra and injuries by biting my skin. Seeming worried that Gojo Yoru would be unwilling, Uzumaki Kushina looked at him seriously, Yoru, don't feel embarrassed. You know my special status, I don't lack chakra at all. So if you need chakra or to recover from injuries, you must come back to find me. Don't tough it out alone. Gojo Yoru was slightly stunned, then his gaze towards the girl filled with gentleness. So, this is why you were so excited? Raising his hand to touch Uzumaki Kushina's small round face, Gojo Yoru nodded with a smile, okay, I promise you. But you also have to promise me not to reveal this ability to anyone else besides me, including Orochimaru-sensei. Gojo Yoru didn't want moral kidnapping to happen to Uzumaki Kushina. Except for those he cared about, Gojo Yoru didn't care about anyone's life or death. Even regarding Nawaka's death, he only sighed that the other party couldn't escape fate. With his cautious personality, he didn't even indirectly remind Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade to warn Nawaka to be vigilant of the ground and use shadow clones to scout ahead to avoid traps like explosive tags. Because if he did that, and Nawaka didn't have an accident, it would be proof of strength. Only idiots get blown up by explosive tags. If an accident still happened, who knew if Tsunade would think he was a jinx and hold a grudge against him? Gojo Yoru, who hadn't spoken a single word to Nawaka, didn't want to do such a thankless task. If others knew about Uzumaki Kushina's heel bite, and then some important figure was injured and dying, who knew if Konoha's higher UPS would morally kidnap Uzumaki Kushina? After all, Uzumaki Kushina was an Uzumaki and a complete Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After awakening heel bite, she was now the number one tank in the ninja world, saving a dying person wouldn't consume much chakra. Gojo Yoru didn't want to see such a scene and be forced to kill that guy, falling out with Konoha's higher UPS. Uzumaki Kushina instantly understood his meaning through Gojo Yoru's eyes. Her heart felt sweet, and she nodded vigorously. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, very simple, I just need to become the god of shinobi. On the fifth day, Gojo Yoru finally saw Tsunade again. Gojo brat, send me back to the border base. Tsunade came to Gojo Yoru's house on her own initiative, her address changing from his surname to his name. Looking at Tsunade, who had obviously rested and recovered her spirit, Gojo Yoru couldn't help but smile. Welcome back, Tsunade-sama. I'm not as fragile as you think. After all, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Tsunade's eyes dimmed, then became firm again. I will inherit Nawaka's will and help him protect this village founded by grandfather. These past few days, I've been thinking about a question. Even Nawaka, who inherited grandfather's bloodline, died from heavy injuries because he stepped on an explosive tag and couldn't get timely treatment. How many others on the battlefield also stepped on traps by mistake or were injured in vital areas while fighting enemies, but died with regrets because there were no medical ninjas around to provide timely treatment. Clearly, if there were just one person who knew medical ninjutsu nearby, they wouldn't have to die. Her brown eyes seemed to burn with flames as Tsunade said in a deep voice, I want to change this status quo and prevent incidents like Nawaka's from happening again. Hearing this, Gojo Yoru already understood. He couldn't help but voice Tsunade's thoughts. Tsunade-sama, you want to equip every squad with a medical ninja. You saw it too. Tsunade looked at Gojo Yoru with delight, seeking his approval. Gojo Yoru's words, however, poured a basin of cold water on her. Tsunade-sama, your idea is good, but it's unrealistic. Why? Tsunade's eyes showed a trace of defiance. If every squad is equipped with a medical ninja, this reform will soon spread throughout the ninja world. Their first thought won't be to imitate, but to prioritize killing medical ninjas in missions. Gojo Yoru hit the nail on the head. Because the cost of training a medical ninja is far higher than training an ordinary genin. Those countries already have imbalanced economies and cannot afford to imitate. Instead, they would be happy to see us do this and then take the opportunity to weaken our national strength by killing medical ninjas. If he weren't afraid Tsunade wouldn't understand, Gojo Yoru would have wanted to condense this sentence into a few words. In team fights, I'll flank and kill the healer first. Tsunade's face turned pale as she realized the severity. Medical ninjas could be equipped, provided they also had the strength to protect themselves. But ninjas who possessed both strength and medical ability were chunin qualified to be squad captains. The cost was too high. How could every squad be equipped with one? Her idea was indeed unrealistic. Could it be? I really can't change this status quo. Tsunade became despondent again. Actually, you can change your thinking. Gojo Yoru suddenly spoke, attracting Tsunade's gaze. Meeting Tsunade's eyes, Gojo Yoru smiled and stated his idea. Training a large number of medical ninjas in a short time and equipping every squad with one is indeed unrealistic. However, your idea is very good, Tsunade-sama, and highly feasible, it just requires time. I've studied at the Ninja Academy for a few years and discovered a very cruel thing. That is, whether students are from ninja families like us, ordinary families, or ninja clans, everyone learns the same knowledge. Tsunade said blankly, this is the hope granduncle gave to children from ordinary families to become ninjas. Is there a problem? Of course there's no problem, Lord Second was very great. Gojo Yoru explained slowly, it's just that what can be learned at the Ninja Academy is too little. Students who graduate after 6 years only master the most basic 3 body technique, body flicker technique, hiding technique, and methods to dispel genjutsu. In contrast, Some students from ninja clans begin learning their clan's ninjutsu or hidden techniques before even entering the ninja academy, knowing their chakra attributes and talents early on. Even if their aptitude is poor, they know their specialties. But ordinary students at the ninja academy can only learn the three-body technique, not knowing what their talents are or what type of ninjutsu they are suited to cultivate. If you want to change the status quo, Tsunade-sama, why not suggest to Hokage-sama to reduce some less important academic classes or add a special elective course every day, such as genjutsu, medical, body flicker, intelligence, torture and interrogation, etc., letting students choose according to their interests. After 6 years of study, even if they don't have the aptitude to become medical ninjas, they will know some basic self-rescue methods. If they have talent, they will naturally become medical ninjas after graduation, more outstanding than ordinary genin, and might even become excellent medical ninjas in the future. Even now, Tsunade-sama, you can gather the support unit at the border base to see if any genin have the aptitude to become medical ninjas, then open a training class to teach them medical knowledge. Or create a manual with emergency self-rescue methods written on it for every ninja to carry, which might also reduce some casualties. Looking at Gojo Yoru, who spoke with assurance and very forward-thinking ideas, Tsunade's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Feasible, completely feasible. Especially upon hearing the last two suggestions, Tsunade couldn't help but speak excitedly, then patted Gojo Yoru heavily on the shoulder, her eyes full of appreciation, praising sincerely, "Impressive, you kid have the potential to become Hokage. Actually, there's an even simpler method." Similar words to just now attracted Tsunade's attention again. Under Tsunade's expectant gaze, Gojo Yoru said the most arrogant words in the most understated tone, "When I become the god of shinobi of the new era and suppress the ninja world for decades like the first Hokage, there won't be any so-called wars and casualties." If anyone else said this, Tsunade would definitely label them arrogant. If not for experiencing the infiltration of Omegakure and the battle with Hanzo the Salamander together, and hearing the evaluations of Gojo Yoru from the Slug Sage and Orochimaru respectively, she would also think Gojo Yoru was boasting and her impression of him would drop. But with the endorsement of the Slug Sage and her teammate, the record of injuring the Salamander, and learning the Flying Thunder God technique at a young age, which no one in Konoha except her granduncle had mastered. With these halos, Gojo Yoru, saying such words at this moment, seemed to be shining with dazzling golden light in Tsunade's eyes. Especially the wisdom displayed by his forward-thinking reform ideas just now made her own ideas seem incredibly childish. This wisdom, combined with his height inconsistent with his age, and his face and temperament that didn't look 11 at all, made Tsunade uncontrollably recall the events in the cave and the tough stance Gojo Yoru displayed in front of her. And in these past few days, Gojo Yoru teleporting the paper first, then the food to avoid dropping it on the ground, thoughtful, gentle, and considerate silent care. Various factors mixed together, finally causing a strange emotion deep in Tsunade's heart, which even she hadn't noticed, to grow rapidly. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably again, just like in the cave. So much so that Tsunade stared blankly at Gojo Yoru, lost in thought. At this moment, the stand NTR warrior hidden behind Gojo Yoru suddenly opened its eyes, raised its axe, and swung a conceptual slash, severing the thread named fate brought by the original history. Still the same sentence. The NTR warrior is invincible. Tsunade-sama, are you okay? It wasn't until Gojo Yoru's voice reached her ears that Tsunade recovered her senses. Looking at Gojo Yoru, who lowered his head close to her face and waved his hand in front of her eyes, Tsunade's breath hitched again. I'm fine. If you have nothing else, come back to the border base with me. Tsunade's gaze suddenly dodged, not daring to meet Gojo Yoru's eyes at all. Usually carefree, she somehow became shy. Looking closely, one would find her cheeks a bit red, as if her temperature had risen. I'm ready anytime. Gojo Yoru didn't notice Tsunade's change, after all, there was a 12-year age gap between them. Placing his hand on Tsunade's shoulder, Gojo Yoru began to sense the distant flying thunder god formula, preparing for super long-range teleportation. Because he was a bit taller than Tsunade and wasn't wearing a forehead protector, Tsunade seemed to discover something and suddenly interrupted, "Wait." Changing from her shyness just now, Tsunade boldly lifted Gojo Yoru's bangs, staring at his forehead. After confirming she wasn't mistaken, her eyes widened slightly. "You cultivated the Yin seal. You saw it too, Tsunade-sama." Gojo Yoru also touched his forehead and smiled. "It seems it's almost done. What secrets are you hiding?" Tsunade looked at Gojo Yoru with shock in her eyes. "You are only 11 this year, yet you've developed a hand seal-less ninjutsu like the Raise Nan, learned Granduncle's Flying Thunder God technique, that meteor secret technique that injured the salamander, and now the S-rank secret technique Yin seal. With such ninjutsu talent, are you even human?" Gojo Yoru explained with a smile, "My chakra amount is too small, so when Kushina shared the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu with me, I set my sights on this Yin seal at first glance. It took a year to almost complete it. Actually, it's already very slow. After all, I learned the Flying Thunder God technique in less than a month." If he weren't worried about Tsunade questioning him relentlessly, Gojo Yoru would have wanted to tell the truth. Even so, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique in less than a month still shocked Tsunade. Tsunade remained silent for a long time, finally uttering one word, "Monster." "If I weren't strong, I wouldn't have the confidence to say those words." The corner of Gojo Yoru's mouth rose slightly, and then he teleported away with Tsunade. In a few flashes, the two returned to the border base. When they came out of the private room, they soon saw Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had received the news. "Tsunade, are you okay?" Jiraiya, who had been worried about Tsunade for the past few days, asked immediately. Orochimaru didn't speak but looked at Gojo Yoru. Seeing Gojo Yoru nod, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt a trace of admiration for Tsunade. Being able to walk out of it so quickly was truly remarkable. Back then, it took him a long time to walk out of the shadow of losing his loved ones. In the past few days, he also often dreamed of Nawaka's corpse. Besides his parents, witnessing the passing of an acquaintance again, and in such a way where life was incredibly cheap, caused a considerable impact on Orochimaru's heart. Orochimaru, who hadn't come into contact with the undying Hashirama cells yet, didn't develop the idea of researching immortality. These days, he made a decision. He wanted to accelerate Gojo Yoru's training. Not knowing that Gojo Yoru had space-time chakra in his body and that the capacity of this chakra needed evolution to break the limit, Orochimaru wanted to help Gojo Yoru rapidly increase his chakra capacity. As long as Gojo Yoru's chakra amount increased, his dimensional slash and flying thunder god technique would not only have longer endurance, but he would also have the conditions to develop even more powerful space-time ninjutsu, similar to the meteor secret technique that night. The more space-time means he had, the stronger Gojo Yoru would be, eventually becoming an existence even more unsolvable than the first Hokage. By then, other countries and ninja villages wouldn't be able to find a way to deal with him and wouldn't dare to start wars. The ninja world would naturally be at peace. Knowing well how powerful space-time was, Orochimaru didn't believe there would be an Uchiha Madara capable of contending with Gojo Yoru in this era. Once Gojo Yoru became the strongest in the ninja world, this world would be peaceful until he died of old age. So many years were enough to achieve reforms that the first Hokage couldn't do or didn't have time to do. Naturally, Gojo Yoru didn't know Orochimaru's thoughts, otherwise, he would definitely chuckle. Under the influence of Gojo Yoru as a variable, Orochimaru's style, just like the original history, was deviating further and further. "Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think." Looking at her two concerned companions, Tsunade revealed a smile, then raised her right arm to make a biceps pose, full of fighting spirit. "This time, I won't leave the laboratory until I develop the antidote formula." After speaking, Tsunade walked towards the laboratory under Jiraiya's distressed gaze. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade's back, a trace of respect flashing in his eyes. As expected of the first Hokage's granddaughter. Gojo Yoru suddenly understood, then looked at Tsunade's retreating back with eyes full of appreciation. So she hadn't walked out of the shadow, but for the land of fire, for the village founded by the first Hokage, and for Nawaka's dream, she forced herself to walk out. In fact, this woman who looked strong on the outside was still painful and fragile inside. Tsunade in this period was truly beautiful and strong from the inside out. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, 4 months later, a huge pie in the sky, or an unsolvable open conspiracy. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and 4 months passed quietly. Except for the night the melee began, when the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth tried to take advantage of the Land of Fire's signal tower shut down to invade, only to be intercepted by Konoha ninjas, resulting in many ninjas from all three countries dying from first encounter kills due to lack of intelligence. In these 4 months, no large-scale battles occurred among the 4 countries, completely unlike a grand melee involving 4 nations. This precisely proved that the command teams of these 4 countries were all very outstanding existences. Ninja warfare was actually very easy to understand. Just like the names of those combat units, reconnaissance, infiltration, surprise attack, diversion, support, interception, etc. These could all be summarized as probing and assassination. The total number of ninjas in the 5 great nations and various small countries combined didn't even reach 100,000. If the Ninja World War were an orthodox duel like in the One Piece world, ninjas would probably become a rarity before long. Before finding the right timing, confirming there were no traps or ambushes, and having absolute certainty, the 4 major powers wouldn't send out large numbers of troops to wipe out the opponent in one go. Otherwise, if something went wrong, the loss would be so great it would basically mean exiting the stage. So during this time, the troops of the 4 major powers were split into 4-man squads, executing various missions. The Land of Fire was slightly better off, they had no intention of expanding territory, only passive defense. In contrast, the other 3 countries constantly conducted reconnaissance, set traps, launched surprise attacks and diversions. Once their intentions were discovered, they switched to another tactic. There were also some high-level ninjas who specialized in infiltrating the Land of Fire or the camps on the battle lines, either looking for opportunities to assassinate certain figures or collecting intelligence, wanting to know the supply transport routes. The reason the 4 countries could endure several months without large-scale warfare was that their supplies were still very sufficient, and the gap in national strength hadn't shown yet. When a country couldn't provide supplies to its combat units in time, this balance would be broken, and the war would have to enter the next stage. In this probing period, reconnaissance teams and Takubutsu Jonin with special talents were the busiest. As for other ninjas, to put it seriously, they were conserving energy. In reality, they had nothing to do. Because they couldn't help in this aspect at all. Confirming that large-scale warfare wouldn't break out in the short term, support units rotating shifts, and even some Jonin, could return to Konoha from the border to stay for a while or attend a meeting before coming back. Southwestern Land of Fire, on a forest path. A merchant caravan composed of 12 people was moving slowly. Beside them were 3 horse-drawn carriages pulling loads covered with tarps. It was unclear if they were preparing to trade abroad or if their trade in the Land of Fire had failed, forcing them to haul their goods and prepare to avoid the Land of Rain, which was in a 4-nation melee, to enter or pass through the Land of Rivers. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind struck, kicking up a large cloud of dust and engulfing the caravan. A chaotic scene of people and horses turning over appeared in the dust. Then a series of poof 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 sounds, like popping balloons, rang out. Those dressed as ordinary people were shrouded in white smoke one by one, then turned into teenagers and adults with obvious age and height differences. And they all had one characteristic: they wore Konoha forward protectors but no flak jackets, seeming to be just ordinary genin. The tarps covering the carriages were also blown away by the gale, revealing large boxes and super-large storage scrolls with seals bearing sealing jutsu. Enemy attack. Their disguise blown, the 12 ninjas immediately took out Kunao and stood back to back, vigilant of their surroundings. A few teenagers, who might have graduated not long ago and hadn't seen blood yet, held their Kunao with trembling hands, cold sweat breaking out on their faces. The other adults acted quickly. 2 closed their eyes and formed seals, using the sensing technique. Another used the summoning technique to summon a yellow-furred ninja dog, wanting to use scent tracking to find the enemy hiding somewhere in the forest. However, neither the sensing technique nor the ninja dog's sense of smell yielded any results. Now, even the faces of those adults showed cold sweat. Request support quickly, the enemy might be beyond our level to handle. The ninja who summoned the ninja dog immediately took out a scroll that fit in one hand and instructed his partner, Pumpkin, after you return, give this scroll to the one responsible for transmitting intelligence. Swish! Before the ninja could finish his sentence, a harsh sound of breaking air reached everyone's ears. A huge wind blade roared towards them. The enemy is not someone we can deal with. Split up and escape first, then notify the village. With the shouting, the 12 ninjas turned into blurs and disappeared. The target of that wind blade didn't seem to be the ninja who wanted to request support and the ninja dog, but the carriage carrying the large boxes. With a splat, the wind blade easily cut through the carriage and the boxes. A large amount of supplies and small scrolls fell out of the boxes. Then a puppet connected by blue chakra threads on its back flew out of the forest. A blade popped out of its toy-like arm, slashing at the storage scrolls on the ground and the kunao among the supplies. The storage scrolls, which even the wind blade couldn't destroy, withstood the blade attack, while the kunao emitted a clang of metal collision. This proved that these supplies were all real. And the 12 ninjas who fled didn't return to protect these supplies. Consequently, the puppet paused in the air, as if representing the puppeteer in a daze. A moment later, 4 ninjas wearing flak jackets and Tsunagakuer forward protectors appeared using body flicker. As if unconcerned about traps, they quickly rummaged through the supplies, checking for authenticity and the presence of traps. Soon, one of them uttered in disbelief, "It's all real, and there are no traps. Isn't this going too smoothly?" Those 12 people all ran away. Could they really be all genin? I feel something is wrong, but, besides those 12, there were no chakra fluctuations around, unless they knew we were ambushing here long ago and set up a barrier to block sensing in advance like we did. But our action this time was completely impromptu, the mission wasn't them at all. Could it really be an unexpected harvest? Looking at the supplies all over the ground and the storage scrolls with unknown contents sealed inside, the Tsunagakuer ninja who seemed to be the captain gritted his teeth, "Whether it's a trap or not, we can't give up these supplies. At worst, we'll be cautious and act quickly." Yes. Thus, the 4 Tsunagakuer ninjas picked up the 4 super-large scrolls and disappeared using body flicker. Then figures flew out of the forest one by one, carrying the remaining large scrolls and undamaged boxes away. Finally, the scattered supplies on the ground. These figures looked exactly like the 4 Tsunagakuer ninjas, obviously all shadow clones. These shadow clones scattered in different directions. After running an unknown distance, the shadow clones' chakra suddenly ran out, turning into smoke and dissipating, dropping all the supplies on the ground. After a long time, Tsunagakuer ninjas looking exactly like the shadow clones just now appeared out of thin air, picked up the supplies, and continued to travel using body flicker. After running another unknown distance, these Tsunagakuer ninjas turned into clouds of white smoke again. They were still shadow clones. This time, it took even longer for the Tsunagakuer ninjas to reappear. Picking up the supplies and leaving using body flicker, the Tsunagakuer ninjas' faces finally showed unconcealable joy. Almost exhausting all their chakra, the Tsunagakuer ninjas, whether main bodies or shadow clones, successfully escaped the Land of Fire and entered the Land of Rivers, the buffer zone between the two countries. The Land of Rivers was a very special country. Towns and villages here were mostly built on mountains or at the foot of mountains. The vast majority of the territory was undeveloped natural landscape. Dense vegetation, complex terrain, and endless mountain ranges formed natural hiding places. The manga also clearly pointed out that this environmental feature was most suitable for establishing secret bases. And indeed, there were a large number of secret bases in this place. Not only from the Land of Fire and Land of Wind, but also the neighboring Land of Rain, and even other countries. Even the Akatsuki in the original work chose to set up a secret base in this country to extract the one-tail Shikaka from Gaara's body. These Tsunagaku ninjas, holding supplies, turned into blurs and dispersed among the mountains and forests. If one monitored them from a god's perspective, one would find that they were no longer sneaking straight but moving back and forth within a circle. Finally, they entered a mist-filled mountain range from different places, their figures and chakra completely disappearing. Poof poof poof. Inside a cave engraved with not only sensing blocking barriers but also defensive and enemy trapping barrier formulas, a series of popping sounds rang out. White smoke filled the entire cave. After a long time, the smoke naturally dissipated, revealing supplies all over the ground. More than an hour later, the giant rock blocking the cave entrance suddenly displayed a large number of tadpole-like curse marks, then opened automatically like an elevator door. 4 Tsunagaku ninjas wearing flak jackets walked in from outside, then used a technique to move the giant rock back, sealing the cave entrance. The 4 carried a lamp each and walked to the supplies on the ground. Looking at the supplies under the light, the 4 Tsunagaku ninjas suddenly looked at each other. Then the corner of one's mouth twitched slightly, as if breaking the atmosphere. Ha ha ha! Laughter immediately echoed throughout the cave. They laughed so wantonly, so arrogantly, tears squeezing out of the corners of their eyes. Is this the boldness of the strongest ninja village? It really makes me laugh to death. Sending 12 genin to escort such a massive amount of supplies without strong protection behind them, running away at the first sign of danger. I don't know whether to say they are big-hearted or just stupid with too much money. Maybe they felt their disguise was perfect. It probably wasn't the first time, and it went smoothly for the past few months, so they got careless. Thanks to their arrogance, we got this for free. After a round of mocking sighs, the 4 Tsunagaku ninjas finally stopped laughing. One of them seemed to remember something and suddenly said with a serious expression, although we successfully transferred these supplies from the Land of Fire to the secret base, confirmed there were no chakra fluctuations for several kilometers around, and there was no Byakugan surveillance along the way, we still have to be cautious. Konoha has the Black Flash who masters the Flying Thunder God technique. According to intelligence, as long as he can sense the Flying Thunder God formula, he can appear out of thin air ignoring barriers. If not for the massive chakra required to transfer objects, these supplies could have been teleported directly from Konoha to the border base or other frontline camps. We need to carefully check every item, even a kunao, a shuriken, an explosive tag, or a soldier pill, to ensure there are no Flying Thunder God formulas on them. Yes. The other 3 Tsunagaku ninjas nodded seriously. Thus, the 4 took another soldier pill, set up traps next to the supplies, and finally created shadow clones again to check the supplies on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, they finally finished checking. As the shadow clones dispelled, while the 4 Tsunagaku ninjas felt exhausted, their faces showed joyful smiles again. No problems at all. Report to Cho-sama immediately and request support. This time, the Tsunagaku ninjas hesitated no longer and quickly summoned a summoning beast to transmit the intelligence to the border base. Soon, Cho received the news. 3 carts of supplies, 10 super large scrolls, 120 small scrolls, 15 boxes of strategic materials, really? Cho widened her eyes in disbelief. Konoha only sent 12 genin to escort such a massive amount of supplies. Are they crazy? After speaking, Cho looked at her brother. Could this be a trap? Even you think they're crazy, sister, so it must be a trap. How could such a huge pie fall from the sky? Ebizo analyzed calmly. However, no Byakugan surveillance, no ninja interception along the way, and no flying thunder god formulas on the supplies. These are facts obtained after multiple checks. That 4-man squad is composed of Takebutsu Jonin with special talents. I trust their ability and rigor. But with their chakra, even mastering Konoha's shadow clone technique, they can't bring these supplies from the land of fire back to the border base. Transferring them to the nearest secret base is already their limit. If they go to the nearest battle line, they definitely won't escape the reconnaissance team's surveillance. Konoha's White Fang will definitely intercept upon receiving the news, and a large-scale war will surely break out on that battle line. We, needing to escort supplies, will fall into a disadvantage. Moreover, regardless of whether Konoha can track the current location of this batch of supplies, to avoid accidents, we cannot send ordinary genin to transport them. Otherwise, if something happens, we will bury a batch of the village's future. We can't mobilize the combat units on the battle line either, otherwise, it might be a lure enemy trap. Konoha might encircle and suppress the combat units in the land of rivers, a place suitable for hiding, or take the opportunity to attack the battle line camp. Hearing this, Cho looked grim. Do we have to give up this batch of supplies? Or can we send another squad mastering the shadow clone technique to assist them in slowly transferring the supplies to the border base? Naturally no problem, provided it's not Konoha's trap. Ebizo said coldly, if it is a trap, then both squads might be buried in the land of rivers. From the moment that squad chose to move the supplies, we fell into Konoha's trap. Then what should we do? Cho asked hurriedly, is there a solution? Yes, and more than one. Ebizo's gaze was deep. First, the combat units on the battle line cannot be mobilized, nor can they know this news, otherwise, it might be leaked. To transport that batch of supplies, we can only mobilize troops from the border base or the village, and it must be multiple ninja squads with powerful combat power and coordination ability, along with a powerful commander capable of dealing with the enemy's top combat power. The best method is to ask the Kazekage to mobilize personally, leading Enbu or several Jonin squads to transport. Hearing this, Cho immediately vetoed, no, we cannot let the Kazekage enter the enemy's trap. Then it can only be led by me, or you, sister, or Bunpyaku personally. Ebizo stared at Cho. Bunpyaku cannot mobilize either. As a Jinchuriki and strategic deterrent, going to war so early might affect the situation on other battle lines, or even make us a target for all. Chiyo's eyes were firm. Let this old woman lead the team personally. What if Konoha leaks the news and attracts Hanzo? Ebizo suddenly asked, besides you, sister, we have no existence capable of dealing with Hanzo. Chiyo's face froze instantly, realizing that Konoha's open conspiracy seemed unsolvable. Ebizo finally laughed out loud, from the beginning, this mission could only be completed by me. Isn't it too risky? Cho looked worried. If it really doesn't work, how about giving up that batch of supplies, or waiting until there's time later to transport them, which also allows observing if it's Konoha's trap? Cannot give up, otherwise, that squad is doomed, and we will still lose 4 Takebutsu Jonin. Konoha might even continue to adopt such open conspiracies to lure other ninja squads infiltrating the land of fire into traps. Ebizo first refused firmly, then smiled. Besides, these speculations are just suspicions generated by our cautious nature after getting a huge bargain. What if things are really that simple, and Konoha just sent 12 genin to escort those supplies? Cho also realized they couldn't abandon those 4 Takebutsu Jonin, so she could only say seriously, you can go, but you must take several ninja squads composed of Jonin, and have several Anbu squads escorting. This old woman will apply to the Kazekage. I think so too. Ebizo didn't refuse, stating his idea, the only way to perfectly crack this is to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, mobilizing a large amount of powerful troops to support. This way, we can save that squad's lives and transport those supplies back. But the premise is not to mobilize high-level troops on the surface. So, no one is more suitable for this mission than me, who is responsible for intelligence and espionage work. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Super S-Rank Secret Mission, instantly killing 55 Sand Ninjas. By the time the Sand Ninjas delivered the intelligence to Cho, it was already night. Rewinding to the afternoon. Konoha. The Ninja Academy, which had entered its vacation period, should have been empty. But at this moment, a certain classroom was full of people. They weren't students who hadn't graduated yet, but mostly all-rounder jonin wearing green flak jackets. The remaining ones without flak jackets were also all-rounder jonin, just like Gojo Yoru, who didn't like wearing them. For example, the Sunin, who took time out of their busy schedules to return for the jonin meeting, rarely didn't wear flak jackets or combat armor today. On the podium, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two elders sat at a long table, discussing various topics with the jonin. Most of these topics were related to the war. I have a proposal. After another topic ended, Tsunade suddenly stood up. Under everyone's gaze, she said, I hope to reform the current training system of the Ninja Academy. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage hat, said with a serious expression, please state your idea, Jonin Tsunade. I hope the Ninja Academy can reduce some unnecessary courses and add some elective courses, so that every enrolled student can quickly know their chakra attributes, cultivate and discover talents based on their interests, and establish clubs where they can have common topics to discuss freely, learn from each other, and grow competitively. Tsunade slowly recounted the reform ideas she had perfected after consulting Gojo Yoru multiple times over the past few months. The jonin present who came from ordinary backgrounds and relied entirely on talent and hard work to sit here had their eyes growing brighter and brighter. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in surprise, as if knowing this childhood friend for the first time. What a forward-thinking idea, and it could give students from ordinary and ninja families a chance to get closer to the children of ninja clans. Only the jonin from ninja clans who came to represent their patriarchs at this meeting looked a bit ugly. If Tsunade weren't the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the representative of the Senju of the forest, they would definitely hold a grudge against her. The elective course reform proposed by Tsunade was simply trying to break the monopoly of ninja clans on departments. These ninja clans could always control important positions in these departments because of their Kekkei Genkai and hidden techniques, innate specialized skills. Only individual geniuses among commoners were qualified to squeeze into this circle. And now, Tsunade wanted to help those commoners discover their talents and cultivate their specialized skills right at the Ninja Academy. It might not affect the status of these ninja clans in the short term, but the long term was uncertain. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Tsunade, his face expressionless, but his heart filled with surprise. Tsunade's proposal was simply enlightening to him. Although this reform would also affect the rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen's and the Council of Elders families, it could further consolidate his position as Hokage and allow Konoha's civilian ninjas to rise rapidly. He could also insert some exceptionally talented seedlings into certain departments, slowly forming factions to divide the power of those ninja clans. If another ninja world war broke out, he wouldn't need to look at the faces of those ninja clans anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision instantly. But on the surface, his expression and gaze remained unchanged. After Tsunade finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the classroom and asked, "What do you all think?" "I agree with Tsunade-sama's proposal." A young man with silver-white long hair wearing a green flak jacket stood up and said. As the first person to agree, he successfully attracted Tsunade's gaze. But Tsunade only glanced at him, smiled, and withdrew her gaze. No one was more confident in this proposal than her, especially on today's occasion. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to protect the interests of the ninja clans, he couldn't stop it at all. Seconded. Seconded. I agree too. Including Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Jonin raised their hands to vote one by one. Today's Jonin meeting mainly discussed matters related to the war. Tsunade's proposal was purely unexpected. The patriarchs of ninja clans not participating in the war only sent a representative Jonin. There were only a few ninja clans in Konoha, and the number of Jonin they occupied barely exceeded double digits. Because the representatives of the Council of Elders families were all at that long table. The rest of the Jonin came from ordinary and ninja families. They knew very well how hard their journey was. Becoming Konoha's higher UPS relied entirely on talent and luck. But their good talent didn't mean their descendants would also have excellent talent. Once Tsunade's proposal passed, the beneficiaries would be their descendants. How could these Jonin object? It was an overwhelming victory. Seeing the vast majority of Jonin vote in favor, a smile finally appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Since everyone chooses to agree, this old man will also adopt the opinion to reform the Ninja Academy's training system and implement it as soon as possible. Does anyone have other topics or proposals? By the time the Jonin meeting ended, it was already dusk. Jonin walked out of the Ninja Academy as if school was out. Some Jonin didn't linger in the village, preparing to rush back to the border today. As commanders, the Sunin walked slowly towards the izakaya. This attitude was completely opposite to a few months ago. Because Tsunade had developed the antidote formula. Taking advantage of the probing period and tug-of-war in these few months, Konoha had established several production lines and manufactured a large amount of antidote. Although it couldn't cover the 3 battle lines yet, the battle line responsible for confronting the Land of Rain already had several bottles of antidote per person. Unless Hanzo the Salamander went to other battle lines to ally with the Land of Wind and Land of Earth, or fought against these 2 countries and the Land of Fire simultaneously, attacking the border base no longer held the nearly invincible strategic deterrence of a few months ago. From the beginning of the year until now, the war had lasted for more than 8 months. With the efforts of reconnaissance teams and Anbu, the fact that the salamander needed 5 minutes to refill its poison gas was no longer a secret known only to Tsunagakuer. Hanzo the salamander had lost the power to fight a country alone. No longer needing to flee upon seeing the demigod of the ninja world, the Sunin could finally breathe a sigh of relief, handing over the task of maintaining the border base's operation to the command team. This allowed them to return to attend the Jonin meeting. "Where's the Yoru kid?" Walking on the way to the izakaya, the Sunin happened to pass by Gojo Yoru's house. Glancing at the small Western-style house with no lights on and no chakra fluctuations, Tsunade, who originally wanted to invite him to dinner to celebrate, looked at Orochimaru beside her. Looking closely, one would find that Tsunade's appearance now had changed slightly compared to a few months ago. A few months ago, Tsunade either wore combat armor heavier than a green flak jacket or just a white shirt. Her light blonde long hair was often tied into a large ponytail. Now, Tsunade still wore a white shirt but had a dark blue cardigan over it, and her hairstyle had become long and straight. Her address for Gojo Yoru also changed from Gojo Brat to Yoru Brat, and now to Yoru, just like Orochimaru. Clearly, after months of consultation, their relationship had become that of acquaintances. But the biggest change was a faint blue-purple rhombus mark on Tsunade's forehead, the embryonic form of the soon-to-be-completed Yin seal. Tsunade only started cultivating the Yin seal in these few months with Gojo Yoru's suggestion and help. In less than 4 months, relying on the Senju clan's massive chakra, the knowledge of a medical sage, and the experience provided by Gojo Yoru, Tsunade surpassed Gojo Yoru's year of effort. Once Tsunade completely mastered the Yin seal, her appearance would be fixed at this most beautiful stage for girls, possessing the lingering charm of youth and the first bloom of maturity, for decades to come. Because, in the original work, Tsunade hadn't cultivated the Yin seal even after the Second Great Ninja War ended. By the time she mastered it, she had long passed this golden blooming period. Hearing Tsunade's question, Orochimaru smiled faintly. He went on a secret mission a few days ago after sending us back. What mission? Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru curiously. I said it's a secret, how would I know? Orochimaru was rarely rendered speechless but gave a vague answer. Sarutobi-sensei hinted that if this mission is perfectly successful, it will be a Super S-rank mission merit, allowing him to exchange for a technique from the Scroll of Seals or the Forbidden Jutsu Library. If not, it's just a very ordinary B-rank mission. Super S-rank mission. Both widened their eyes, and Jiraiya said in disbelief, he's only a Takubitsu Jonin. Sarutobi-sensei sent him on a mission of this level? Does he want him to infiltrate a major ninja village to assassinate a Kage, or assassinate a Jinchuriki and commander? Just as S-rank ninjutsu were recognized as the highest level, but techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique and Spirit Transformation technique were also known as Super S-rank ninjutsu. S-rank missions also had missions that, while still classified as S-rank, were actually known as Super S-rank. Such missions were more dangerous than S-rank missions, not only endangering the executor's life but potentially involving the ninja village or even the entire country. Usually, only Kage and Kage candidates had the ability to execute and complete them. I said, only perfect success counts as a Super S-rank mission, it's not as serious as you say. Orochimaru was full of confidence in Gojo Yoru. Besides, with his ability and personality, are you still worried something will happen to him? Haha, true. That kid is so cautious, he absolutely won't touch anything he's not confident about. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and laughed loudly. Tsunade put her hands in her coat pockets, a beautiful smile appearing on her face. Early morning. The land of rain was still covered by dark clouds, with rain falling in many areas. Next door in the land of rivers, it was dead silent at night, even the forest animals had entered a sleeping state. Today was August 16th, with the full moon hanging high. Moonlight spread like a silvery white curtain over the dense vegetation and mountains. Swish swish swish. Black blurs flew through the mountains. The sound of breaking air was minimal, chakra control astonishingly precise, like ghosts merging into the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, these figures successively merged into the darkness, as if hiding using the hiding technique or disappearing into thin air. Inside a mountain, there was an artificially excavated cave, currently lit by dim lights. Inside stood more than 50 ninjas wearing Anbu attire and animal masks. It was unclear if they were real Anbu or fake. Among these Anbu was Ebizo without any disguise. As all Anbu members returned, a member who was obviously the captain knelt on one knee to report, Ebizo-sama, after 3 hours of investigation, it is confirmed that there are no traces of artificially excavated caves or barriers in the mountains and underground within a 20-kilometer radius of that area. No one within 20 kilometers. Ebizo finally changed his expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that someone in the Hyuga clan has broken through the limit recorded in intelligence for long-range vision and can see beyond 20 kilometers? Or is it really just a coincidence? The ninjas he brought were the elite of the elite. There were dark lines he had cultivated for years, high-level combatants whose intelligence hadn't been exposed in the war yet, and Anbu members directly under the Kazekage. Everyone either possessed powerful combat power or special abilities, being top-notch in their respective fields. With their joint investigation, even barrier experts, earth body flicker experts, and even transparent release ninjas would have nowhere to hide. If even they couldn't find a problem, it meant there really was no problem. The more there were no problems, the more suspicious Ebizo became. Thus, cautious as he was, he thought for a moment and suddenly spoke, Shinta, hic, use earth body flicker to infiltrate there, then have shadow clones use the unsealing technique to open the 2 super large scrolls to check if there are strategic materials inside and if there are flying thunder god formulas. If there are no problems, bring those 2 scrolls back and notify us. During this process, remember not to expose your main bodies, and do not make contact with that squad. Their scent might have already been marked, maybe even barriers can't isolate it. Ebizo thought of the Aberame clan. That clan possessed an endangered insect called the Baikaku, which had a sense of smell 1,000 times stronger than ninja dogs and could track any specific scent it had come into contact with. If Konoha used that kind of insect, they must have already captured the scent of that ninja squad and could know their location even from 20 kilometers away. Yes. The Anbu named Shinta and Hik bowed respectfully, then slowly sank into the ground. When their heads completely disappeared into the ground, the Anbu sitting cross-legged in the four corners of the cave maintaining hand seals suddenly changed a seal, restoring it in less than a second. About an hour and a half later, an Anbu maintaining the barrier suddenly spoke, "Ebizo-sama, they're back. How is it? Chakra aura and intensity haven't changed, it's Shinta and Hik's main bodies. Let them in." "Yes." As the hand seals changed again, Shinta and Hik's figures soon emerged from the ground. On their backs, hanging at their waists, were super large scrolls standing upright, almost as tall as them. Shinta said excitedly, "Ebizo-sama, the scrolls indeed contain strategic weapons. According to the Shadow Clone inspection, there are no Flying Thunder God formulas on the supplies inside." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ebizo's face. "Very good." Before he could say the next words, a voice reached his ears. "Indeed very good. I didn't expect it to be you, old schemer." His pupils instinctively began to constrict, approaching the size of pinholes. His expression also changed from joy to horror. But whether it was the pupils or the expression change, the process was so slow. Like space-time freezing. Then in Ebizo's vision, the cave barely lit by dim lights suddenly had black lines appear, faintly surrounded by black electric arcs. These lines also curved like electric arcs, spreading in all directions. Like an artist holding a pencil, drawing barely connectable wavy lines on a motionless cartoon character. Only these wavy lines all had black electric arc effects added. The lines spread to the end of Ebizo's vision, which was also the end of one side of the cave, before stopping. There, a figure stood at some point, surrounded by wisps of black electric arcs, holding a katana that was black in both hilt and blade. This katana was also surrounded by black electric arcs, as if covered by black lightning release nature transformation. The figure turned around, facing Ebizo. The turning speed was normal. Ebizo's vision began to tilt left and right, gradually invaded by darkness. Before his vision blurred and was invaded by darkness, Ebizo saw that the Anbu on his left and right, where the black lines had just passed, had separated from their bodies. The cut surfaces were smooth and straight, with no blood spurting yet. As if, not physically cut, but decomposed by the power of rules. Before his consciousness completely dissipated, Ebizo didn't think of his sister but had a sudden realization. So, it wasn't space-time freezing, but his neural reflex speed was too slow, and the opponent's speed was too fast, causing him to be minced before his expression could even change. Like him, there were the surrounding Anbu. Too late to think and analyze what that power was, Ebizo's soul went to the Pure Land. With him, there were exactly 50 Anbu members standing in 2 rows around him, occupying most of the cave's space. Looking at Ebizo-sama and their companions turning into minced meat in the next second after reporting good news, the 4 Anbu sitting cross-legged in the 4 corners of the cave, responsible for maintaining the barrier, were the only ones present who completed their expression changes. But their reaction was similarly not very good. Or rather, they were scared silly. When 4 Kunao enlarged in their vision, they finally recovered their senses, but it was too late. Swish! A black flash and a wisp of black electric arc flashed past their eyes. The heads of the 4 Anbu fell to the ground almost simultaneously, rolling a few times. If their masks were removed, one would find their expressions still in the previous state of shock. Looking at the minced corpses all over the ground, Gojo Yoru held the bloodless chakra blade, a smile of excitement gradually appearing on his face. Combined with the surrounding black electric arcs, he looked like a grinning murderous demon. Damn, that felt so good. Waiting for half a day wasn't in vain. Gojo Yoru suddenly cursed, swinging the chakra blade in his hand forcefully a few times. If not for the minced corpses all over the ground, he would have wanted to dance around on the spot to release his excitement. No choice, the slashing felt too good. Using the dimensional slash in a narrow space packed with people was an opportunity hard to come by. Since developing the dimensional slash, Gojo Yoru didn't know how many times he had dreamed of this, and now the dream finally became reality. And these guys, all wearing animal masks, seemed to be Anbu experts. The lineup was even more luxurious than in Gojo Yoru's dreams. Just now, using intangibility and earth body flicker to secretly follow the two Anbu members and confirming it was full of experts, Gojo Yoru didn't hesitate at all. He directly unsealed the space-time yin seal, not only using intangibility and dimensional slash but also merging space-time chakra with lightning release chakra, increasing his soundless speed to the extreme. This pleasure of using his strongest state to instantly kill a group of experts made Gojo Yoru tremble with excitement. Especially since he had been tailing that squad of Takubitsu Jonin from the land of fire to the land of rivers since daytime. If not for the supplies being marked, and having told Sarutobi Hiruzen his plan before departure, receiving his approval and encouragement, as well as being able to request support at any time to minimize losses even if an accident occurred, Gojo Yoru wouldn't have dared to be so bold. Even so, it brought considerable pressure to Gojo Yoru. Fortunately, the plan went very smoothly, and that squad finally put the supplies in the secret base. During the stakeout, Gojo Yoru teleported away countless times to recover space-time chakra, his emotions accumulating every moment. Now, this ultimate slash, swung out with Gojo Yoru's long accumulated emotions, brought double pleasure, making him feel that the affairs between men and women in his previous life seemed like nothing in comparison. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Another Form of Hollow Purple. Pleasure is fleeting, whether it's doing that or the excitement of killing. When his emotions calmed down, Gojo Yoru didn't clean up the corpses immediately. Instead, he took out a small scroll and used Flying Thunder God Transfer to teleport it out. Sending a signal to the distant reinforcements to encircle and suppress the ninja squad composed of 4 Takubitsu Jonin, Gojo Yoru stepped over the pile of corpses to check Ebizo's body. Then the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Nice, it's the main body. This is a huge harvest. A few days ago, after sending the Sunin back to Konoha, Gojo Yoru received a very ordinary B-rank mission, escorting a batch of supplies to the White Fang battle line confronting the Land of Wind. In this probing period, the goal of all countries was to consume each other's national strength. This consumption naturally wasn't as simple as dragging things out. If it were just dragging things out, no one could outlast the Land of Fire, which had the strongest national strength and best resources. Their goal was to cut off supply lines from behind or, like in the Battle of Konobe Bridge in the original work, blow up some buildings to delay supply delivery. At this stage, the support units responsible for transporting supplies were the most dangerous existences. Every supply transport wouldn't be as massive as this time, and there would definitely be 1 or 2 Takubitsu Jonin escorting. However, Gojo Yoru proposed a plan to Sarutobi Hiruzen and received his support. This plan was to set a trap for the Land of Wind to see if they could lure out an important figure, or at least eliminate 1 or 2 powerful ninja squads. This trap involved increasing the quantity of supplies, marking them with scents only the Aberame and Inuzuka clans could detect, and then transporting them towards the southwest. If there were sand ninjas in that direction and they attacked the disguised support unit, they could only take the supplies towards the southern sea or enter the Land of Rivers. If they dared to approach the battle line, they would be taken out. Entering the Land of Rivers, a country full of natural landscapes, the ninja squad couldn't transport the supplies back to the border base or the Land of Wind at all. What they could do was request support. The think tank would definitely realize this was a trap but would have to jump in. Gojo Yoru's best expectation was that the Land of Wind would send a few ninja squads of Takubitsu Jonin, or a high-level squad composed entirely of all-rounder Jonin. Or perhaps, they would send an ace combatant at the elite Jonin level, or even, a Jinchuriki. After all, with such a massive amount of strategic supplies, the resource-poor Land of Wind simply couldn't give up. Even if they gave up, they would lose 4 Takubitsu Jonin, so they might as well gamble. Unexpectedly, the one who came was actually Chiyo's brother, the king of intelligence of Tsunagakuer, and also the mastermind of the think tank Ebizo. This was absolutely an unexpected surprise. Killing Ebizo was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the third Kazekage. In the future, Tsunagakuer's intelligence agency wouldn't be as fast as before, and they would temporarily lose contact with those hidden lines planted in various countries. Their eyes would turn from eagle eyes to myopic for a long time to come. In this probing period that required the efforts of reconnaissance teams, Anbu, and hidden lines, this was simply too fatal. With his own strength, Gojo Yoru broke the balance of the probing period. The Second Great Ninja War might enter the next stage ahead of schedule. But this was something politicians needed to worry about. After checking the corpses, Gojo Yoru took out some Flying Thunder God kunao, as well as stones and paper engraved with Flying Thunder God formulas, and used earth release to bury them in the ground, making them faintly visible. Disguising it so they all died at the hands of the Flying Thunder God technique and Black Lightning, Gojo Yoru took out a camera from the wristband storage scroll to take pictures, ensuring the Flying Thunder God formulas were included in the shots. During this process, Gojo Yoru also took out 2 storage scrolls to seal some body tissues from the 55 corpses in Ebizo's brain. After doing all this, Gojo Yoru formed seals to create 2 shadow clones, having them carry the 2 super-large storage scrolls. These scrolls contained space-time power and sealing power, possessing an anti-summoning effect. Even if Gojo Yoru unsealed the space-time yin seal and exhausted his chakra, he could transfer at most 1. Waiting for the shadow clones to use earth body flicker to leave with the storage scrolls. Gojo Yoru looked at the minced corpses all over the ground and suddenly raised his right hand, palm facing up. A wisp of blue-white cyclone appeared above Gojo Yoru's palm, rotating at high speed, emitting a harsh buzzing sound. Then the cyclone gradually separated, turning into wisps of even smaller cyclones, rotating at high speed in an extremely small range, finally compressing into a marble-sized blue-white energy sphere. This was a Raise Nan, but not a normal one, it was more like the mini Raise Nan Boruto created. Only this mini Raise Nan didn't have a chakra attribute. The next second, the color of this marble-sized energy sphere suddenly underwent a huge change. Inside, condensed and compressed from thousands of cyclones, each as thin as a thread, the color rapidly transformed from blue-white to dark at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless independent blacks compressed together, gradually deriving a touch of red. And the blue wrapping the energy sphere like a thin film. This energy sphere finally turned into a 3-colored energy sphere, mostly black with red and blue as mere embellishments. The interweaving of these 3 colors caused the energy sphere to emit a dazzling black light. Gojo Yoru had a feeling that the reason Hanzo the Salamander gave him the title of Black Flash might not be because of the Flying Thunder God technique, but because of this energy sphere that injured the salamander. Looking around the cave and finding nothing missed, Gojo Yoru casually tossed the energy sphere in his hand towards the center of the cave. The energy sphere flashing with black light drew a beautiful parabola in the air. Before it could land, Gojo Yoru teleported and disappeared. In fact, the energy sphere didn't land. When it was still a dozen centimeters from the ground, the energy sphere was suddenly supported by an invisible force, suspended in the air. Then the electric lights hanging on the cave walls all detached, emitting cracking sounds as they flew towards the energy sphere. As the lights disappeared, the cave blocked by the giant rock also fell into darkness. Rumble. Outside, the mountain where the cave was located suddenly shook violently. If someone had X-ray vision and night vision, they would find a cavern suddenly appearing inside the mountain. Inside this cavern, a small vortex expanding both vertically and horizontally appeared, releasing astonishing gravity, rolling up the minced corpses on the ground and tearing the hard mountain body. Pieces of minced corpses and shattered rocks flew towards the vortex. Just touching the vortex, they began to decompose automatically. Upon approaching the eye of the vortex, they completely dissipated. If viewed from inside the cave, one would find this wasn't a vortex at all, but a small black hole. That vortex was just the pattern produced by space distortion. The energy sphere didn't emit a deafening explosion, it just suspended in the air, creating rotating space ripples. Lasting for a few minutes, it slowly shrank and disappeared. The original cave expanded several times. On the ground, there wasn't a single piece of rubble. Those materials all turned into nothingness. This was another form of hollow purple. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, famous again throughout the ninja world, Gojo Yoru's new title. Gojo-sama. Yoru-sama. When Gojo Yoru arrived at the location of the ninja squad, the 4 Takubitsu Jonin had already been killed. The ones who killed them were 3 Anbu squads, totaling 12 people. If he hadn't known that Gojo Yoru possessed the ability to hide his chakra aura, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have agreed to his plan. Even choosing to support it, he still sent 3 Anbu squads, ready to assist Gojo Yoru in aborting the plan and retrieving the supplies at any time. Seeing Gojo Yoru appear, the 12 Anbu members greeted him one after another, their tone very respectful. The Sunin didn't know what Gojo Yoru's secret mission was, but these Anbu members knew very well. Although they didn't know if Gojo Yoru had succeeded on his side, they had successfully annihilated 4 Takubitsu Jonin without any members getting injured or damaging the supplies, which was already a huge profit. Normally, even with numerical superiority, without intelligence and tactical help, they couldn't guarantee keeping all 4 Takubitsu Jonin. Now, with more than half a day of preparation time and knowing the enemy's location, the joint efforts of 3 Anbu squads took them away without a scratch. Knowing well that this lure enemy plan was proposed by Gojo Yoru, the Anbu members were full of admiration for this lord who became famous throughout the ninja world a few months ago and had the record of injuring the salamander. Not only outstanding talent and amazing strength, but even his wisdom was so excellent. Barring any accidents, this lord should become one of the village's ace combatants in a few years. Hello. Gojo Yoru raised his hand in response, then took out a photo and handed it to the Anbu member who possessed his flying thunder god Kunao, instructing, "Deliver this photo to Sakumo-sama. I will report to Hokage-sama." Yes. The Anbu member took the photo and subconsciously glanced at it. His body trembled instantly, and the trembling in his voice could be heard even through the mask. This reaction aroused the curiosity of other members. What kind of photo could cause such intense emotional fluctuations in their captain? "I leave the transport of supplies to you." Yes. After handing over to the Anbu members, Gojo Yoru teleported and disappeared. "Captain, what photo did Yoru-sama give you? To scare you like this?" "Yeah, let us see too." As soon as Gojo Yoru left, the other Anbu members gathered around, their gazes all turning to the photo. The Anbu member didn't stop them but changed the angle so everyone could see. Someone wanted to see more clearly and got a lamp from somewhere, shining the light on the photo. Hiss! The next second, the sound of sucking in cold air rang out almost simultaneously. Then voices sounded, equally revealing obvious trembling. What kind of hell on earth is this? So tragic, so terrifying a scene. Look next to those minced corpses, there are so many flying thunder god formulas. They were all killed by Yoru-sama using the flying thunder god technique. They are like us, wearing Anbu attire and masks, yet they all died in the cave. There are no traces of battle or ninjutsu around, obviously killed before they could even react. Is this the power of the flying thunder god technique? Is this the strength of the black flash? As expected of the only existence in the ninja world to injure the salamander in decades, truly amazing. At first, all Anbu members were shocked and sighing at the power of the Flying Thunder God technique and Gojo Yoru. Suddenly, an Anbu member spoke in disbelief, "Hey, did you miss the point? Look at the minced corpse in the photo not wearing an Anbu uniform. Look carefully at that face, see who he really is." Reminded by their companion, the Anbu members re-examined the photo, including the captain who hadn't looked carefully just now, only scared by the pile of Anbu corpses. Then the scene fell silent, everyone lost their voices. The Anbu captain recovered first, hurriedly put away the photo, and said in a deep voice, "Organize the supplies quickly. We must deliver them to the White Fang battle line as fast as possible." "Yes." The other 11 responded seriously in unison. Although their voices no longer trembled, waves crashed in their hearts, and they acted with full power. They could all foresee how much impact this photo would have when it reached the battlefield. At the very least, their morale would soar, at most, it might cause huge changes in the war situation. What was certain was that their Konoha would begin to gain the upper hand in this confrontation with the Land of Wind. Thinking that this photo might break the balance period that had lasted for 4 months, the 12 Anbu members couldn't help but feel a trace of awe for Gojo Yoru. Injuring the salamander was something they had only heard of. The reason it was called a feat was that Hanzo the salamander personally admitted it. As for how badly the salamander was injured, no one knew. Because during this probing period, Hanzo the salamander hadn't made a move, and no one dared to go to Omegakure to fight him. Ninjas from the 4 countries, including rain ninjas, hadn't seen that number 1 poisonous creature in the ninja world for a long time. And now, they personally participated and witnessed with their own eyes Gojo Yoru achieving another feat that might affect the war situation. An instinct to admire the strong, unrelated to age but hidden in human nature, made them feel awe for Gojo Yoru while also generating strong admiration. At this moment, they firmly believed. With Gojo Yoru, their Konoha would definitely win this campaign. Cough, cough. In the morning, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen started work, he received a photo from a better angle. He was puffing on his pipe leisurely, but he almost choked to death. This reaction was as intense as hearing the news of Nawaka's sacrifice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed red, looking at Gojo Yoru in disbelief. You killed Ebizo." "Yes, I brought his head back too." Gojo Yoru took out a storage scroll and placed it on the Hokage's desk, his tone very certain, "I've checked, it is indeed the main body." Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the storage scroll on the desk, his gaze moving back and forth between the photo and the scroll, his heart shocked into speechlessness. Ebizo's status was as high as Mito Kato Homura and Udaten Koharu, second only to the Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo. His death was a major event in the 5 great ninja villages, equivalent to the sacrifice of an elder, a top member of the higher UPS circle. Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought Gojo Yoru's plan could hook such a big fish and successfully kill him. He supported Gojo Yoru's plan because the southwestern location was simply too perfect. Once the enemy was hooked, they basically couldn't escape. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's best expectation was only to annihilate 1 or 2 ninja squads. After all, such a trap could fool uneducated ninjas only fit to be tools, but not the opponent's think tank. His main purpose was to deter those ninja squads infiltrating the Land of Fire through this trap, making them dare not easily snatch supplies. Otherwise, even if they snatched them, it would be difficult to bring them back to their own camp smoothly. He just never expected that Gojo Yoru actually hooked a big fish, along with dozens of Anbu-level elites. Deploying such a lineup meant they would definitely scour the area for tens of kilometers around, confirming there were no traps or ambushes before choosing to act. Yet such a lineup was killed by Gojo Yoru in the cave before they could even act. Those flying thunder god formulas all over the ground, how did he make the enemy unable to discover them? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized he seemed to have underestimated Gojo Yoru's phantom body flicker technique. That ability to perfectly hide chakra aura, combined with earth body flicker, was simply more terrifying than transparent release. However, a Hokage is a Hokage after all. Although shocked in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a smile on the surface and praised generously, "You did a beautiful job. This plan is even more perfect than I expected. But you should have notified me as soon as you returned. It was too late, so I didn't disturb you, Hokage-sama." Gojo Yoru smiled. Besides, Anbu are Anbu because information is unknown. No one knows if those Anbu are real Anbu. Just the death of an elder controlling the intelligence agency doesn't feel like it has much impact on the war situation. No, this impact is huge. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the scroll in his hand, unable to hide his excitement. If it's really the main body, his brain must store a large amount of intelligence. As long as we successfully crack it, not only the hidden lines lurking in our land of fire, but even Tsunagakure's secrets in various countries will be mastered by us. The scales of this war have tipped in our favor. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Gojo Yoru, "Killing Ebizo not only affected the battlefield but also the ninja village and even the entire country. This is undoubtedly a Super S-rank mission merit." Hearing this, Gojo Yoru immediately feigned a look of pleasant surprise, "Then can I exchange for a forbidden jutsu?" Seeing Gojo Yoru look like a teenager at this moment, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face widened, "Of course. Except for strictly prohibited forbidden jutsu that only the Hokage can cultivate, you can choose any one from the Scroll of Seals or the Forbidden Jutsu Library." Gojo Yoru didn't immediately say the ninjutsu he wanted but asked, "Hokage-sama, is there a list?" "Of course." Sarutobi Hiruzen opened a locked drawer and quickly took out a scroll with a seal from a pile of small scrolls. Using the unsealing technique to remove the seal, Sarutobi Hiruzen threw the scroll to Gojo Yoru. Gojo Yoru took the scroll and opened it to read. The list contained ninjutsu that were very powerful or special, strictly controlled by the village due to high danger, potentially causing irreversible damage or even death to the caster, and could only be exchanged by those with powerful talent and distinguished military service. The first one that caught his eye was the multi-shadow clone technique, one of Uzumaki Naruto's 3 axes in the original work, which couldn't be cultivated without massive chakra, otherwise, it would easily threaten life. There was also the Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique, which Orochimaru taught him a few months ago. Like the multi-shadow clone technique, it was only A rank but listed in the Scroll of Seals. Then there was a series of secret ninjutsu, and some super secret ninjutsu known as Super S-rank ninjutsu due to being overly powerful. Like the Flying Thunder God technique mastered by Gojo Yoru, and the Spirit Transformation technique mastered by Kato Dan. However, in this list, Gojo Yoru didn't see the Impure World Reincarnation and 8 Branches technique stolen by Orochimaru, nor the Chimera technique secretly researched by Hirako, who was a classmate of the Sunin but still obscure due to inferior aptitude. Clearly, these unethical ninjutsu were strictly prohibited forbidden jutsu that only the Hokage could cultivate. Thinking of the Chimera technique, Gojo Yoru looked a bit dazed. His original game strategy was to turn himself into a stitched monster, fusing the Uchiha bloodline, using the Sharingan to balance Hashirama cells, becoming a higher level would release experimental subject, possessing massive chakra, transplanting the Rinnegan, and finally becoming an enhanced version of 6 Paths Obito. The Chimera technique was one of the ninjutsu he had to obtain. But now, Gojo Yoru didn't need to go down this route of a stitched monster. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know Gojo Yoru's thoughts. Seeing him staring blankly at the scroll, he couldn't help but smile. "Don't know what ninjutsu to choose." "No, I've already chosen, Hokage-sama." Gojo Yoru recovered his senses and gave his answer, "I want the mutually multiplying explosive tags developed by Lord Second." Mutually multiplying explosive tags. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat surprised and hurriedly reminded, this technique is similar to Hanzo the Salamander's explosive tag barrier. It's actually just a formation requiring a large reserve of explosive tags to unleash maximum power. I won't hide it from you, this technique actually has a forbidden jutsu paired with it, but that technique violates ethics and is forbidden for anyone to cultivate. Without that technique, the mutually multiplying explosive tags is just an A-rank ninjutsu. Super S-rank mission merit requires not only strength but also a certain amount of luck. You might not encounter it once in 10 years. I suggest you consider it carefully again. Gojo Yoru said without hesitation, no need to consider, Hokage-sama. I choose this ninjutsu. If impure world reincarnation and chimera technique were available, Gojo Yoru would definitely choose them without hesitation, he even had excuses ready. Without these two techniques, the ninjutsu with the highest value on the list were the Super S-rank Flying Thunder God technique and Spirit Transformation technique, as well as some S-rank Secret Sealing Jutsu. These sealing jutsu were also in the Uzushiagakuer Scroll of Seals. Gojo Yoru already knew the cultivation methods. Might Do hadn't become famous in the ninja world yet, so the 8 gates wasn't on the list either. Although the spirit transformation technique was powerful, its weakness was too obvious. The cautious Gojo Yoru, even if he learned it, would never use it in his life. What if his soul left his body, and a white zetsu popped out the next second to behead his body? So, Gojo Yoru chose the mutually multiplying explosive tags. As a transmigrator, he knew that besides impure world reincarnation, there was another technique that matched it perfectly. That was Konan's paper release. Explosive tags, like storage scrolls, were made by people with such talent. Such technology wasn't hard to obtain. Konan in the original work definitely had such technology. Otherwise, 600 billion explosive tags couldn't be found even by scouring the entire ninja world. As long as she obtained the technology to manufacture explosive tags and could mass-produce them, combined with paper release and mutually multiplying explosive tags, Konan's art would definitely be no weaker than Deidara's. Seeing Gojo Yoru so determined, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't force him anymore. He soon copied an independent scroll for the mutually multiplying explosive tags and gave it to Gojo Yoru. Logically speaking, when exchanging for forbidden jutsu in the Scroll of Seals, there will be a special sealing jutsu on the scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. When the person using the unsealing technique opens the scroll, that sealing jutsu will automatically be implanted in the user's body, forbidding them from passing this technique to a second person. Anyone who cracks this sealing jutsu without authorization will be listed as a rogue ninja. But you established a Super S-rank mission merit. For this A-rank forbidden jutsu, this old man will take the liberty not to attach a sealing jutsu on it, allowing you to teach it to others. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Gojo Yoru respectfully accepted the scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Gojo Yoru heavily on the shoulder. You worked hard on this mission. Rest well for a few days. Yes. Smiling as he watched Gojo Yoru walk out of the office, as soon as the door closed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. He raised his hand and made a gesture, then looked at the Anbu who appeared out of thin air in front of him, saying seriously, "In my name, invite the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan over. At the same time, notify the sealing squad and torture and interrogation force to prepare for cracking seals and reading intelligence." Yes. The Anbu bowed his head and disappeared. Soon, the intelligence division of the Hokage building started running. In front of Konoha, an ally of Uzushiagakuer, the sealing jutsu of other ninja villages were like children's toys, not worth mentioning. The intelligence division effortlessly cracked the sealing jutsu and restrictions in Ebizo's brain, reading his memories and intelligence. While confirming he was Ebizo himself, the intelligence was presented to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the form of scrolls. Through these scrolls, Sarutobi Hiruzen learned how Gojo Yoru killed them. Speed like a flash, surrounded by wisps of black electric arcs, weapons also covered with black lightning release nature transformation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were full of surprise. Could it be that Yoru also developed black lightning similar to the Third Raikage's secret technique? Just by exchanging hidden technique scrolls with Jiraiya, he developed black lightning in a few months? What amazing ninjutsu talent! No wonder he learned the Flying Thunder God technique and Mito-sama's Yin seal in such a short time. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Gojo Yoru looked more and more like Senju Tobirama. If not for the lack of massive chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen would really suspect that Gojo Yoru might also have the blood of the Senju clan. Hokage-sama, Sakumo-sama sent back intelligence. An Anbu figure appeared out of thin air, handing over a scroll with a sealing jutsu. Taking it and opening it, a smile soon appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Immediately, he picked up the photo given by Gojo Yoru and handed it to the Anbu, instructing, mass-produce copies of this photo, then seal them in storage scrolls, and have Jonin Gojo transport them to Sakumo. Yes. At noon. A piece of news, a piece of intelligence, and photos suddenly spread from the White Fang battle line at the junction of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain, quickly spreading to the entire four-nation battlefield. The Black Flash Gojo Yoru became famous throughout the ninja world again, becoming the most dazzling supernova. Ebizo, the elder and king of intelligence of Tsunagakure in the Land of Wind, the younger brother of the Kazekage's assistant Cho, along with 54 Anbu members, were instantly killed by Konoha's Black Flash using the Flying Thunder God technique and Flying Thunder God slash in a cave in the Land of Rivers. Verified by Konoha, Ebizo was the real person. At the same time, Konoha released the list of hidden lines planted by Ebizo in various countries for free. News and intelligence could be fabricated, but photos couldn't be faked in this era. The cave with no traces of battle or ninjutsu, and the nauseating minced corpses all over the ground, proved that Konoha's external propaganda was true. This also shocked the ninjas of the four countries, including Konoha, immensely. Instant kill, not a 1 against 55 slaughter. At this moment, the Flying Thunder God technique, whose deterrence had declined significantly over the years due to the second Hokage's death in battle, had its name as a Super S-rank ninjutsu spread throughout the ninja world again. People recalled the man who signed a contract with the sea and was hailed as the fastest ninja in the ninja world. Regardless of how Gojo Yoru did it, his record of instantly killing 55 sand ninjas was an indisputable fact. And the ninjas he instantly killed weren't small characters, but a Tsunagakure elder and elite-level Anbu. The value was simply too high. The title of number 1 speed in the ninja world began to spread gradually. Less than a year after the war started, Gojo Yoru was about to have a second title. No record or stage could compare to the fame speed of establishing merit on the battlefield. Regardless of whether the intelligence released by Konoha for free was true or false, the other 5 major powers and various small countries began to arrest and interrogate those hidden lines. Tsunagakure would definitely be greatly weakened. Who knew how many years it would take for the intelligence agency to recover? Omegakure, Tower. Didn't they set up a barrier in the cave? This is impossible. Hanzo the salamander looked at the photo in his hand, his eyes full of dread. In other words, even Anbu with various unique skills, top-notch in certain fields, and barriers couldn't crack his ability to hide chakra aura. What kind of hidden technique is that? Even transparent release is nothing more than this, right? Looking at the rain ninja who handed up the intelligence, Hanzo the salamander suddenly spoke, "Pass the order down. If you encounter Konoha's Black Flash during a mission, you can choose to abandon the mission and flee. Just save your lives, this old man won't punish them." Yes. The rain ninja's heart trembled, then he lowered his head. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office. "Dad, this photo can't be fake, right?" Kitsuka's eyes trembled, saying in disbelief, an elder of one of the 5 great ninja villages, along with more than 50 Anbu, were killed by him without even the ability to resist. Isn't this too absurd? Kitsuka wanted to say that he didn't even kill chickens that fast. Describing those high-level combatants like that was very impolite and self-deprecating. After all, he wasn't even a high-level combatant yet. Did that mean in front of the Black Flash, he was less than a chicken, just a small fry? Was the Flying Thunder God technique that terrifying? Onaki ignored Kitsuke but examined the photo in his hand carefully, looking for details to analyze. Every corpse was dismembered, and not just split in two, but cut into several pieces. This isn't something ordinary ninja tools and nature transformation can do. It's said that the brat has the second Hokage's Raijin sword, one of the sharpest ninja tools. This tragic state of death should be the work of that sword. Staring at the flying thunder god formulas all over the ground in the photo, a trace of dread finally appeared in Onaki's eyes. This cave is obviously a secret base. Someone must have checked it in advance and set up one or even multiple barriers. It's impossible for him to set up flying thunder god formulas in this place in advance. But as it happens, this brat did it. Could it be that his flying thunder god technique no longer needs formulas as coordinates to teleport? Is this possible? If so, he can teleport at will. People with slow neural reaction speeds would be instantly killed upon seeing him. There's no need to ambush them in a cave. Konoha doesn't need to probe and stall with us either. He alone can affect the entire situation, entering any place as if no one were there. If his flying thunder god technique hasn't surpassed the second Hokage, it means there's another reason. Onaki thought of the second Tsuchikage's title and concluded, this brat possesses a concealment ability similar to Dustless Bewildering Cover. Even Anbu with various unique skills and barriers couldn't discover his chakra, so he could set up so many Flying Thunder God formulas and kill them instantly with Flying Thunder God /. Pass the order down, combat units and support units must be vigilant. Try not to gather usually. When forced to assemble, someone must check the ground. Yes. Land of Wind, Border Base. Brother, I'm sorry. Cho looked at the photo in her hand with blurred vision, her voice trembling, her heart cutting like a knife. Her face was already covered in tears. Then her expression suddenly became ferocious. She crumpled the photo in her hand, her eyes full of hatred. Don't worry, sister won't let you feel lonely. I'll make more Konoha ninjas accompany you to the Pure Land. Looking at the adjutant beside her, Cho gritted her teeth. Report to the Kazekage, have Bunpyaku come to guard the border base. This old woman wants to shift the battle line. Yes. The adjutant responded apprehensively. As a member of the command team, he could already foresee that the war situation was about to change. Unless the Kazekage came in person, no one could stop Cho. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Uchiha Madara's Interest, Call Me Daddy. A Ninja World War was a world-class event. Even if the battlefield wasn't in one's own country and was very far away, it would attract the attention of the entire ninja continent and even overseas countries. When a major event occurred on the battlefield, the heat would quickly spread throughout the ninja world. The protagonist of the event would also become the subject of discussion across the entire ninja world. Someone who did something big in a ninja world war, even if they were once a nobody, would quickly become a big shot famous throughout the ninja world. The Sunin and Konoha's White Fang weren't the best examples. Before fighting Hanzo the Salamander and killing Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, they were already elite jonin recorded in the bingo books of various countries and commanders of two battle lines. The best example was Might Dua in the original work's Third Great Ninja War, whose identity was just a genin. With one move of the 8 gates, he nearly wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, a group composed of 7 ace combatants. The remnants who were lucky enough to survive spread the fame of the 8 gates throughout the ninja world. From then on, the 8 gates became known to everyone. The fame was so great that Might Guy, as Might Dua's son who also learned the 8 gates, could become one of Konoha's ace combatants in the future relying on taijutsu, even without mastering more than 2 nature transformations or excelling in ninjutsu. Like Might Dua, there was also Uchiha Shisui, who developed the phantom body flicker technique. Clearly possessing extremely powerful genjutsu, he gained the title Shisui of the body flicker, and his fame was equally known to almost everyone. Finally, there was Namikaze Minato, who single-handedly eliminated dozens of IWA ninjas, instantly becoming the supernova of the Third Great Ninja War. Now Gojo Yoru was walking the path of Namikaze Minato, but with even higher value. First injuring the salamander, he stepped onto the grand stage of the ninja world with a strong presence. But at that time, he was just a suddenly rising new star. Injuring was ultimately not killing, and a ninja battle was a battle of intelligence. Many people thought Gojo Yoru only managed to injure the salamander by luck, relying on the first encounter kill potential of the Flying Thunder God technique. After the intelligence was exposed, it would be almost impossible for him to replicate it. The following 4 months also proved those people's conjectures. Gojo Yoru, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, didn't become the protagonist of this probing period, nor was there any news of him taking action. Obviously, his strength was too weak, and Konoha was protecting him. Unexpectedly, Gojo Yoru, who had been silent, achieved a Super S rank record as soon as he acted. Instantly killing Tsunagakure's King of Intelligence and 54 NBU members. This was a genuine record, achieved even when the Flying Thunder God technique was already exposed. Anyone who saw that photo would be terrified upon deeper thought. What kind of speed and strength would it take to dismember an elder of one of the 5 great ninja villages and 54 high-level combatants without giving them a chance to react or fight back? Could the second Hokage, who invented the Flying Thunder God technique, do this? Did he have such a record? Just as Might Do made the 8 gates famous throughout the ninja world, Gojo Yoru, while making a name for himself again, also made the Flying Thunder God technique reach the top of the ninja world again, becoming a universally known Super S rank secret technique. There was even a faint trend of surpassing predecessors. If Gojo Yoru achieved a few more great merits using the Flying Thunder God technique, given a bit more time, Senju Tobirama might lose the copyright. In the future, people might refer to it as the Black Flash's Flying Thunder God technique. The gradually spreading title of number 1 speed in the ninja world was the greatest recognition of Gojo Yoru's strength. The battlefield situation was quietly changing. Cho was about to go berserk. Hanzo the Salamander and Oniki both learned from Ebizo's lesson and adopted different countermeasures. And this news naturally reached someone's ears. Madara-sama, that brat who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, did something big again. In the dimly lit underground space, White Zetsu's upper body emerged from the ground, telling Uchiha Madara the news of Gojo Yoru instantly killing 55 sand ninjas. At the same time, he handed Uchiha Madara the photo that would be mass-produced by various newspaper agencies in a few days and quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Uchiha Madara wasn't interested in the former. If the technique that killed Izuna couldn't achieve this level, Senju Tobirama wouldn't be worthy of his attention. However, seeing that photo, Uchiha Madara's 3-tomo Sharingan suddenly narrowed slightly. Then he looked at White Zetsu. Did you see that brat make a move? No. White Zetsu shook his head helplessly. Just as you said, Madara-sama, we can't track a Flying Thunder God user. We finally found his location, but with one teleport, we had to search again. Worried about being discovered by him, we didn't dare leave the spore technique on him. Uchiha Madara sat up slightly, holding the photo with both hands. The dynamic vision of the Sharingan ignored the dim environment, taking in all the details of the picture. A few seconds later, he asked again, were your previous observations discovered by him? Absolutely not. White Zetsu guaranteed. Then it has nothing to do with sensing, but one must still be cautious. Uchiha Madara said coldly, gathering at a secret base, checking and setting up barriers is basic common sense for ninjas. Being Tsunagakure's King of Intelligence and Anbu skilled in reconnaissance and assassination, they couldn't possibly make such a low-level mistake. But this photo shows Flying Thunder God formulas all over the ground. This brat either possesses powerful concealment and stealth abilities, like your Mayfly, capable of ignoring barriers and sensing, then setting up formulas under these guys' feet and instantly killing them with the Flying Thunder God technique and Flying Thunder God Slash. Or, his Flying Thunder God technique no longer needs formula coordinates to teleport objects remotely. Or, this is a false impression he set up afterward. Uchihamadara looked at the photo again, his gaze deep. He is using the Flying Thunder God technique and Flying Thunder God / to hide some kind of ability. This ability is the key to his instant killing of these guys. Whichever it was, it successfully aroused Uchihamadara's interest. No way, does he have Mayfly too? White Zetsu widened his eyes, then looked panicked. Doesn't that mean we've actually been discovered by him, and he's just pretending not to know? Mayfly is your unique ability. Unless he awakened would release, it's impossible to discover you who merge with the earth and vegetation. Uchihamadara analyzed, it should be a hidden technique similar to transparent release, or a Kekkei Genkai. If it's just these two types of abilities, there's no need to hide them. After all, once Konoha spreads this photo, many smart guys will definitely discover something wrong with the photo and take countermeasures. That junior from Omegakure might have discovered his ability to hide chakra a few months ago. He must be hiding an even bigger secret. Perhaps this is why that monkey values him and cultivates him as the benchmark for the new generation. Uchihamadara thought for a moment and dismissed the idea of having White Zetsu monitor Gojo Yoru. It was meaningless. If the number of White Zetsu increased and an accident really happened, being discovered by that brat might affect his plans. Thus, Uchihamadara instructed, strengthen the surveillance of the Land of Rain. If that brat enters the range of the Land of Rain, keep a close eye on him. He has a close relationship with the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and might have a natural fondness for redheads. Don't let him get close to Nagato. If necessary, let Tobi possess someone and intervene to stop him. White Zetsu suddenly suggested, how about letting Tobi kill him? If you have no brains, don't make suggestions casually. He is an agility-type ninja. With a technique like wood release that has obvious startup time, he would have disappeared before Tobi could even cast it. Surrounded by such foolish subordinates, Uchihamadara sometimes felt very tired. Do as I say. In the future, report to me about matters related to that brat. Uchihamadara waved his hand and closed his eyes again to sustain his life using the Gedo statue. Uchihamadara didn't notice a figure that had been staying inside the Gedo statue, occasionally using yin-yang release abilities to influence his will through the tubes, making him slowly discover himself, preparing to appear as the incarnation of his will in the future. This figure heard the entire conversation between him and White Zetsu. This figure was Kagaya Otsutsuki's third son, the third 1,000-year-old schemer in the ninja world besides Ishiki Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. Like Uchihamadara, Black Zetsu wasn't interested in the news of Gojo Yoru instantly killing 55 sand ninjas. This was just petty fighting among lower life forms. If the method of killing them wasn't the space-time type Flying Thunder God technique, Black Zetsu wouldn't even bother to listen. However, Uchihamadara's analysis caught his attention. The first two possibilities would make Gojo Yoru a very troublesome existence. The last one made Gojo Yoru emit a mysterious aura. Especially since the battle line Gojo Yoru was on was the border base facing the Land of Rain. Once the war entered the next stage, he was very likely to enter the Land of Rain, and the chance of encountering Nagato wasn't small. Black Zetsu absolutely wouldn't allow a troublesome person with secrets to approach the Rin-Egan. After all, for these eyes, Black Zetsu spent 1,000 years, bewitching unknown generations of Indra's reincarnations, before waiting for this generation's Uchihamadara and Senju Hashirama. If something happened to the Rin-Egan, Black Zetsu didn't know how many more years he would have to wait for reincarnations as excellent as Senju Hashirama and Uchihamadara to appear again. Thus, Black Zetsu decided to go out personally to observe who exactly Gojo Yoru was. Gojo Yoru didn't know he had aroused Uchihamadara's interest and was targeted by the number one schemer in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen told him to rest well for a few days, so he really went into vacation mode. In these few days, he first sent the Sunin back to the border base, then moved back and forth between Konoha and the Hot Spring District. The Hot Spring District was a large pleasure quarter located in the northeast of the Land of Fire. Although called the Hot Spring District, it was actually like Tanzuka quarters in the southwest, full of casinos, hotels, and various entertainment venues, just with a more developed hot spring industry due to being closer to the land of hot water. This place was where Konan now lived. From the moment he decided to cultivate Konan, Gojo Yoru had an idea. Months later, this idea had turned into a plan. Konan was the core of this plan and also Gojo Yoru's secret trump card. To hide this card, except for the first 3 days, every time Gojo Yoru came to meet Konan and teach her ninjutsu, he would disguise himself when walking in populated places. Only when he was with Konan in the house protected by a barrier would Gojo Yoru remove his disguise. And when checking Konan's growth, Gojo Yoru wouldn't do it in the hot spring district but take Konan to uninhabited areas in other countries. 4 months passed, and Konan had long transformed from an ordinary person into a trainee ninja. Konan, who could develop hidden techniques based on hobbies in the original work, was equally extraordinary in chakra control. With Gojo Yoru's protection, she first learned tree climbing, then water walking, mastering the body flicker technique in 2 months. After her chakra met the conditions, she began learning the 3-body technique and had now learned the transformation technique, which consumed the least energy. This growth speed was incomparable to Nagato and Uzumaki Kushina, who had super cage level potential. But placed in the ninja academies of the 5 great ninja villages, she was definitely a genius level contestant. Strength wasn't the biggest change. In these few months, Konan's biggest change was her spirit. Supported by the tycoon Gojo Yoru, with a very professional nutritional meal formula and training plan, maintaining 3 meals a day, sleeping early and waking up early, reading and training, Konan's face had become bouncy and fair. That baby fat full of collagen felt completely different from Uzumaki Kushina's small round face, making Gojo Yoru unable to put it down. Every time Gojo Yoru came over, besides checking growth and teaching basics, he would also educate Konan on the common sense and power levels of the ninja world, as well as some secrets known only to a few in him, a transmigrator, gradually letting Konan understand this world and broadening her horizons. With the upgrade in cognition, Konan's eyes and temperament were slowly shedding their childishness. The secretion of spiritual energy improved, causing Konan, whose physical energy was different from ordinary people, to increase her chakra amount significantly. This growth speed made Gojo Yoru very satisfied. In a while, he could educate Konan on Kekkei Genkai and hidden techniques. At that time, Gojo Yoru would mix in some private goods, sharing Jiraiya's experience in developing hidden techniques. Konan, encountering such knowledge for the first time, would definitely not be able to resist trying when she hit a bottleneck in basics and could only choose origami to pass the time. Paper release would be born naturally. Thus, Gojo Yoru looked thoughtful and began to formulate a training plan for Konan in his mind. It wasn't until the girl's voice reached his ears that Gojo Yoru recovered his senses. "Yoru-sama, I've prepared hot water for you. Go take a bath first." Looking at the girl who seemed to have cleaned the bathroom, looking a bit dirty and wet, Gojo Yoru was slightly stunned. What rare words! Besides his mother's in 2 lives, this was the first time he saw a girl prepare hot water for his bath. A warm current surged in his heart, and Gojo Yoru smiled sincerely, "Thanks for your hard work, Konan." "Not hard at all, this is what I should do." Konan shook her head. This time, there was no uneasiness on her face, only a smile from being praised. By the time the two finished bathing successively, it was already very dark. Gojo Yoru looked at the clean and cute Konan wearing white pajamas after the bath and smiled, "Rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you how to become a ninja." MHM. Konan nodded repeatedly, eyes full of anticipation. The environment has a huge impact on people. In the original work, Konan, who grew up with Yahiko and Nagato, had no goals of her own, taking Yahiko and Nagato's dreams as her own. She wasn't actually very interested in becoming a ninja or ninjutsu. But now, Konan was full of motivation. Because, she took becoming an excellent ninja as her ultimate dream. She wanted to become Gojo Yoru's right-hand woman, this was the meaning of her existence. Gojo Yoru didn't know Konan's thoughts, otherwise, he would definitely feel that his words during the day were a bit excessive. War orphans in this world were just that twisted. Give her a little love, and you become her whole world. Uzumaki Kushina was like this, Konan was like this, Haku was like this, Kagaya Kimimaro was like this, Karin was like this, and so on, truly a pathological world. Gojo Yoru stayed in this town for 3 days. The first day was to resettle Konan. The second and third days were to teach her ninja knowledge, how to refine chakra, and how to train daily to improve physical and spiritual energies. Before leaving, Gojo Yoru took out a stack of money and stuffed it into Konan's hand, instructing, "The refrigerator is filled with ingredients, and I took you shopping once. When you finish eating, buy like I did. Remember to maintain 3 meals a day, each meal nutritionally sufficient. This concerns your growth, don't think about saving money for me. If you want to repay me, wait until you grow up and pay me back slowly. I'll come to see you from time to time. Remember not to slack off." Gojo Yoru habitually pinched the girl's small face and smiled, "I hope when I come next time, your small face can be as white as mine and even better to pinch." "I will, Yoru-sama." Konan was reluctant to part with Gojo Yoru, but her eyes were full of determination. Jane. Gojo Yoru put one hand in his pocket and raised 3 fingers with the other, then his figure disappeared without warning. Konan stood there in a daze for a while before returning to her room to read the books Gojo Yoru brought back to Konoha at night. And Gojo Yoru still didn't return to Konoha but went to the border base. As soon as he arrived, he heard a piece of bad news. Konoha Year 35, August 18. Abandoned training ground. Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina engaged in a long-awaited no-rules duel. Then he was beaten up. Without using space-time chakra, Gojo Yoru was a veteran chunin in the evaluation of sensing ninjas. At the age of 11, being a veteran chunin was very outstanding. Yahiko, taught by Jiraiya for 3 years, was also at this level, or even far inferior to Gojo Yoru. After all, he didn't have the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu or the hand seal-less Raise Nan. Because of insufficient chakra, upgrading the Raise Nan to fire release, Raise Nan was Gojo Yoru's current limit. As for the cherry blossom impact Uzumaki Kushina obtained from Tsunade, Gojo Yoru wasn't qualified to cultivate it. This was a chakra burst technique, premised on having massive chakra as propulsion. Facing Uzumaki Kushina who hadn't learned the cherry blossom impact yet, Gojo Yoru needed to dodge her attacks. Now that Uzumaki Kushina mastered the cherry blossom impact, even dodging was a bit difficult for Gojo Yoru. The chakra burst from the monstrous strength was like a storm, causing stiffness to Gojo Yoru. In terms of taijutsu, Gojo Yoru was completely no match for Uzumaki Kushina. If he could use a blade, Gojo Yoru could easily defeat Uzumaki Kushina in seconds. He was like Hanzo the salamander, the nemesis of such obvious startups. In terms of genjutsu, Gojo Yoru didn't have much talent. Or rather, his current genjutsu talent didn't qualify him to cultivate genjutsu, bringer of darkness technique. He hadn't learned this forbidden jutsu yet. Knowing only a few basic genjutsu, he couldn't control Uzumaki Kushina at all. Mastering chakra burst, Uzumaki Kushina didn't even need to form seals to easily break free from Gojo Yoru's genjutsu. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kushina wasn't a genjutsu-type contestant either, only knowing a few basic genjutsu, which were completely ineffective against Gojo Yoru, who had mastered lightning release nature transformation. As for ninjutsu, Big Ball Raise Nan. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina leaping into the air, raising her hand to condense an energy sphere the size of 5 basketballs, and pressing it towards him, a flash of amazement appeared in Gojo Yoru's eyes. Just like Hitaki Kakashi with his presbyopic Mangekyo Sharingan, at this moment, Gojo Yoru seemed to see the reflection of the child of prophecy in Uzumaki Kushina. My youth is back. Without any hesitation, Gojo Yoru could only use body flicker to dodge. With a loud boom, the energy erupted from the big ball raised Nan blasted a huge crater in the ground, dust flying everywhere. Cough, cough. Coughing sounded in the dust. Uzumaki Kushina, clearly the caster but covered in dirt, walked out of the pit. Looking at Gojo Yoru not far away, she asked with a triumphant smile, "How was it? Were you scared?" "I was indeed startled, but thinking it was you, it suddenly felt natural." Gojo Yoru praised sincerely, giving a very high evaluation. Hearing Gojo Yoru speak nicely for once, Uzumaki Kushina became even more smug. She put her hands on her hips, showing off, "I originally wanted to condense a bigger one, but unfortunately, my chakra control and monstrous strength haven't met the standards yet. I'll show you its complete form later and make you, the inventor, die of envy. I know what the complete form looks like. I even gave it a name, called Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan." Gojo Yoru couldn't stand Uzumaki Kushina's smug look and couldn't help but be sarcastic again, "Come show off to me when you learn the Rasen Shuriken." Hee. Uzumaki Kushina didn't get angry but spoke arrogantly, "Even the big ball raise Nan can't stump me. I'll learn the Rasen Shuriken before long." After speaking, Uzumaki Kushina revealed an arrogant smile again, looking at Gojo Yoru provocatively, "Foul-mouthed Yoru, your strength isn't good enough. You don't dare to get close, Genjutsu is ineffective, and you need me to show mercy with ninjutsu. Without using shadow clones to cast 5 elements ninjutsu, do you have any other skills besides running away?" Smack! As soon as the words fell, Uzumaki Kushina was slapped on the head, stumbling forward a few steps, almost falling to the ground. "Give you an inch, and you want a mile." Gojo Yoru said grumpily, "On a real battlefield, I'd kill arrogant trash like you with one slash. Damn it, if you have the guts, don't use the Flying Thunder God technique." Uzumaki Kushina covered her head, gritting her teeth. Gojo Yoru retorted, "Then don't use the 3-body technique, 5 elements ninjutsu, Cherry Blossom Impact, Raise Nan, or Sealing Jutsu." Uzumaki Kushina was instantly choked into speechlessness. Her small face flushed red with anger, and with her anti-gravity red long hair, she looked exactly like a walking tomato. Gojo Yoru revealed an arrogant smile identical to Uzumaki Kushina's, hooked his finger at the girl, and provoked, "What are you baring your teeth for? If you're not convinced, come hit me. Don't run if you have the guts. I'll beat you to death." Uzumaki Kushina rushed over immediately, then was walked like a dog by Gojo Yoru. By nightfall, the atmosphere in the Gojo house was very warm. Uzumaki Kushina, who was a red-hot habanero during the day, blossomed with girlish liveliness in the kitchen. Under Gojo Yoru's guidance, she finally made a decent-looking cake. "Yoru, happy birthday! Another year older." Yes, today was Gojo Yoru's birthday. Before Gojo Yoru could express his thanks, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly leaned close to his face, smiling mischievously, "Walking on the street, who would know that you are actually a month younger than me?" Smiling so treacherously, "What do you want to say?" "Yoru, hurry up and call me big sister." Uzumaki Kushina exposed her intention. The expected scene of Gojo Yoru getting angry and breaking character didn't happen. Gojo Yoru nodded and agreed readily, "Sure, equivalent exchange. You call me daddy, and I'll call you big sister." "Foul-mouthed Yoru, your mouth is still as foul as ever." Uzumaki Kushina was completely convinced. The two finished the first piece of cake, then started a cake fight just like last year. Due to the war, there was no night market in Konoha for the time being. After cleaning up, Gojo Yoru escorted Uzumaki Kushina back to the Senju mansion. At 9 p.m., Gojo Yoru lay on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling with anticipation in his eyes. As time passed minute by minute, the anticipation in Gojo Yoru's eyes was gradually replaced by disappointment. When midnight passed, welcoming a new day, the feeling of arrhythmia, rising body temperature, and heartbeat like a drum still didn't appear. Still didn't come, hey? It seems next year will be the decisive moment. Gojo Yoru thought to himself. A few months ago, Gojo Yoru had a conjecture that this evolution was similar to the cycle of human cell renewal. When he was 6, that evolution arrived on his birthday. After it ended, only a portion of his cells could extract space-time power. If it was really a cell renewal cycle and the timing was precise, maybe it was once every 6 years. If that feeling still didn't come on this day next year, it would mean all of Gojo Yoru's guesses were wrong. He only had that portion of cells capable of extracting space-time power. That portion of cells was already his biggest cheat. To break the capacity limit, he could only rely on the Yin seal or use technology for body modification. If he hadn't looked inside and entered the chamber of his heart to see that black heart when extracting space-time power for the first time, Gojo Yoru might have thought so. That fleeting inner vision, that black heart, and even his intuition, all made Gojo Yoru firmly believe that the evolution would come again. It definitely would. The sense of loss caused Gojo Yoru to suffer from insomnia for several hours, only falling asleep at 4 a.m. During his few days of vacation, the battlefield situation had completed its transformation. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Chiyo's Rampage, the Strength of the Demigod's Rival. Cho, I deeply regret Ebizo's sacrifice. It's my fault for not being able to leave Tsunagakure freely, otherwise, I would never have let him take this risk personally. However, the dead cannot be brought back to life. You must not let hatred cloud your judgment. Upon receiving the intelligence from the border base, the third Kazekage immediately used the chakra TV, which was only activated for remote conversations with the daimyo, to comfort Cho face to face. Kazekage, this old woman is very calm right now. Cho said coldly, if I were clouded by hatred, I would have privately sought out Hanzo to join forces and attack the Land of Fire long ago. The third Kazekage didn't mind Chiyo's disrespectful words. This pair of siblings, along with Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, were the dominant faction in Tsunagakure's higher UPS. Cho, skilled in puppetry, poison, and medical ninjutsu, had a reputation in Tsunagakure even louder than Tsunade's future title of medical sage, with countless followers. Just like Gengetsu Hojiki of Kirigakure, although Cho was only the Kazekage's assistant, she was in existence on equal footing with the Kazekage. If Cho had even a hint of dissent, the position of the third Kazekage wouldn't have been his. Fortunately, their entire family supported the Kazekage's lineage. Seeing that Cho hadn't lost her reason, the third Kazekage breathed a sigh of relief and asked, then why do you want Bunpiko to guard the border base? This old woman wants to break the current situation. Cho stated a very cruel reality, we lost the probing period of this war. My brother's death caused us to temporarily lose contact with all hidden lines, completely paralyzing our external intelligence agency. Without intelligence support, it's too dangerous for reconnaissance teams and ANBU to infiltrate enemy countries. Instead, it creates more opportunities for the enemy. Once at a disadvantage in the probing period, it's equivalent to exposing our weaknesses to the enemy, making us increasingly passive. We have only one choice now, and that is to break the balance of this situation, forcing them to enter the next stage. Our hatred with Omegakure isn't deep, entering the game was entirely caused by Hanzo's raid. From beginning to end, facing Hanzo's aggression, we have only been passively defending. Now we take a step back, and this old woman will shift the battle line to deal with Konoha. If Hanzo is still so tactless as to act against us, let Bunpiko join the battle. At this point, Chiyo's eyes were full of killing intent. This old woman will focus on the Konoha battle line, making them pay a painful price for this calculation. Although Chiyo's purpose was revenge, her words made sense to the third Kazekage. Unless their Land of Wind announced withdrawal, without an intelligence agency, they were now blind. More fatally, everyone knew this. If they chose to withdraw in this situation, they would be a cowardly blind man, potentially attracting more wolves. Their already imbalanced economy would only worsen. They had no room to retreat. Now that Konoha's forces were divided by the land of rain and the land of earth, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The third Kazekage was also unwilling to give up just like that. Thus, the third Kazekage said decisively, "Good, I will order Bunpyaku to head to the border base immediately. The battle line against Konoha is yours. Do whatever you want, even if something happens at the border base, I will take action personally." This old woman understands. With the third Kazekage's approval, Cho acted immediately. She didn't even wait for Bunpyaku to arrive at the border base. Handing over command to the adjutant team, she led a group of powerful high-level combatants to the battle line at the junction of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain to meet up with her son and daughter-in-law. The arrival of a cage-level powerhouse and a group of high-level combatants not only instantly boosted the strength of this defense line but also disrupted Hitaki Sakumo's rhythm. During the 4-month probing period, both Hitaki Sakumo and Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had gained a preliminary understanding of the scale of each other's forces and the specialties of some high-level combatants. While supporting reconnaissance teams and Anbu, they had also briefly engaged many times, knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Both sides were just waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Now, Chiyo's arrival suddenly changed Hitaki Sakumo's opponent from an elite Jonin and Jonin couple team to a cage-level powerhouse capable of wrestling with Hanzo the Salamander. Moreover, Cho didn't come to oversee the battle line and boost morale, she arrived as an avenger. With the goal of breaking the current situation, she simply glanced at the intelligence collected by the reconnaissance team and Anbu, then personally led the combat unit to launch a surprise attack on the White Fang battle line. Although he anticipated that the news of Ebizo's death might cause changes in the war situation, Hitaki Sakumo never expected Cho to shift the battle line so decisively. Wasn't she afraid that leaving the border base would give Hanzo the Salamander an opportunity to raid the Land of Wind again? However, the one being raided now was the White Fang battle line. Without this intelligence, the White Fang battle line was caught off guard. Hitaki Sakumo also experienced the power of a cage-level powerhouse for the first time. Hitaki Sakumo, skilled in lightning release nature transformation and nintaijutsu, should have been the nemesis of puppeteers. As long as he bypassed the opponent's puppets, he could easily kill the puppeteer whose movement speed and reaction ability would weaken while controlling puppets, even if not completely immobilized. Even Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, a couple team capable of coordinating puppets to make it difficult for taijutsu and nintaijutsu ninjas to approach, had such weaknesses in Hitaki Sakumo's eyes. Only Cho was completely different from those puppeteers. Her taijutsu was very powerful, and her speed and reaction ability could keep up with Hitaki Sakumo's lightning release speed, completely unlike a woman in her 50s and a puppeteer. Moreover, her puppetry had reached the peak of perfection. The Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets, created by the founder of puppetry, was Chiyo's strongest means to dominate the ninja world. Known as one machine matches 1,000, it was stronger than a ninja squad composed of 10 high-level combatants. One of Chiyo's famous battles was capturing a city relying on these 10 puppets. The materials used for these puppets were very extraordinary. Without finding their weaknesses, even slashes covered with lightning release nature transformation couldn't shatter such puppets. These puppets could also perform combination techniques similar to composite ninjutsu, making Hitaki Sakumo feel a fatal threat. He wasn't fighting one-on-one but one against a group of high-level combatants, or even ace combatants, who shared a mind and seemed to share one brain. Cho had also modified her hand into a puppet hand, not only enabling better control of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets but also installing puppet mechanisms that could convert her own chakra into a shield defending against everything. Hitaki Sakumo finally bypassed all the puppets and found an opening in Cho, launching a fatal blow at her, only to be easily blocked by the shield. If not for his amazing speed, he would have almost been hit by the poison cho also installed in the puppet hand. Like Hanzo the Salamander and Gojo Yoru, Hitaki Sakumo, an assassin-type ninja, instantly realized he was no match for Cho. At the same time, he finally understood why this woman became Hanzo the Salamander's rival. He didn't hesitate to lead the combat unit to scatter and retreat. Even so, many Konoha ninjas died from Chiyo's poison after being accidentally injured by the puppets of the puppeteer squad. Unlike the Salamander's large-scale poison smoke, this was a contact kill poison applied to weapons and hidden weapons. Against such poison, Hitaki Sakumo was helpless and could only choose to request support from the village. The frenzied Cho stole Gojo Yoru's limelight, becoming the most eye-catching existence on the battlefield. After many years, this woman once again let the ninja world feel the power of a puppeteer. Weak puppeteers indeed had many flaws and were fragile existences when encountering opponents with attribute advantages. Powerful puppeteers, however, had almost no flaws, an army in one person. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Special Promotion Again, Gojo Yoru joins the war. This puppet hag is really bold. Isn't she afraid this old man will continue to act against the land of wind? Hanzo the Salamander, who received the news immediately, couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Kneeling on one knee, Sakawa asked immediately, Hanzo-sama, are we going to attack the land of wind next? No, this old woman is retreating, but also warning me. Hanzo the Salamander's gaze was deep. The land of wind has lost thoroughly in the probing period of this war. If it weren't one of the 5 great nations, and with us and the land of earth helping to divide the land of fire's forces, they might have already withdrawn voluntarily. Now, not only has the land of wind not withdrawn, but the puppet hag guarding the border base has shifted the battle line to attack the White Fang battle line. This is clearly an attempt to break the current situation, forcing Konoha to adjust their troop deployment on the battle lines, creating opportunities for us. If we don't take the opportunity to act against Konoha but instead attack the land of wind, they, forced to fight on 2 fronts, might take the opportunity to declare full-scale war on us, even using a Jinchuriki. A trace of dread appeared in Hanzo the Salamander's eyes, that Jinchuriki of Tsunagakuer, many people have forgotten his name, calling him Shikaku. For decades, no one has seen him make a move. No one knows if he has reached the legendary realm of Jinchuriki. If he can rationally use the tailed beast bomb, the land of wind, pushed to the edge of a cliff, might really use this strategic weapon. As if thinking of something, a smile appeared on Hanzo the Salamander's face again. Although the main battlefield is in our land of rain, giving us a unique advantage in supplying materials, there is also a disadvantage. Once their supplies run out and cannot be replenished in time, they will definitely act against our land of rain. This old man originally wanted to wait a while before actively breaking this situation. Now since someone is actively helping, this old man can't disappoint that puppet hag. Hanzo the Salamander suddenly bit his finger, formed seals, and slapped the ground, summoning technique. With a poof, white smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, the salamander didn't appear, instead, a super large scroll was summoned. Hanzo the Salamander didn't voice his thoughts. Cautious as he was, he cast a genjutsu on Sakawa, pulling him into an illusion world. Yes, Hanzo-sama. When Sakawa's consciousness returned to reality, he immediately bowed his head in agreement, then left with the super large scroll, which was obviously of a special type capable of being summoned. Hanzo the Salamander made a move, and the land of earth and land of fire were no exception. Just like the White Fang battle line being suppressed, breaking the original balance of confrontation. Unless Konoha could provide powerful troops to the White Fang battle line to contend with Tsunagakuer, which had gone from fighting on 2 fronts to a single front. Otherwise, they could only transfer troops and high-level combatants from the other 2 battle lines. This would lead to a decline in defense and combat power on the other 2 battle lines. If they still didn't act but wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and the Land of Wind chose to withdraw and let the Land of Fire go from fighting on 3 fronts to 2, then both the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth would completely lose hope of biting off a piece of meat from the Land of Fire. Thus, the atmosphere on the 3 battlefields at the junction of the Land of Rain, Land of Rivers, and Land of Grass began to become oppressive, like heavy dark clouds in the sky. A clap of thunder would bring a violent storm. Sarutobi-sensei's instructions have arrived. At the Land of Fire's border base, Orochimaru held a scroll in his hand and said seriously to Tsunade, who had changed back into her combat armor after arriving at the battlefield, "Tsunade, go to the White Fang battle line first to support Sakumo-senpai. The village will transfer a batch of troops to support you later. Indeed, no one is more suitable than me." Tsunade wasn't surprised, and a fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. "Hanzo's type of assassin counters me very much. But my type happens to counter puppeteers like that old hag Cho the most. Cho has produced an unknown poison that the medical team there cannot neutralize. We'll have to trouble you again." Orochimaru instructed, "Don't worry about Tsunagakure activating the Jinchuriki. The intelligence division is already reading Ebizo's memories. Tsunagakure's important intelligence will soon be mastered by us, and reconnaissance teams and Anbu will keep a close eye on Tsunagakure's every move." Hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, "Is there intelligence on the one-tail Jinchuriki in Ebizo's memories? Everyone calls that Jinchuriki Shikaku. Has he become a perfect Jinchuriki? It doesn't matter if he's a perfect Jinchuriki or not." Orochimaru revealed a confident smile, "Even if Tsunagakure activates the Jinchuriki, they won't dare to use the tailed beast bomb casually. Using a tailed beast bomb against a country possessing the Flying Thunder God technique cost them dearly in the First Great Ninja War." Jiraiya's eyes widened instantly. Could it be, the Flying Thunder God technique can even transfer tailed beast bombs? "Nonsense, don't you have chakra in your body?" Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiraiya. "Even we, who possess chakra, can be transferred. Why can't a tailed beast bomb, a technique of materialized chakra, be transferred? Even if Yoru can't do it now, they won't dare to bet." Orochimaru sneered, "They should feel fortunate now that Yoru and Kushina haven't grown up yet. Otherwise, their combination would make the entire ninja world tremble." As their teacher, no one knew better than Orochimaru how amazing Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina's potential and growth speed were. When they became adults, the ninja world would be their era. As if thinking of something, Tsunade suddenly asked, "If I'm transferred to the White Fang battle line, who will take my place? Did Sarutobi-sensei persuade those clan patriarchs, and is someone willing to fight? Before the defense line collapses, those guys won't fight." Orochimaru smiled, "The person replacing you is younger than all of us. You should be able to guess who it is." Tsunade and Jiraiya were both dumbfounded. The former said in disbelief, "No way, is it Yoru?" "Correct." Seeing Orochimaru nod, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, "He's only a Takubitsu Jonin. Sarutobi-sensei is giving him command authority. Takubitsu Jonin? Not for long." Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. "Has anyone among our generation's ace combatants completed a Super S-rank mission?" This change in the situation was orchestrated by Yoru single-handedly. His wisdom, strength, and achievements all meet the conditions for special promotion. 2 special promotions in 1 year, from a genin to a jonin with command authority. This promotion speed and record probably won't be matched for decades. Tsunade clicked her tongue in wonder. "We spent so many years, completed so many high-level missions, and experienced life and death so many times to go from genin to jonin, yet we were caught up in 1 year. It's really lamentable. No one wants to see war break out, but it must be admitted that war is indeed the only shortcut for civilian ninjas to rise quickly. Now the village needs the Gojo kid, so he must be promoted to a suitable position." Jiraiya analyzed very calmly, then teased Orochimaru, "At this promotion speed, I'm afraid after this war ends, your disciple will become one of the candidates for the 4th Hokage, becoming your most powerful rival, teacher. Orochimaru instead revealed a meaningful smile. I said, Hokage is not Yoru's endpoint. Tsunade and Jiraiya were slightly stunned, both remembering Gojo Yoru's hidden secret, instantly itching with curiosity. But knowing Orochimaru wouldn't tell, they didn't ask. With this special promotion, Gojo Yoru was no longer a special combat member but a jonin with command authority, needing to oversee the border base and participate in battle at any time. Fighting on the front line, his secret probably couldn't be hidden anymore, right? Perhaps before long, they would all know what Gojo Yoru was hiding. Thinking so highly of me? Or does he want to take advantage of the Hokage's assistant being away, resistance being minimal, and the Hokage's power being greatest to quickly promote me, a member of the Hokage's lineage? Coming out of the Hokage building, Gojo Yoru looked unusually dazed. Being promoted from Genin to Takubutsu Jonin already surprised Gojo Yoru greatly. Thinking carefully, he felt this identity suited him well. After all, Gojo Yoru, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, indeed possessed a special space-time talent. Using space-time chakra, Gojo Yoru's strength was the most ambiguous existence in the ninja world. He could be a Genin, a Jonin, a Kage level, or even a Super Kage or 6 Paths level. Let alone the current 5 Kage, even the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and his Heike Otsutsuki hiding in some corner of the ninja world would have their defenses breached or even die if hit by Gojo Yoru. Hitaki Kakashi was just a fake 50-50 fighter, Gojo Yoru was the real 50-50 fighter. However, Gojo Yoru's space-time ability was currently unknown even to Uzumaki Kushina, except for Orochimaru and the Slug Sage. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he was just a chunin who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and Black Lightning, possessing the ability to kill enemies above his level. Yet he was specially promoted to an all-rounder jonin and given command authority. This was simply thinking too highly of Gojo Yoru. Thinking of his next task to send Tsunade to the White Fang battle line, Gojo Yoru tried to analyze from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective and instantly realized why he was specially promoted again. Twice famous throughout the ninja world, instantly killing 55 sand ninjas, achieving a Super S-rank mission. Gojo Yoru was no longer suitable to be a surprise troop. Konoha needed him, with the record of injuring the salamander, to oversee the border defense line confronting the Land of Rain, dealing with the four-nation melee about to enter the next stage alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya. But Sarutobi Hiruzen also worried that some idiots who worked hard to climb to their current positions only to be caught up and surpassed by Gojo Yoru in a few months might harbor dark thoughts during wartime, so he specially promoted him again. Only all-rounder jonin were the backbone of the 5 great ninja villages, possessing the ability to command. Sarutobi Hiruzen granted Gojo Yoru privileges a few months ago to guard against these idiots, and now promoting him and giving him command over combat units was also to guard against these idiots. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed knew about those idiots bullying children of prestigious clans in the Ninja Academy. Bullying children of ninja clans and young ladies of prestigious families when young, who knew what stupid things they would do when they grew up. Having figured this out, Gojo Yoru knew he had caused another butterfly effect. The title of Sunin, given to losers, probably wouldn't appear again. In the original work's Second Great Ninja War, the Land of Rain only lasted less than 2 years before Hanzo the Salamander chose to spare the Sunin and withdraw voluntarily because he saw no hope of victory. During the 3 years Jiraiya taught the Yahiko trio, Konoha was fighting Tsunagakuer and Uegakuer. Because Taijutsu and medical ninjutsu were the nemesis of Chiyo's puppetry and poison, Tsunade was naturally transferred to the Land of Fire vs Land of Wind battle line. And Kato Dan was on the Land of Fire vs Land of Earth Pot King battle line from the beginning, also beaten until his kidneys flew out by IWA ninjas in the later stages of the war. In the original work, Cho shifted the battle line because both her son and daughter-in-law were killed by Hitaki Sakumo. Now, Ebizo's death caused Cho to go berserk ahead of schedule. That deadly poison, similar to the salamander's poison, was a nightmare for ninjas like Hitaki Sakumo who excelled in ninjutsu and needed to get close to unleash their full power. Without an antidote, they would die upon contact. The only person in Konoha who could crack Chiyo's poison was Tsunade, the future medical sage. The Senju clan's chakra burst happened to be the nemesis of puppets, and Hanzo the salamander, a speed-type assassin, happened to be the nemesis of taijutsu ninjas like Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely send Tsunade to deal with Cho. Transferring Tsunade away would weaken the border defense line's strength. Similarly, no high-level combatant was more suitable than Gojo Yoru, who injured the salamander. Thus, Gojo Yoru went to find Uzumaki Kushina and told her about this matter. I might stay on the battlefield for a long time in the future, rarely coming back. Still the same sentence, try not to go into the wild. Now is when the village's defense is weakest. No one knows if other ninja villages will send people to infiltrate the village. Gojo Yoru instructed, when training, you can do it in Tsunade-sama's courtyard or the school playground. Don't go to that abandoned training ground. MHM. Uzumaki Kushina nodded repeatedly, always so obedient at times like this. After Gojo Yoru finished instructing, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly hugged his waist, looked up, and also instructed, Yoru, be careful. Remember what I said last time, never try to be a hero. Okay. Gojo Yoru rubbed Uzumaki Kushina's round face, then suddenly smiled mischievously, by the way, I was specially promoted again. Now I'm a backbone-level all-rounder jonin of the village. So amazing! Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed cooperatively, not understanding Gojo Yoru's meaning. Gojo Yoru could only remind her again, 6th grade trainee ninja Uzumaki Kushina, how many months until you graduate? March next year. What's wrong? Uzumaki Kushina blinked, still not understanding Gojo Yoru's meaning. Gojo Yoru patted her shoulder heavily, looking serious, then do you need a powerful jonin to be your jonin instructor? Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened, finally understanding Gojo Yoru's meaning. Then her hair immediately rose against gravity in anger, foul-mouthed Yoru, keep dreaming. I don't want to be your student, I want to be Orochimaru-sensei's disciple. Thinking of Gojo Yoru becoming her jonin instructor and constantly teasing her about it in the future, Uzumaki Kushina shuddered. She absolutely didn't want such a lifelong dark history. If you become my student, you can be with me all the time. Gojo Yoru tempted. Don't think I have no brains. Can't we do missions together if I'm your teammate? Uzumaki Kushina raised her fist, making a threatening gesture. Say that again, and I'll beat you up. What a pity. Seeing he couldn't fool Uzumaki Kushina, Gojo Yoru sighed helplessly, then made a bold move, turning Uzumaki Kushina from an angry red-hot habanero into a shy little tomato in seconds. Mwah! Gojo Yoru bit Uzumaki Kushina's small round face, sucking hard like eating a dumpling, leaving obvious teeth marks and saliva, and smiled, go, remember to miss me every day. After speaking, Gojo Yoru teleported and disappeared, leaving behind Uzumaki Kushina with a flushed face and steam rising from her head. Yoru, be careful. Arriving at the border base, Gojo Yoru immediately sent Tsunade to the rear of the White Fang battle line. Looking at Gojo Yoru, who seemed to have grown taller again after a few months, Tsunade took out a prepared storage scroll, stuffed it into Gojo Yoru's hand, and instructed seriously, your Flying Thunder God technique and ability to hide chakra aura have all been exposed. If Hanzo's target is still us, he will definitely make ample preparations before acting again to prevent your ability from working. Inside this scroll are antidotes I prepared for you. You must carry a few tubes in your ninja tool pouch and pockets. Gojo Yoru was slightly stunned, then the corner of his mouth rose slightly, don't worry, I'm the strongest. On the contrary, Tsunade-sama, remember to be careful. Before cracking the enemy's poison skills, never risk your life. Don't be as careless as last time, I'm not always this timely. If you need help, send me a message anytime. Patting Tsunade heavily on the shoulder, Gojo Yoru teleported and disappeared. Tsunade's lips also curled up slightly, then as if thinking of something, her expression suddenly became angry. This brat, he must be thinking about that matter again. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Reverse Summoning Technique, Fighting Hanzo again. Perhaps due to the atmosphere. For the next few days, the Land of Rain experienced 7 consecutive days of heavy rain, covering an astonishingly large area. Looking out from indoors, it was like a steel curtain, with visibility as poor as in a heavy fog. Moreover, Tsunagakure switched from fighting on 2 fronts to a single front. With Bunpiko arriving at the border base to guard it, a large number of troops were transferred to the White Fang battle line. To deal with the surge in troops from the Land of Wind, Konoha had to transfer troops from the other 2 battle lines to support the White Fang battle line. This situation, and this climate, were simply a godsend for a Megakure. Rain ninjas skilled in assassination techniques had already begun to act. 4-man squads approached the Land of Fire's border base, seemingly blending into the rain. Although the rain washed away scents, rendering the Aberame and Inyazuka clans sensing ineffective, their tracks were still discovered by the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Yoru-sama, a Megakure's combat units are approaching us. The news quickly reached the ears of Gojo Yoru and the others. Looking at the rain curtain covering the forest outside the window, Orochimaru murmured, "Couldn't hold back after all, hey? Has Hanzo mobilized?" Jiraiya asked. The sensing squad didn't detect Hanzo the Salamander's chakra. The reporting ninja answered truthfully, no massive energy fluctuations were detected underground either, but it's not ruled out that the salamander dived deeper underground or set up a barrier in the underground space in advance to block sensing. Gojo Yoru looked at Orochimaru and asked, "Orochimaru-sensei, do we fight?" "Fight, but not here." Orochimaru analyzed calmly, with Hanzo's strength, he has more than one way to avoid the Byakugan's long-range vision and X-ray vision. No one knows if he will suddenly appear. The current weather gives rain ninjas a unique advantage, fighting them here is like cutting off one of our own arms. After speaking, Orochimaru issued instructions, have the support unit retreat with supplies to the forest area where it's not raining. The combat units will escort them. If the rain ninjas pursue relentlessly, we will fight them on our home ground. We will stay to guard the border base. If they don't dare to chase, they will definitely attack this place, wanting to destroy and loot our base camp. Orochimaru said to Gojo Yoru, "Yoru, create a few flying thunder god kunao and give them to the support and combat units. We can go support at any time." "Yes." Gojo Yoru nodded. Soon, the border battle line began to move. The support unit left the central tower-like base with supplies, retreating towards the forest area unaffected by the Land of Rain's weather and not covered by the rain curtain. The combat units scattered. One group was responsible for escorting the support unit's retreat, and another group set traps in the forest, responsible for stalling any rain ninjas that might catch up and buying time for their companions. The retreat of the entire battle line caused too much commotion and was soon discovered by rain ninjas skilled in the sensing technique, who immediately reported to the captain of the surprise attack squad. "Sakawa-sama, should we chase?" "No, our mission is complete." Sakawa didn't seem surprised by the retreat of the Land of Fire's battle line. Ninja battles required not only mastering enemy intelligence but also considering terrain and environment, the latter was even the top priority. Why did Hanzo the Salamander use the Land of Wind to measure the gap between the Land of Rain and the 5 great nations? Not only because the Land of Wind was the weakest among the 5 great nations, but also because the Salamander was equally at home in the desert. The Land of Earth's target was clearly the Land of Fire, yet why did they launch a surprise attack on a Megakure without fearing Hanzo the Salamander? Because the Land of Earth was full of rocks and high mountains, and the burrowing salamander had no advantage there. Similarly, Rain ninjas in Heavy Rain possessed assassination techniques on par with Kirigakure ninjas in Perpetual Thick Fog. Fighting in the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander would receive an epic boost, easily unleashing lake-level water release. This was the home field advantage. And the home field of Konoha ninjas was the dense forest area. The reason the probing period lasted for months was that no one dared to easily start a war on the opponent's home field. The Omegakure Surprise Attack Squad dared to press forward at this time not only because of the godsend opportunity but also because their mission wasn't really to start a war with the Land of Fire. Skilled in assassination techniques, they were assassins who killed with one blow, not reckless ninjutsu users like those from the Land of Iron and Land of Lightning. Sakawa took down the super-large scroll from his back and opened it. A formula was inscribed on the scroll. "Shield me from the rain!" Sakawa shouted, and a paper umbrella immediately appeared above his head. Taking out a small bottle from his ninja tool pouch, Sakawa pulled out the stopper and poured the contents onto the center of the formula. Bright red liquid fell on the scroll, it was blood. Sakawa formed seals rapidly, slammed his hands onto the scroll, and shouted softly, "Ninja art! Summoning technique!" With a loud boom, a massive cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air, only to be dispersed by the heavy rain. Then a massive salamander resembling a gecko with a broken tail appeared in the eyes of all rain ninjas. Looking at this giant beast, the rain ninjas' eyes were filled with fervor and adoration. It was its existence, along with Hanzo-sama, that kept the Land of Rain free from foreign invasion for years and even capable of declaring war on major powers. In the eyes of rain ninjas and residents of the Land of Rain, the salamander was their guardian beast. "Thank you for your hard work. This old man will take over the battlefield from here." Hanzo the salamander's figure emerged from the salamander's mouth. Leaving just one sentence, the man and beast turned into a huge mass of water and disappeared into thin air. In the entire ninja world, only Hanzo the salamander could perform the water body flicker technique while carrying a summoning beast. The Omegakure Surprise Attack Squad didn't turn and leave either but used body flicker to enter the rainforest, heading towards the outskirts of the forest around the border base. "My lords," the sensing squad detected Hanzo the salamander's chakra approaching rapidly, less than 3 kilometers away. The location where Sakawa summoned the salamander happened to be within the range of the sensing barrier. As soon as the salamander appeared, it was discovered by the sensing and barrier squads maintaining the sensing barrier, who hadn't retreated. A voice appeared out of nowhere in the minds of Gojo Yoru and the others. Jiraiya's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, "So close? How did he avoid the Hyuga clan's Byakugan sensing? It's the reverse summoning technique." The voice appeared in their minds again. "It seems the surprise attack was just a cover, Hanzo's real goal is to destroy this place." Orochimaru wasn't surprised. The border base was not only the headquarters of the battle line but also the signal tower, sensing radar, and supply depot. With the assistance of the signal tower and sensing barrier, even if rain ninjas had superb assassination techniques and used the hiding in mist technique that spread chakra, they couldn't escape the eyes of the sensing barrier. With the assistance of communication devices and barriers, the Yamanaka clan's voice could appear out of nowhere in the mind of any Konoha ninja. Plus, located in the forest area, Konoha ninjas occupied an absolute home field advantage, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. If Tsunagakure attacked this battle line, Konoha wouldn't need to transfer troops from the other two battle lines at all, just sending a batch of high-level combatants would be enough to contend with the sand troops. The reason the Land of Earth and Land of Wind didn't enter the Land of Fire from the Land of Waterfalls and Land of Rivers was not only because of the buffer zones but also because the border base served as the final line of defense. A few months ago, Orochimaru and Jiraiya entered the Land of Rain to intercept Hanzo the Salamander because they didn't want to fight at the border base, trying to prevent Hanzo the Salamander from destroying it. Because Hanzo the Salamander was the only existence on the three battle lines who could ignore human wave tactics and destroy the border base. If not for the pouring rain, the border battle line, now equipped with several bottles of antidote per person, would dare to fight the Rain Ninja troops and Hanzo the Salamander on their home ground. Unfortunately, even the heavens were helping Omega-Kure. This level of heavy rain severely affected signal transmission and visibility, and the enemy was a first-rate assassin. Except for sensing ninjas and water-release ninjas, other types of ninjas were no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of rain ninjas. Orochimaru would rather abandon the border base than lose so many troops. Thus, he said very decisively, "We can't hold this place anymore. Everyone retreat backward. Jiraiya, Yoru, and I will stay behind to cover you." Yes. The sensing and barrier squads disconnected, turned into blurs, and caught up with the main force. The huge border base was left with only Gojo Yoru and the other two. "Are we really giving up this place?" Jiraiya asked. "It's a matter of time," Orochimaru said calmly. "Even if we save it this time, there will be a next time, and a time after that. Unless this place is destroyed, Hanzo will never mobilize his army to attack, he will only launch surprise attacks on us again and again. If Omegakure's military strength could contend with ours, he wouldn't still be fighting alone in this situation." Jiraiya looked somewhat unwilling. Even after developing the antidote formula, being forced to flee in embarrassment by him alone is really frustrating. "Don't worry, it's just temporary frustration." Orochimaru sneered, "The border base is both a great guarantee and a huge burden for us. With the border base providing shelter, we only dared to probe and defend timidly before. Now without this layer of protection, we don't need to turtle up in the forest area anymore. When the rain stops or lessens, our troop advantage will show. We'll march directly into the land of rain. When offense and defense switch, let's see if this demigod of the ninja world can withstand our offensive and how long he can stall with us." After speaking, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with a confident smile. "Besides, we haven't been stagnant these past few months. It's a good time to experience the strength of this pinnacle of the ninja world again." "Hehe, fits my intentions perfectly." Jiraiya seemed to think of something and grinned as well. Gojo Yoru suddenly asked, "Should I go bring Tsunade-sama and Sakumo-sama over for support, or maybe even Hokage-sama?" Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya widened their eyes. The former asked, "Can your chakra support it?" Gojo Yoru thought for a moment and said, "Tsunade-sama and Sakumo-sama are possible, this distance will just exhaust my chakra. As for Hokage-sama, I don't know, I haven't tried yet, so I can only choose one of the two options." Orochimaru pondered for a moment, finally shaking his head to refuse. "No, the impact is too great. The enemy's reconnaissance teams and Anbu aren't pushovers. If Sakumo-senpai and Tsunade come over, it will give the Land of Wind an opportunity. Sarutobi-sensei absolutely cannot come. The Hokage and the village are not only the last line of defense but also the greatest deterrent. Once Sarutobi-sensei takes action, it means we have deployed our final trump card. The Land of Lightning and Land of Water, who were originally watching, might have other ideas and invade our northern and eastern borders, causing our Land of Fire to face the situation of the First Great Ninja War again. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot activate the two trump cards, the Jinchuriki and the Hokage. More critically, Hanzo's body flicker technique is unrivaled in the ninja world. Even if Sarutobi-sensei comes in person, it will be hard to keep him here." Gojo Yoru understood slightly. "This rain curtain might not be a bad thing for us." Orochimaru smiled. "Our vision is restricted, and unless Hanzo uses the sensing technique and water release, the same applies to him. But such an environment is very beneficial to your ability. Just like last time, Jiraiya and I will create opportunities for you. See if you can kill the salamander or Hanzo." Rumble. Before Gojo Yoru could nod, a loud noise suddenly reached their ears, and the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. "Came really fast. Let's act." Orochimaru sighed, then nodded to Jiraiya and Gojo Yoru. Then the three simultaneously took out the gas masks and goggles they carried and put them on. Looking closely, one would find that the gas masks of the three were no longer ordinary versions but specially made masks like Hanzo the Salamander's. On the entire battle line, only they possessed the power to fight Hanzo the Salamander. Having experienced the opponent's water release in the last encounter, Orochimaru and Jiraiya naturally wouldn't be unprepared. The subsequent scene proved their preparation was correct. Splash! The sound of huge waves crashing rang out, and astonishing water surged in from outside, submerging an unknown number of floors in the blink of an eye. Looking from the outside, one would see a very spectacular scene. In the forest area with pouring rain, a lake appeared out of nowhere. This lake didn't scatter but formed an ellipsoidal water prison, enveloping part of the forest and half of the border base. And this water prison was still absorbing the pouring rain, continuing to grow. With the water prison blocking the rain curtain, the scene outside could finally be seen clearly. In the lake-level water prison, the massive salamander was like a small fish in water, and Hanzo the salamander was the size of a fish scale. The man and beast floated at the top of the water prison. Instead of using the rain curtain to maximize assassination techniques, they consumed a large amount of chakra to create such a water prison scene. Naturally, it wasn't just to destroy the border base, but mainly to guard against Gojo Yoru, this old schemer. Just as Tsunade said, Hanzo the salamander, having suffered a loss once, would definitely make ample preparations before acting again. Only an assassin understands an assassin best. Hanzo the salamander, who was of the same type as Gojo Yoru and even more cautious, feared not the meteor that almost killed him and the salamander back then, nor the Flying Thunder God technique and Flying Thunder God slash, but that weird chakra concealment, which had even more advantages on rainy days than him. Without this ability to hide chakra, Gojo Yoru couldn't have instantly killed those 55 sand ninjas. A few months ago, Hanzo the salamander also suffered a loss in this aspect. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Looking at the border base in the water prison, Hanzo the salamander said in a deep voice, "Partner, do it." Roar! The salamander, who had long wanted revenge, immediately let out a roar in the water. Then that mouth capable of swallowing a giant beast of the same size acted like a vortex, sucking in countless tons of water. The next second, a huge water column shot towards the border base. Gojo Yoru and the other two, who swam out of the border base, didn't even think of using techniques to block it. Instead, they dispersed and swam towards the edge of the water prison. Fighting Hanzo the salamander inside the water prison was simply seeking death. With a loud boom, the water column carrying unknown tons of impact force blasted a huge gap in the border base with one hit. Another hit would break the border base in half. The terrifying power made even the water dragon bullet technique look weak in comparison. To block it, one must use an S-rank water release secret technique. Because they dispersed, it gave Hanzo the salamander a chance to defeat them one by one. Hanzo the salamander shot towards Jiraiya like an arrow. But he didn't attack at close range. Instead, from far away, he used water release to control the surrounding water flow, turning it into several high-speed rotating water columns attacking Jiraiya from all directions. It was exactly the water release, water fang bullet that Tokiya used on Gojo Yoru back then. Jiraiya, with the special mask providing oxygen, wasn't as powerless as a few months ago. He similarly formed seals to cast water release, water fang bullet, creating the same number of water columns to intercept. Several high-speed rotating water columns collided, exploding in the water into invisible giant hands, pushing Hanzo the salamander and Jiraiya apart. But the next second, a scene with even stronger pressure appeared. Hanzo the salamander increased his underwater movement speed again, as if stepping on a skateboard, quickly circling to the edge of the water prison where Jiraiya was fleeing. He threw kunai covered in flowing water with explosive tags attached to the ends one after another. The throwing speed of these kunai, covered with water release nature transformation and shape transformation, was no weaker underwater than outside. With Jiraiya's speed, even if he could dodge the kunai attacks, he couldn't dodge the explosions of the explosive tags. Just as Jiraiya was about to use his hair hidden technique, Gojo Yoru appeared out of thin air and teleported away with him. Hanzo the salamander turned to look at Orochimaru's side, his gaze deep. This was exactly why he didn't dare to attack Jiraiya at close range. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 91, Black Zetsu's Doubt, 1 year later. In the last confrontation, both Hanzo the salamander and the salamander had already experienced the trickiness of the Flying Thunder God technique. After destroying the border base, the salamander's attention wasn't on its contractor at all, but on the boy who destroyed its tail and almost killed it a few months ago. Opening its huge mouth again, sucking in countless tons of water, the salamander didn't spit it out as a water column but stored it for a charge. When it saw Gojo Yoru teleport and disappear, it immediately turned its head towards Orochimaru's direction and spat out a huge stream of water again. Glancing back, Orochimaru didn't use water release to accelerate and dodge but formed the seals for the water dragon bullet technique. Roar! Just as Gojo Yoru and Jiraiya appeared beside Orochimaru, a deafening roar resounded within the water prison. Then a huge water dragon, carrying Gojo Yoru and the other two, flew out of the water prison, swaying its body to dodge the huge water column also shooting out of the water prison. Unfortunately, the water dragon's volume and speed were far inferior to the water column spat by the salamander, and it was soon hit and exploded. Fortunately, before the water dragon was hit, Gojo Yoru and the other two had already detached from it and landed in the rainforest where rain was pouring. Splash! Seeing that the border base had been destroyed by his partner, and Gojo Yoru and the others had escaped the water prison, Hanzo the salamander stopped maintaining the water prison form. Countless tons of water scattered, roaring and spreading in all directions like ocean waves. The surging waves, much higher than the forest trees, submerged a large area of trees. Whether it was Gojo Yoru and the other two who had just escaped the water prison, or the rain ninjas who used body flicker to reach the outskirts of the border base forest, ready to support Hanzo-sama or help him block enemy reinforcements, all were submerged by the giant waves. But that was all. Everyone present was a ninja with strong chakra control or mastery of water release ninjutsu. They easily used the underwater forest or controlled the surrounding water flow to neutralize the impact of the giant waves, preventing their bodies from hitting trees and getting injured. When the waves dissipated, the rain curtain like a steel curtain submerged the forest again. A world of white haze deprived everyone of long-range vision. The splash-splash sound also filled everyone's ears with only the sound of pouring rain. Gojo Yoru and the other two, as well as Hanzo the salamander, didn't hide in the rainforest but stood on top of large trees, using the sensing technique to capture each other's positions. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. The few people were in a stalemate like this. Until a boom broke the atmosphere. A giant beast, like a fish leaping out of the water, opened its bloody mouth to swallow the entire tree under Orochimaru's feet, also wanting to eat him. Orochimaru was already prepared. The moment he felt the tree under his feet shake, he burst out the pre-condensed chakra, turned into a blur, and leaped into the air. At the same time, he formed seals with one hand, holding a wind blade and waving it at the salamander. If it were a few months ago, the salamander could have shattered Orochimaru's wind release with a tail whip and continued to attack Orochimaru with undiminished power. But now, the salamander had lost its strongest weapon. Perhaps this wind blade still couldn't break its powerful defense, but it would bring pain. Thus, the salamander turned into a cloud of white smoke and returned to the summoning world. Orochimaru continued to form seals in the air. Before landing on another large tree, he spat out a stream of airflow towards Hanzo the salamander's direction. Wind release, pressure damage. The airflow expanded, turning into a highly compressed vortex storm, like an indestructible sharp blade, instantly cutting through large trees, blowing away the dense rain curtain, kicking up a large cloud of dust, and roaring towards Hanzo the salamander. The wind was fast, but Hanzo the salamander was faster. Like space-time teleportation, he flickered constantly on the treetops of the forest, escaping the range of the vortex storm in the blink of an eye. Swish! Appearing on a tree again using body flicker, a curved blackness suddenly appeared in the rain curtain in front of Hanzo the salamander. It was a chakra blade surrounded by black electric arcs. Hanzo the salamander raised the sickle connected to a chain to collide with this black blade. The next second, the sickle was cut off without even emitting a crack. Seeing this, Hanzo the salamander didn't show a shocked expression but smiled slightly. Instead, Gojo Yoru, approaching under the cover of the rain curtain, had his pupils constrict slightly, then teleport and disappeared. Boom! As soon as he disappeared, a huge explosion resounded. It was the familiar shadow clone self-destruction. This is too sinister, right? Appearing on a treetop with a flying thunder god formula attached in advance, Gojo Yoru couldn't help but complain. All along, it was Gojo Yoru who schemed against others. Including the battle against Hanzo the salamander a few months ago, he successfully schemed against the salamander and almost killed the man and beast. But now, Hanzo the salamander was obviously guarding against him. Not only did he not fight alongside the salamander, but he was also guarding against Gojo Yoru's chakra concealment, not exposing his main body at all, using shadow clones as bait. Shadow clones were indistinguishable from the real thing, even Gojo Yoru couldn't tell. And the sensing technique was also Gojo Yoru's current weakness. If he had sensing at the level of the mind's eye of the Kagura, even if Hanzo the salamander split into shadow clones, the positions of his and the clone's chakra would be exposed to Gojo Yoru's sensing. But now, Gojo Yoru did sense Hanzo the salamander's chakra, just didn't know if it was the main body or a shadow clone. If it was the latter, it meant Hanzo the salamander had already used an extension technique of the hiding technique, hiding somewhere unknown. Regardless of whether the Hanzo the salamander in the open was a shadow clone or the main body, Gojo Yoru and the others couldn't turn a blind eye. Shadow clone assassination techniques were equally fatal. Just one move, and Gojo Yoru realized Hanzo the salamander's difficulty. It was probably impossible to scheme against Hanzo the salamander like last time. Gojo Yoru didn't give up immediately, preparing to try a few more times before retreating if it didn't work. Gojo Yoru didn't know that an invisible sensing eye was watching him from a distance. What nature transformation is the chakra in that brat's body? Black lightning, or is he merging a Kekkei Genkai? Space-time chakra had built-in high-dimensional shielding. In the entire ninja world, those who could discover it, no, accurately speaking, intelligent beings, could probably be counted on one hand. Even a super cage-level powerhouse like Uzumaki Mito, because she mastered the mind's eye of the Kagura, the top sensing technique, could only barely see that there was an energy with special nature transformation similar to a Kekkei Genkai in Gojo Yoru's body. As for what nature transformation it was, she didn't know. Only the slug sage discovered the space-time chakra in Gojo Yoru's body as soon as it appeared and seemed to know what nature transformation this chakra contained, directly calling it a miracle of the ninja world. This person and beast were superior to everyone in this generation of the ninja world in terms of sensing. Gojo Yoru didn't know that Uzumaki Mito had also discovered his secret. Currently, he only knew that the slug sage could discover his space-time chakra, thinking it was due to senjutsu, and was only wary of the three sages. But he didn't know there was another person who could discover the black chakra in his body. That person was Black Zetsu, who possessed high-dimensional sensing and could even discover the chakra of Asura and Indra reincarnated for 1,000 years. In Black Zetsu's sensing, Gojo Yoru had two types of chakra in his body. One was ordinary, and the other was black. Unlike the slug sage who could sense nature and often dealt with space-time, Black Zetsu's reaction was like Uzumaki Mito's, not knowing what nature transformation that black chakra contained. Seeing Gojo Yoru's body and weapon surrounded by black electric arcs, he thought this chakra was similar to the black lightning secret technique developed by the third Raikage, or that Gojo Yoru was in the process of merging a Kekkei Genkai. From beginning to end, he didn't think in the direction of space-time chakra. Precisely as the son of the progenitor of chakra, he knew the power of the space-time attribute. Even Kekkei Mora level space-time abilities were mostly fixed moves with single usage. How could space-time chakra exist in this world? As for using the Flying Thunder God technique consuming space-time chakra, it didn't arouse Black Zetsu's suspicion either. He just thought both types of chakra could use the Flying Thunder God technique. Neither Gojo Yoru and the Sunin, nor Hanzo the Salamander, nor the Rain Ninja troops watching from a distance discovered Black Zetsu's existence. Boom boom boom. Using shadow clones as bait successfully lured out Gojo Yoru. Although the self-destruction failed to hurt Gojo Yoru, the feedback from the shadow clones allowed Hanzo the Salamander to grasp new intelligence. Gojo Yoru mastered black lightning like the third Raikage, and could cover the chakra blade with it, turning the blade pitch black with amazing power. His body flicker also incorporated black lightning nature transformation, equally amazing. Combined with the ability to hide chakra, in this rain curtain, the threat was even greater than a few months ago. Hanzo the Salamander also had the idea of retreating. After all, his target was the border base. But giving up such a godsend climate unwillingly, Hanzo the Salamander targeted Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Kunao with explosive tags attached to the ends shot towards Orochimaru, who was using the sensing technique, under the cover of the rain curtain and the sound of rain. That fleeting chakra fluctuation woke Orochimaru up, and he used body flicker to dodge. A series of explosions failed to engulf Orochimaru. However, the flames generated by the explosions were not extinguished by the rain but merged to form a huge fire dragon, roaring towards Orochimaru. Looking at the fire dragon that seemed to have a consciousness of its own, Orochimaru, who used hidden shadow snake hands to grab a treetop and rotate to the ground, also formed seals to create a huge earth dragon soaring into the sky. Slash! Just as the two giant dragons of different attributes collided, a cold glint struck from behind. The sharp sickle, pulled by the chain, cut off Orochimaru's head in one strike. Unfortunately, no blood splattered, Orochimaru's head and body both turned into a puddle of mud. Orochimaru, using earth replacement and earth body flicker to dive underground, just found the trace of Hanzo the Salamander's chakra when he found that chakra mass dissipated. Looking from the outside, one would see Hanzo the Salamander turning into a puddle of water. In the rainy environment, Hanzo the Salamander, whose water body flicker was unrivaled in the ninja world, could escape far away in an instant. In the entire ninja world, there were only a few people who could compete with Hanzo the Salamander in terms of body flicker. Gojo Yoru was one, Hatake Sakumo was one, and the third Raikage was one. And Hanzo the Salamander was not only a Grandmaster of water release but also a Grandmaster of fire release. Even on a rainy day, he could use the flames generated by explosive tags to form a huge fire dragon. A game of hide and seek involving 4 people unfolded in the rainforest. Knowing well that Gojo Yoru could burrow and hide chakra, Hanzo the Salamander never left the ground, never stayed on a tree for too long, and never attacked Jiraiya and Orochimaru at close range. Every time, he used shadow clones as bait. If Gojo Yoru wasn't lured out, he attacked Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The attacks were either water release or fire release, deliberately revealing flaws to attract Gojo Yoru's assassination. After several probes, Hanzo the Salamander also found a weakness of Gojo Yoru: his sensing technique was not proportional to his body flicker technique. At a young age, his body flicker technique was already unrivaled in the ninja world. Not only did he develop the silent step extension technique, but he also integrated the ability to hide chakra and stimulate the body with black lightning. In an environment with restricted vision, even Hanzo was far inferior to Gojo Yoru. But Gojo Yoru's sensing technique was just ordinary sensing. Unfortunately, his body flicker was too strong, and he had the Flying Thunder God technique. Hanzo the Salamander couldn't find a chance to kill him. Neither assassination nor using his companions could succeed. Let's go. Stop fighting him. Wait until the rain stops. Orochimaru, whose special mask was destroyed by explosive tags again, finally hesitated no longer and said to Gojo Yoru, who teleported over to relieve the siege. Okay. Gojo Yoru nodded in agreement. Today, he was taught a lesson by the old schemer again. Using black lightning to mask space-time chakra, Gojo Yoru even used the dimensional slash in this battle and successfully insta-killed Hanzo the Salamander multiple times. But the opponent was all shadow clones, incredibly sinister. Gojo Yoru had to admit that Hanzo the Salamander was more cautious than him. To kill this demigod of the ninja world, he either had to develop a sensing extension technique to crack the opponent's hiding technique extension technique or develop a new move to continue occupying the intelligence advantage. Thus, Gojo Yoru teleported away with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Hanzo the Salamander didn't chase. The rainy forest was an advantage for him and Gojo Yoru but a disadvantage for Orochimaru and Jiraiya. If not to create opportunities for Gojo Yoru, Orochimaru and Jiraiya wouldn't have stayed. In a rainless forest, that would be Orochimaru and Jiraiya's advantage, and the difficulty of killing them would increase significantly. Being entangled by them then might really give Gojo Yoru a chance to assassinate him. The move that instantly killed 55 sand ninjas, before confirming if it was the Flying Thunder God Slash, was the reason Hanzo the Salamander dared not approach with his main body. Having achieved the goal this time, Hanzo the Salamander didn't linger either, leading the Rain Ninja troops back to the Land of Rain. Fighting a major power for the first time, and also encountering Hanzo the Salamander with several bottles of antidote per person for the first time, he didn't know that destroying the enemy's border base not only created a greater invasion opportunity for his side but also released the enemy's seal. Returning to Omegakure, Hanzo the Salamander began to assemble combat units, preparing to formulate a combat plan to invade the Land of Fire. But before the plan was formulated, the pouring rain that lasted for several days slowly turned into light rain. Then a terrifying scene appeared at the junction of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. Figures wearing flak jackets or armor turned into blurs flying out of the forest, quickly crossing the barren rocky area and entering the rocky mountain area of the Land of Rain. This intelligence was quickly transmitted to Hanzo the Salamander by the reconnaissance team. Hanzo the Salamander had a vague ominous premonition. However, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, he didn't take it seriously at first, thinking this situation was actually a good thing. Konoha ninjas actively entering the Land of Rain was a good thing for him. With his body flicker technique, he would absolutely not give the opponent a chance to escape back to the forest area. As long as a large-scale war broke out, even if they all had gas masks and goggles, they couldn't withstand the salamander's poison a few times. Inhaling even a tiny bit of poison smoke, they would die without the antidote. Entering the Rocky Mountain area of the Land of Rain, replenishing supplies in time would also be difficult for them. Unless they returned to the forest area, the support unit would be discovered by the reconnaissance team as soon as they appeared. Without him needing to act, the combat units could kill those support unit members. The advantage is mine. Thus, Hanzo the Salamander was about to lead the combat units to declare full-scale war on the Land of Fire. Then he was dumbfounded. The Konoha ninjas infiltrating the Land of Rain didn't choose a place as a camp at all. Instead, they split into four-man squads, dispersing to various places in the eastern territory of the Land of Rain, approaching Omegakure. Wherever they passed, discovered reconnaissance teams would be attacked and killed by ninja troops. Without waiting for the opponent's reinforcements to arrive, once the rain intensified, they would retreat decisively. Lacking supplies, they would either return to the forest area to find the support unit for replenishment or hunt, or loot the villages and towns they encountered. Although the outbreak of war caused many people to leave the Land of Rain or move to remote areas far from the junction of the three countries, there were still many people who thought the war wouldn't affect this place and stayed where they were. Encountering enemy ninjas, if the other party was kind, they might save their lives, only losing food and wealth. If unlucky, their families would be ruined and dead. Nagato's parents were the best example. Hanzo the Salamander quickly realized the gap between a small ninja village and a large ninja village. Even if it was just one battle line and weakened, Konoha's combat units still outnumbered Omegakure's combat units several times. When they scattered and attacked Omegakure, Omegakure's combat units couldn't withstand them all. When their multiple ninja squads gathered, the opponent would retreat quickly. Chasing them might lead into enemy ambushes and traps. Because there were too few enemies coming to disrupt, Hanzo the Salamander couldn't take action, otherwise, he might fall into a trap, leading to Omegakure's walls being breached. Although Hanzo the Salamander quickly thought of a countermeasure, which was to actively counterattack on heavy rain days and rainy nights. But the enemy was too cunning. They either retreated to the forest area, hid to set traps, or the three major sensing clans rotated shifts. With reminders from reconnaissance teams and Anbu, once enemy traces were found, they would quickly evacuate, playing hide-and-seek with rain ninja assassination squads in the Rocky Mountain area. Worried about encountering enemy reinforcements, the rain ninjas dared not chase deep, only attacking when finding an opportunity, otherwise, they wouldn't attack. The only advantage was that unlike the previous probing period, which required returning to the land of rain for supplies, now rain ninjas could resupply very conveniently. However, supplies were limited. When production speed couldn't keep up with consumption speed, resources would eventually be exhausted. In wartime, no merchant caravans would come to trade. Once Omegakure lacked supplies, they could only go to other areas to buy supplies or even go abroad to buy. Located at the junction of three countries and being an enemy of three countries, going abroad to buy meant going to other small countries, making resupply even more difficult. When other areas were also looted or supplies couldn't keep up, it would be the time of Omegakure's defeat. And this was Konoha's goal. It was now a war of attrition until Omegakure couldn't fight anymore. This was undoubtedly a protracted war, and many ninjas were destined to die in this war of attrition. Hanzo the Salamander also tried to break the deadlock, letting the Salamander take him underground to attack Konoha ninjas or using the reverse summoning technique to drop from the sky. Every time he attacked, with luck, he could wipe out one or two ninja squads, but mostly he could only kill a few people. Because the Konoha side already had several bottles of antidote per person, scattering and fleeing upon encountering Hanzo the Salamander. No matter how fast Hanzo the Salamander's body flicker was, he couldn't kill people who scattered and fled. Whenever he acted, his scent would definitely be captured by Hyuga clan members kilometers away, or by the ninja dogs and insects of the Inyazuka and Aberame clans. Then Gojo Yoru and the others, or other high-level combatants, would encircle and suppress other ninja squads. The border base was destroyed by Hanzo the Salamander's reverse summoning technique. Konoha ninjas who mastered this intelligence wouldn't give other ninjas a chance to use the reverse summoning technique. To use the reverse summoning technique to summon the salamander, rain ninjas had to do it from a distance, which also couldn't escape the Hyuga clan's eyes. When the salamander appeared, ninja squads would continue to scatter and flee. During this period, suffering losses from barriers blocking sensing a few times, Konoha lost multiple ninja squads. But the gap in military strength and attrition tactics still made Hanzo the Salamander feel exhausted. He also fought Gojo Yoru and the others several times, creating many opportunities to almost kill Orochimaru and Jiraiya or poison them. But every time he was about to succeed, Gojo Yoru would use the Flying Thunder God technique to relieve the siege, or they would run away when the antidote ran out. And while they were fighting, it was when Konoha ninjas exerted their strength. After a few times, Hanzo the Salamander didn't want to fight them anymore. Instead, he guarded Omegakure, resisting Konoha attacks during the day and light rain days. At night and on heavy rain days, he actively attacked, creating opportunities for large-scale warfare. Just like that, Konoha ninjas and rain ninja combat units stalled for a year. Konoha Year 36, August 15th. Unknowingly, Gojo Yoru was already 12 years old, and his birthday was just a few days away. In this year, among the three battle lines, the fiercest fighting was naturally the border battle line and Omegakure. The White Fang battle line and the Pot King battle line were both defending. After all, to invade the land of wind and the land of earth, they not only needed to cross the land of rain but also break through the enemy's border base and then attack the enemy's military base, which was too difficult. Only the border battle line, because the border base had been destroyed, had to switch from defense to offense, otherwise, letting Omegakure combat units invade the Land of Fire's territory would be troublesome. Fortunately, Omegakure's military strength was too small. If the Land of Rain were a major power, Konoha couldn't afford this war of attrition switching from defense to offense. Even so, they couldn't do anything to the demigod standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Under his protection and leadership, Omegakure was an enhanced version of the border base. Even without Konoha's powerful sensing barrier, it still defended for a year without being breached, and many times beat Konoha ninjas into fleeing in embarrassment. On heavy rain days and nights, offense and defense switched. Facing rain ninjas known for assassination techniques and having home field advantage, Konoha ninjas could only flee, not even daring to gather together for fear of attracting Hanzo the salamander. After a year of war baptism, Gojo Yoru's changes were extremely astonishing. First was his height, he had grown to 1.75 meters, almost as tall as Orochimaru. Second was the change in his eyes and aura. Possessing command authority, Gojo Yoru commanded multiple ninja squads in battle this year and killed many rain ninjas. When serious, his eyes and aura revealed sharpness and dignity without anger. He was already a qualified all-rounder jonin. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, The Second Evolution, Ladder to Godhood. In this year, Gojo Yoru only returned to Konoha twice. Once was in March, when Uzumaki Kushina graduated from the Ninja Academy, becoming an official genin. She didn't form a ninja squad with other classmates but was incorporated into Team Orochimaru, becoming Gojo Yoru's teammate, with Orochimaru as the jonin instructor. This was already decided internally. Having called him sensei for so long, and having developed a combat tacit understanding with Gojo Yoru, forming a deep bond, neither Orochimaru nor Gojo Yoru, nor even Sarutobi Hiruzen would let Uzumaki Kushina team up with anyone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen would only feel at ease if Orochimaru and Gojo Yoru took Uzumaki Kushina out on missions. If others were to lead Uzumaki Kushina, not to mention whether it would attract the coveting of enemy countries, if Uzumaki Kushina was stimulated on the way and fell into a rampage state, no one could stop her. Unless Uzumaki Kushina was kept in Konoha forever, only Gojo Yoru and the Sunin could take Uzumaki Kushina out on missions. Undoubtedly, Gojo Yoru caused another butterfly effect. With him around, having already made a resounding name in the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who regarded him as the benchmark for the new generation of the Hokage's lineage, was very reassured about him. When the war ended, Gojo Yoru could take Uzumaki Kushina out on missions anytime, unlike in the Minato one-shot, where she could only move in the central area of Konoha and was monitored by at least 2 Anbu whenever she went out. However, it was wartime now. Uzumaki Kushina could only stay in Konoha to execute some D-rank missions, helping the village and villagers with trivial matters. Other genin could choose to join the support unit and go to the battle line, but Uzumaki Kushina could only move in the central street of Konoha. The second time he returned to Konoha was for Uzumaki Kushina's birthday. While chatting, Gojo Yoru learned that he had caused another butterfly effect. Konoha caught 2 enemy ninjas infiltrating the village, cloud ninjas from Kumagakure in the Land of Lightning. Learning this news, Gojo Yoru's guess from back then was confirmed. Namikaze Minato's hero saving the beauty in the original work was indeed a setup by Sarutobi Hiruzen using cloud ninjas, aiming to create an opportunity for Namikaze Minato, who had always had a crush on Uzumaki Kushina, to make her develop a good impression of him, then form a bond, acknowledge, and begin to integrate into this village. When their son graduated, he used Mizuki to do it again. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't act throughout the process, just using those pawns to create coincidences to achieve the desired effect. But now, Uzumaki Kushina had formed a bond with Gojo Yoru. To not drag Gojo Yoru down and prevent the Nine Tails from hurting him, she had been training hard. Gojo Yoru was also fighting bravely on the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not wanting to distract him, naturally wouldn't let Cloud Ninjas target Uzumaki Kushina. Even though with Uzumaki Kushina's current strength, she didn't fear those two Cloud Ninjas at all, Sarutobi Hiruzen, worried that the seal would be affected, leading to Nine Tails chakra leakage before Gojo Yoru grew up, still didn't have the idea of using those two Cloud Ninjas to test Uzumaki Kushina's growth. After all, in this world where the human body has 130 trillion cells, 12 years old is a very sensitive stage. Trainee ninjas mostly graduate at 12 and then begin their blood-stained ninja careers. Uzumaki Naruto in the original work also started leaking Nine Tails chakra due to emotions at this age. From 14 or 15, he would enter a semi-tailed beast state at the drop of a hat, and that was just half of the Nine Tails. If not for Uzumaki Mito's chakra protecting Uzumaki Kushina, the 4-symbol seal in her body, which was only half of the 8-trigram seal, would have long given the Nine Tails countless opportunities to make her enter a semi-tailed beast state. Uzumaki Kushina needed a safe and comfortable environment to grow, preventing her emotions from fluctuating violently, thereby creating opportunities for the Nine Tails to weaken the seal left by Uzumaki Mito's chakra. Gojo Yoru was quite satisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach. If Uzumaki Kushina were kidnapped while he was around, Gojo Yoru's evaluation of this Hokage still in his prime would definitely drop. In wartime, with you overseeing Konoha, the base camp, if the Nine Tails Jinchuriki could still be kidnapped, what use are you as Hokage? At dusk on August 18, Gojo Yoru returned to Konoha again. He knew that on this day, a girl would secretly prepare a birthday cake for him. Gojo Yoru didn't want to ruin the girl's intentions and expectations. Sure enough, he teleported into the room, pushed the door open, and saw the living room decorated for a birthday. Unlike the simplicity of the previous 2 birthdays, Uzumaki Kushina, now grown up with experience and time, specially decorated the living room of Gojo Yoru's house as she wanted. As soon as Gojo Yoru came out, he saw a figure pouncing on him, hanging on him like a sloth, arms around his neck, smiling, "Yoru, happy birthday." Hugging the girl back with both hands, Gojo Yoru didn't say thank you but teased with a smile, "Tomato na, trespassing on a private residence again. Hehe, having a key doesn't count as trespassing. Besides, who said back then that I could come to his house anytime? Forgetting your own words, were you beaten silly on the battlefield? Let me give you a punch to fix your brain." Uzumaki Kushina not only imitated Gojo Yoru's foul-mouthed tone but also pinched his cheek like he used to do. Gojo Yoru let Uzumaki Kushina pinch his face, not fighting back this time. In this year, not only did he change tremendously, but Uzumaki Kushina did as well. Whether due to age, the characteristic of heel bite, or becoming a genin, Uzumaki Kushina this year was simply a different person from last year. Last year, Uzumaki Kushina was about 30 centimeters shorter than Gojo Yoru. And she had a round face full of collagen, very pinchable. Height, face, and eyes all revealed a girl's childishness. But this year, Uzumaki Kushina's height shot up to 1.55 meters, only a 20 centimeter difference from Gojo Yoru. That round face, which looked exactly like a tomato when flushed with anger, already had the outline of an oval face. Having executed multiple D-rank missions, contacting various people, beginning to understand and integrate into this society, she also shed her student childishness. After experiencing a life and death battle and baptism of blood, Uzumaki Kushina would be an extremely outstanding genin capable of killing enemies above her level. If Gojo Yoru's physical fitness weren't different from ordinary people but the same height as boys of the same age, Uzumaki Kushina might have clung to the identities of big sister and little brother. This year's birthday was still spent by Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina alone. After dinner, it was time for the cake. This time without Gojo Yoru's help, Uzumaki Kushina could make a very beautiful 3-layer cake, showing great progress. After making a wish and eating the first piece of cake, it was the familiar cake fight again. Uzumaki Kushina became braver with each fight. Every year she got smashed all over by Gojo Yoru, but the next year she still bravely initiated the challenge. After cleaning the house, it was already past 8 p.m. Like last year, Gojo Yoru used Flying Thunder God Transfer to send Uzumaki Kushina back to the Senju mansion. Taking a bath and returning to his room, Gojo Yoru lay on the soft bed, hands behind his head, looking at the ceiling illuminated by moonlight. His heart went thump-thump, not arrhythmia from sudden death precursor, but pure nervousness. The anticipation and apprehension in his eyes were stronger than ever. For Gojo Yoru, today's importance was no less than defying the heavens to change his fate 6 years ago. The evolution 6 years ago allowed Gojo Yoru to break free from shackles, possessing the capital and potential to reach the top even without establishing a relationship with the Otsutsuki clan. Without that evolution, Gojo Yoru's current strength would be at most a veteran chunin, as evaluated by those sensing ninjas. In terms of strength, he would definitely be overtaken by Namikaze Minato, who could easily defeat 2 cloud ninjas, or even left far behind. This was not only a talent gap but also a major restriction. Even with the advantage of knowing the plot as a transmigrator, possessing resources and opportunities, he couldn't break such restrictions at this age. Just as Namikaze Minato had the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, while Gojo Yoru couldn't learn it at all without space-time ability. Only guys with ridiculously strong talent could break such restrictions, becoming Jonin or even Cage-level powerhouses awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan at 12 or 13. Today 6 years ago was the beginning of Gojo Yoru turning from a civilian genius into a monster. That transformation was called a new miracle of the ninja world by the Slug Sage. And today, 6 years later, would decide Gojo Yoru's path ahead, a difficult evolution path full of bumps, or verifying the guess, a ladder to godhood where success comes naturally. If that feeling like sudden death still didn't come this year, it meant Gojo Yoru's cell renewal cycle theory was false, and there were no so-called first and second evolutions. Only a portion of cells capable of extracting space-time power was his biggest cheat from transmigration, forever at that amount. In this case, Gojo Yoru would not only need to rely on the Yin seal but also on technology, trying every means to increase the capacity of space-time chakra. Otherwise, unsealing the Yin seal, the capacity would be at most Chunin level space-time chakra. Even if it could hurt a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, it would be hard to kill those pure-blooded Otsutsuki. Once his chakra ran out, those pure-blooded Otsutsuki who also mastered space-time abilities could kill him easily. The more glorious the early stage, the more wretched the later stage. This was destined to be a growth path full of hardships. If the cell renewal cycle theory was confirmed and the evolution arrived as promised, it meant such evolution happened every 6 years. After each evolution ended, a portion of Gojo Yoru's 130 trillion cells would update, becoming special cells capable of extracting physical energy, spiritual energy, and space-time power. When all cells were replaced by space-time cells, Gojo Yoru's space-time ability would not only become a Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, but his constitution would also be a space-time body. In the future, every move would be a space-time ninjutsu. If the enemy didn't master same-level space-time power or rule power capable of contending with space-time, facing Gojo Yoru's moves, they could only run away, or maybe not even run away before being erased by space-time. By then, Gojo Yoru would be an invincible existence. So Gojo Yoru's mood today was the most nervous since transmigration. If one could go straight to the finish line, who would want to walk a bumpy road full of difficulties? Time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, it was 9 p.m. Usually at this time, Gojo Yoru would have started resting. But now, Gojo Yoru couldn't sleep at all. He couldn't tell if it was due to nervousness or if the precursor to evolution had quietly arrived. However, the decisive moment was after midnight. Gojo Yoru tried his best to calm his emotions, telling himself not to care so much, slowly waiting for the arrival of the next day. When the clock on the wall and the alarm clock on the bedside table simultaneously reached 12 o'clock. With a thump, a heartbeat like a drum sounded so loud in this quiet room late at night. Gojo Yoru's pupils constricted abruptly. The familiar yet strange feeling struck again after 6 years. Taking off his pajamas, Gojo Yoru didn't need to put his hand on it or turn on the light to see his left chest heaving violently, as if the heart inside was slamming against the body, wanting to drill out. The heartbeat frequency exceeded the normal range almost instantly, even the limit the human body could bear. The violently beating heart, perhaps affecting the pumping function, caused Gojo Yoru's body temperature to rise rapidly, becoming scorching hot. Unlike 6 years ago when it started with arrhythmia, then heartbeat and body temperature accelerated slowly. This evolution came like a violent storm. So hot, so thirsty. Clearly feelings associated with fever, flu, palpitations, and chest tightness, yet Gojo Yoru didn't feel uncomfortable at all. His head didn't hurt, instead, he was incredibly excited. If not for the thirst, Gojo Yoru even wanted to go to the battlefield for a slaughter. Having experienced it once and knowing this was the body mutating without any danger, Gojo Yoru didn't panic at all this time. He got up, picked up the water pitcher, gulped down water, and then went to the bathroom for a cold shower. In this state, he couldn't go to the battlefield, nor would he stay in Konoha. Thus, Gojo Yoru left a note for Uzumaki Kushina, teleport the leave application to Orochimaru, and then teleport continuously out of the Land of Fire, appearing in the snowy mountains of the Land of Iron. During the evolution, Gojo Yoru's body was like having a perpetual motion machine installed, his energy always in an abundant state. Even if he didn't eat or sleep for 10 days, he wouldn't feel hunger or fatigue. The first evolution, Gojo Yoru initially only felt panic, then excitement and anticipation, knowing this was a body mutation, just thinking about what changes he would have afterward. But this time, Gojo Yoru not only didn't panic but was thinking if this state of abundant energy could be utilized by him. Ordinary people without ninja aptitude had physical and spiritual energy as their stamina. And ninja chakra was also related to stamina. Chakra bottoming out meant stamina bottoming out. Overdrawing chakra meant overdrawing the body and lifespan. Now that Gojo Yoru was in a state of infinite energy, did it mean his ordinary chakra was also infinite? Gojo Yoru really wanted to try, but worried it would affect the evolution in his body. Finally, Gojo Yoru chickened out and abandoned that idea. The evolution lasted until the early morning of August 28 and still hadn't ended. With the experience from last time, Gojo Yoru felt the end time should be 12 noon. And after the evolution ended, Gojo Yoru would fall into a period of extreme weakness and coma, which might be the price for infinite energy. So in the morning, Gojo Yoru teleported to the hot spring district, appearing in Konan's home. Yoru-sama. As soon as Gojo Yoru appeared, he was discovered by Konan, who had finished training and was reading to improve knowledge and spiritual energy. Her cute small face instantly blossomed with a brilliant smile. However, her greeting didn't include long time no see. In this year, although Gojo Yoru rarely returned to Konoha, he often came to the hot spring district to check Konan's growth and teach her more basics. As one of the precocious geniuses, Konan was very competitive. Although her growth speed was still far inferior to Nagato and Uzumaki Kushina, it was second only to Hatake Kakashi in the original work. Possessing the Yang attribute, nourished by 3 nutritionally sufficient meals and a sea of books, her chakra amount had reached the genin level. Before long, her chakra amount might surpass Gojo Yoru's from last year, which was a very cruel thing. True geniuses were just that comprehensive. This had nothing to do with physical development but how much energy they could extract and how much energy they could mix to form chakra. When Hatake Kakashi was 5, he was also just a shorty, but his chakra amount allowed him to perform the multi-shadow clone technique in the classroom. This was the restriction. Unless one was also a talent monster, even a transmigrator couldn't break this invisible restriction. Under Gojo Yoru's deliberate guidance, Konan hadn't touched 5 elements ninjutsu knowledge in this year, only hidden technique knowledge. Since she had learned various basics and Gojo Yoru didn't teach her new ninjutsu, when folding paper, Konan indeed thought of the hidden technique development Gojo Yoru mentioned, trying to turn her origami hobby into a hidden technique. Although she hadn't cultivated paper release yet, Konan could already cover paper with chakra for telekinetic origami. Learning this news, Gojo Yoru finally began to teach Konan new knowledge, which was to try merging the 3-body technique, hiding technique and body flicker technique with paper, developing basic extension techniques unique to Konan. Once successful, it would be the B-rank technique from the original work dance of the Shikigami. This paper release ninjutsu allowed Konan to turn into countless paper fragments for movement and transformation, and even ignore physical attacks like elementalization in the One Piece world. These were all basic extension techniques incorporating attributes. To provide inspiration for Konan, Gojo Yoru even demonstrated earth release basic extension techniques for her. Konan was working towards this direction. Gojo Yoru didn't chat with Konan but instructed seriously, "Konan, around noon, I might enter a period of coma. Don't panic, this is a side effect of a technique. I will stay in the basement in advance and set up barriers and traps. I need you to watch over my body." Hearing this, the smile on Konan's face was instantly replaced by seriousness. She nodded vigorously and said seriously, "Yoru-sama, I will definitely protect you. Sorry to trouble you." Gojo Yoru rubbed Konan's head and smiled, "I should be in a coma for about 24 hours. When I wake up, I'll feel very hungry. Please prepare food for me in advance." MHM. Konan nodded repeatedly again. Thus, Gojo Yoru used Flying Thunder God Transfer to move a bed to the basement covered with formulas, then pasted explosive tags all around, even using space-time ability to extend wires and explosive tags outward. Once someone moved underground and triggered the explosive tag trap, the commotion would reach the basement. Time approached 12 noon. Sitting on the bed, Gojo Yoru instructed Konan again, "If an accident happens, you can try to wake me up. I don't know if that side effect is a coma or just falling asleep." "I understand, Yoru-sama." Gojo Yoru didn't rely solely on Konan but used the shadow clone technique to create a shadow clone. As soon as 12 noon arrived, the heartbeat frequency exceeding the human limit instantly returned to calm, just as it came. The fever-like body temperature, dry mouth, and hyperactive brain state also disappeared instantly. TRO. Again, before he could finish a sentence, Gojo Yoru's vision went black, and he collapsed on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. With a poof, the shadow clone also turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. This scene scared Konan. Fortunately, her psychological quality was tough, and she didn't scream. Then the girl's nerves tensed up. Even though she was in a sealed basement, she looked around nervously, suspicious of everything. To bring herself a sense of security, Konan even took out the Raijin sword Gojo Yoru gave her, ready to face enemies. Until night, the bells connected to wires in the basement didn't make a sound, and Konan finally relaxed. Checking the time and worried that Gojo Yoru might wake up at any moment, Konan hurriedly got up to go out and prepare dinner. To save time, Konan only made a portion for one person, then took a soldier pill and returned to the basement to take care of Gojo Yoru. Late at night, Konan's eyelids were fighting, but she didn't dare to sleep. This was something Gojo Yoru overlooked. It wasn't until the morning of August 29 that Gojo Yoru, who had been in a coma for nearly 24 hours, slowly woke up. So tired. Just like 6 years ago, as soon as Gojo Yoru woke up, he felt as if his body had fallen apart. That intense fatigue was something Gojo Yoru hadn't experienced since becoming a ninja, not even when his chakra was exhausted. "Yoru-sama, you're awake." The girl's voice reached his ears, and the lit candle illuminated the basement. Looking at Konan, who looked happy but had slightly bloodshot eyes. The scene before the coma instantly surfaced in Gojo Yoru's mind. Ignoring the fatigue, he revealed a smile to Konan. "Konan, thanks for your hard work." "Not hard at all. Yoru-sama, how do you feel?" Konan shook her head and asked, her eyes full of concern. "Very hungry. Is there anything to eat?" "Yes, I'll go bring it down now." Konan was about to get up but was stopped by Gojo Yoru. "No need to bring it down specially. Let's go up together." After speaking, Gojo Yoru tried to sit up. But as soon as he sat up, his vision went black again, and he almost fell back onto the bed. Konan hurriedly supported Gojo Yoru, looking worried. "Yoru-sama, maybe I should go bring it down." "No need, just help me up." Gojo Yoru shook his head, then stood up with Konan's support, slowly leaving the basement. On the way, he asked, "Konan, how long was I in a coma?" "Less than 24 hours. Only less than 24 hours. Gojo Yoru found it incredible. 6 years ago, he didn't pay attention to the time. Calculating the time deliberately this time, he realized the backlash was so fierce, yet he was in a coma for less than 24 hours. And in less than 24 hours, his body functions were so poor, it was a bit outrageous. Not only was his stamina bottomed out, but his chakra was also bottomed out. Did that after effects suck his energy dry? Fortunately, the space-time chakra in the yin seal wasn't sucked dry, so he didn't need to store it again. Back upstairs, Gojo Yoru devoured the breakfast made by Konan. The portion for one person was quickly swept clean. Gojo Yoru was still very hungry. Konan hurriedly went out to buy food. Gojo Yoru ate breakfast for more than 10 people before filling his growling stomach. Even after stuffing so much food in, his belly didn't bulge at all, like a male version of Hinata. Phew, strength finally returned. Gojo Yoru clenched his fist, his eyes full of anticipation. "Konan, I want to be alone for a while." Telling Konan, Gojo Yoru went to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, checking the growth brought by this evolution. Thump! Just like back then. As soon as Gojo Yoru prepared to refine chakra, a projection suddenly appeared in his mind. Even though his eyes were closed, his gaze came to the room where the human heart was located. In that room, Gojo Yoru saw that black heart again. Like ringing in his ears, or in his mind, or exploding in the depths of his soul. Gojo Yoru heard the thump of heartbeats. Besides the heartbeat sound, there was nothing else. But this time, the image of the heart didn't flash by in an instant. After continuous beating, Gojo Yoru's gaze suddenly looked deeper inside. He saw the blood vessels of the heart, and with each beat, some black photons would surge out of the heart, flowing along the blood vessels to unknown places. Before Gojo Yoru could observe carefully, the inner vision image disappeared. Gojo Yoru opened his eyes, thinking to himself, "My heart indeed has a problem. But why does that inner vision image only appear in the heart room? Is that heart really the body's heart? Can a human heart be black?" Gojo Yoru suddenly had an idea. When there was a chance in the future, he must use medical ninjutsu to check his heart to verify his inner thoughts. But now, he had more important things to do. Closing his eyes, Gojo Yoru continued to refine chakra. 3 types of energy constantly surged out from the cells. The most abundant were still physical energy and spiritual energy, mixing to form ordinary chakra. And a portion of physical energy and spiritual energy seemed to be affected by gravity, separating from the main body and mixing with the third energy to form black space-time chakra. After an unknown amount of time, Gojo Yoru's chakra and space-time chakra had recovered to their original amounts. However, the cells in his body were still constantly surging with 3 types of energy, continuing to mix and form 2 types of chakra, allowing Gojo Yoru's ordinary chakra and space-time chakra to break through the original bottleneck. Finally, Gojo Yoru's ordinary chakra stayed at the Jonin level. And space-time chakra broke through the Genin level, reaching what the Rain Ninja once evaluated veteran Chunin. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The Second Improvement of Talent, Super Genius. Yin Seal Release. In the bitterly cold snowy mountain cave, a soft shout rang out. Then a powerful chakra fluctuation erupted within the cave. Someone with the sensing technique would only sense chakra at the level of an ace combatant. If someone with high-dimensional sensing were here, their expression would definitely change in shock. In high-dimensional sensing, there was only one life form in the cave. However, two different energies existed within this life form's body, just like a Jinchuriki. The scene shifted to inside the cave, where Gojo Yoru still maintained the posture of forming seals. Looking closely, one would find a black tattoo on his forehead. The source of the tattoo was a blue-purple rhombus mark on his forehead. This mark was the yin seal he had finally cultivated half a year ago. Releasing the chakra stored for several months, Gojo Yoru's all-rounder Jonin level chakra amount instantly reached the standard line of an ace combatant. If one lifted Gojo Yoru's shirt, they would also find a black tattoo on his chest. Slightly above the solar plexus, there was also a black rhombus mark, the space-time yin seal cultivated even earlier. Releasing the space-time chakra stored inside, Gojo Yoru's black chakra, which was only at the level of a veteran Chunin, also instantly broke the capacity limit, reaching the Takubitsu Jonin standard. So strong, the current me is stronger than any of the Sunin. Gojo Yoru felt that his current state was simply wonderful. Previously, after a year of baptism in war, Gojo Yoru's ordinary chakra capacity had only gone from veteran Chunin to the Takubitsu Jonin standard. His space-time chakra, due to an invisible bottleneck, had been at the Genin level for these 6 years. Even unsealing the yin seal only barely reached the Chunin level. After all, the capacity of Genin level space-time chakra was simply too small. Gojo Yoru needed to unseal the yin seal every so often, unable to store much at all. But now, Gojo Yoru's normal ordinary chakra had reached the standard line of an all-rounder Jonin, fully fitting his current status. Unsealing the yin seal reached the level of an ace combatant, not much inferior to Orochimaru, who had the least chakra among the Sunin. This was just the greeting gift after the second evolution ended. According to the all-around improvement brought by the last evolution, Gojo Yoru's ordinary chakra would increase a bit more later. And his space-time chakra, in its normal state, was no longer at the Genin level where intangibility could only be maintained for a few minutes and the Flying Thunder God technique would nearly bottom out after 11 uses. Now, the space-time chakra capacity was at the same level as his ordinary chakra when he infiltrated a Megakure. In other words, if Gojo Yoru could condense space-time chakra into a Raise Nan, with his current space-time chakra capacity, he could cast the Raise Nan twice. If he could inject other nature transformations into the space-time Raise Nan, Gojo Yoru could unleash a space-time release, Raise Nan fused with other nature transformations and still have a little energy left to use the phantom body flicker technique. He also didn't need to unseal the space-time yin seal to cast Hollow Purple. With this capacity, if Gojo Yoru cast Hollow Purple with full force, the energy sphere's volume would be larger than last year's, and its power stronger. Unsealing the space-time yin seal, the black chakra capacity reached the Takubitsu Jonin standard line. If stored for a few years, the capacity would be even greater. After 6 years, Gojo Yoru finally barely got rid of the phobia of insufficient firepower. Intangibility and dimensional slash could be used at will, the Flying Thunder God technique could be cast dozens of times, Hollow Purple could be used normally, and there was the space-time yin seal as a guarantee. Most importantly, this level of space-time chakra allowed Gojo Yoru to try developing new space-time moves. But now, Gojo Yoru cared more about another improvement. Closing the yin seal gate, Gojo Yoru easily condensed a Raise Nan, staring at the blue-white energy sphere in his hand, murmuring, "I wonder to what extent my talent has improved after this evolution ended." In Gojo Yoru's eyes, evolution brought 2 benefits. One was breaking the limit of space-time chakra capacity, and the second was the improvement of talent. This talent improvement wasn't just ninjutsu talent but an all-around improvement. Physical fitness might be among them, as well as neural reaction speed, mental agility, chakra control, ninjutsu development and comprehension, etc. The talent improvement brought by the first evolution made Gojo Yoru a genius even without relying on space-time chakra. At 9, his chakra met the conditions for Raise Nan cultivation. At 10, he developed fire release, Raise Nan, as well as basic sealing jutsu, sensing technique, medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, earth release basic extension techniques, etc. Just as the evolution arrived as promised, there must be improvements this time too, just like last time. This was an all-around evolution. So, Gojo Yoru was very curious, to what extent had his already genius aptitude reached now? Since chakra had a greeting gift this time, this aspect should have one too, right? Thinking this, Gojo Yoru tried to inject a new nature transformation into the Raise Nan. The next second, a magical scene appeared. The white cyclone inside the blue outside white inside Raise Nan quickly turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. This wasn't the black of space-time, but the black of earth release. This Raise Nan had turned into earth release, Raise Nan. Gojo Yoru's eyes widened slightly, whispering, "So easy." Even without pressing the earth release, Raise Nan out, Gojo Yoru could feel what abilities this Raise Nan possessed. One was nature transformation into mud, forming an earth tornado similar to fire release, Raise Nan. The other was enhancing the mass of the Raise Nan, increasing its power to bombard enemies or block enemy moves by overcoming the strong with the weak and the big with the small, integrating offense and defense. Boom! Gojo Yoru slammed the earth release, Raise Nan onto the cave wall. With a loud bang, the entire cave collapsed instantly, and the strong vibration triggered an avalanche outside. Gojo Yoru was greatly surprised, then teleported and disappeared. Appearing on another snowy mountain, this time standing on a cliff, Gojo Yoru raised his hand again to condense a Raise Nan. This Raise Nan was completely different from before. Normal Raise Nans were blue outside and white inside, the size of a billiard ball. But Gojo Yoru's Raise Nan was the opposite, white outside and blue inside, also the size of a billiard ball. Locking onto a snow-covered rock not far away, Gojo Yoru suddenly made a throwing motion and actually threw the Raise Nan in his hand. As soon as the Raise Nan left his hand, it disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the next second, that rock emitted a bang, shattering stones and snow scattering everywhere. The remaining stone body was covered with spiral patterns. This was strikingly the lightning release, Raise Nan infused with lightning release nature transformation, also known as the vanishing Raise Nan. This Raise Nan could not only turn invisible but also be thrown like the Rasen Shuriken. It was developed by Uzumaki Boruto in Boruto. After mastering lightning release nature transformation from scratch, Gojo Yoru had been trying to develop this Raise Nan, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded. Not only lightning release, Raise Nan failed, but earth release, Raise Nan was the same because Gojo Yoru was only good at earth release basic extension techniques, he wasn't skilled in earth release and lightning release. Even fire release, after developing fire release, Raise Nan, Gojo Yoru rarely used it. Just like Orochimaru disliked the Raise Nan, this technique had too low a cost-performance ratio for someone with chakra deficiency like him. Rather than exhausting all chakra to create a large-scale fire tornado, it was better to use this chakra for lightning release chakra mode and earth release basic extension techniques. But now, the Raise Nan, which had almost been abandoned by Gojo Yoru, could easily be injected with earth release nature transformation and lightning release nature transformation. This wasn't because Gojo Yoru's nature transformation improved, but because his chakra control reached a new realm. Too easy, too outrageous. This realm was so strong that even Gojo Yoru found it incredible. Even controlling chakra nature transformation to merge into the irregularly high-speed rotating Raise Nan was so easy. Then simply using it to cast ninjutsu, wouldn't he be able to easily learn all ninjutsu below S rank? With such chakra control, Gojo Yoru's future learning of 5 elements ninjutsu, cultivating nature transformation from scratch, improving nature transformation and shape transformation attainments, developing basic extension techniques, and even sensing technique, genjutsu, sealing jutsu, medical ninjutsu, would yield twice the result with half the effort. And chakra control was just one of the talents. This evolution not only broke the limit of space-time chakra capacity but also turned Gojo Yoru from a genius into a super genius. Perhaps that move I can also try to develop. Gojo Yoru suddenly raised his right index finger. On the fingertip, wisps of blue-white cyclone appeared, gradually condensing into a marble-sized energy sphere. This energy sphere, like the lightning release, raised Nan just now, was white outside and blue inside. The main reason for this phenomenon was that the white and blue energies were wrapped in high-frequency lightning energy. This energy would produce a space jump effect, causing the energy sphere not only to be thrown but also to form a visual disappearance phenomenon. However, the next second, the blue inside this white outside blue inside energy sphere was replaced by black. The black spread at extremely fast speed, filling the entire interior of the energy sphere in the blink of an eye. The constantly compressed black energy merged with the white outer wall, causing the energy outer wall to turn red. The originally white outside blue inside energy sphere had turned into a black-red energy sphere. The talent gap is truly an invisible but despairing chasm. Gojo Yoru sighed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Once upon a time, injecting just a trace of space-time chakra into the raised Nan caused the energy sphere to lose balance. And 10 days ago, he needed to unseal the yin seal and use the characteristics of this technique to compress almost all space-time chakra to condense a space-time energy sphere. But now, Gojo Yoru didn't need to rely on the characteristics of the yin seal. He could easily merge ordinary chakra and lightning release nature transformation to form a lightning release energy sphere, then inject space-time chakra into the lightning release energy sphere, compressing the 3 into such an energy sphere. The prototype is preliminarily completed. Next is improving shape transformation, and I can develop multiple usages. Gojo Yoru made a shooting posture, aiming the energy sphere at the mountain wall not far away. A wind vortex suddenly erupted from Gojo Yoru's palm and forearm, blowing his black coat rustling. This wasn't wind release, but chakra burst, which Gojo Yoru hadn't learned before. Under the thrust of chakra burst, the black-red energy sphere on his fingertip shot out instantly. Boom! A loud noise like a thunderbolt from a clear sky exploded, and dazzling black-red light blossomed at the mountain wall. When the light dissipated, a huge circular gap with smooth edges and spiral patterns inside appeared on the mountain wall. Unlike the lightning release, raised Nan just now, which shattered the rocky mountain and snowflakes into pieces, the power of this explosion was similar to the annihilation of hollow purple, turning that part of the mountain and snow into nothingness. This prototype move was currently a weakened version of hollow purple, with very low consumption. Although small in volume and slow in speed, its power was equally fatal. And unlike hollow purple, which used distorted space to hurt people, this energy sphere compressed from ordinary chakra, lightning release nature transformation, and space-time chakra possessed explosive power. This explosion was a space-time bomb, just like the dimensional slash, death upon contact. If not for the shortcoming of slow speed, the lethality of this move would be even more amazing than hollow purple, with super high cost performance ratio. Looking at the snow-white mountain area, Gojo Yoru suddenly opened his arms, laughing and sighing with immense pleasure. The world of geniuses is truly wonderful. After feeling the all-around improvement brought by the second evolution, Gojo Yoru didn't return to the battlefield immediately but returned to Konan's residence. At this moment, Konan was still catching up on sleep. Knowing the girl hadn't slept for a day, Gojo Yoru felt gratified that his efforts weren't wasted. A cute girl was already likable. A precocious girl who knew how to take care of people was even more lovable. If he didn't already have plans for Konan, Gojo Yoru really wanted to bring her back to Konoha for cultivation. With her talent and personality, she could definitely get along peacefully with Uzumaki Kushina. In the future, both girls would be his wings. Oh no, slip of the tongue, his right and left hands. Refining chakra and testing talent improvement took several hours. It was almost dusk now. So, Gojo Yoru checked the ingredients in the refrigerator. Finding them sufficient, he didn't go out to resupply but took out some ingredients to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Konan. Perhaps she had slept enough, or the noise outside woke her up. Konan soon came out from inside, her small face serious. "Yoru-sama, you just recovered. Please rest outside, let me handle dinner." "Don't worry, I've fully recovered." Gojo Yoru pinched Konan's small face and smiled, "You worked hard all day. Let me make a meal to reward you properly. Go wash up quickly, this is an order." "Yes." Konan observed Gojo Yoru's face and found it indeed as he said, so she nodded obediently. When she came out, Gojo Yoru was making the last dish, and she didn't even have a chance to help. During dinner, Gojo Yoru said to Konan, "Konan, in a while, I might have a mission for you." "What mission?" Konan immediately put down her chopsticks, waiting for Gojo Yoru's next words. Gojo Yoru smiled and said, "Eat first, I'll tell you after eating." "Yes." Dinner ended. After Konan washed the dishes and came to Gojo Yoru, Gojo Yoru formed a hand seal, releasing invisible yin release chakra towards Konan, pulling her into a genjutsu world to converse with her inside. 10 days ago, Gojo Yoru's genjutsu attainment couldn't achieve this level at all. His genjutsu talent was very average. Having obtained genjutsu, bringer of darkness technique for more than a year, he still hadn't learned this forbidden jutsu. Even some relatively advanced genjutsu passed down by the Gojo family, Gojo Yoru hadn't mastered yet. But now, Gojo Yoru could easily pull Konan into a genjutsu world for spiritual communication. The scene in the genjutsu world was exactly the same as the living room. Gojo Yoru raised his hand to rub Konan's head and asked with a smile, "Konan, are you afraid of danger?" "Afraid, but if I can help Yoru-sama, then I'm not afraid." Konan answered honestly, her determined eyes just like Haku and Kagaya Kimimaro. After more than a year of getting along, under Gojo Yoru's meticulous care, Konan's heart had long been shaped by him. Even if her parents were still around, her living conditions were far inferior to now, her family didn't even have the funds to send her to the ninja academy. If not for the paper flower back then coincidentally attracting Gojo Yoru's gaze, creating a bond between the two. Konan, who escaped from a Megakure, might have starved to death long ago. Even if not starved to death, she would be a wandering orphan with no home. How could she have a warm bed, a house better than her original home, and a full sense of security like now? The more she understood the common sense of the ninja world, the greater Konan felt Gojo Yoru's kindness was. Especially after she started learning hidden techniques and achieved some results, Gojo Yoru finally held nothing back, giving Konan the Gojo family's 5 elements ninjutsu, genjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and even some sealing jutsu copied from Uzumaki Kushina. The heart of a war orphan was already sensitive and lacking love. Under Gojo Yoru's offensive, Konan was long devoted to him. If Gojo Yoru encountered danger, and heaven gave her a choice to save Gojo Yoru by sacrificing herself, Konan would choose to sacrifice herself without hesitation. She was afraid of danger, of course, this was human nature. But Konan was more afraid of losing Gojo Yoru's love and her own value. She was Gojo Yoru's subordinate. Doing things for Yoru-sama was the meaning of her existence, Konan thought so. She dared not imagine the despair of being abandoned by Gojo Yoru. As long as she could help Gojo Yoru, even if it meant climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of fire, she wouldn't fear. Gojo Yoru naturally didn't know Konan had brainwashed herself to this extent, otherwise, he would definitely sigh like Chendaze, "I indeed didn't shame my teacher." Great eyes. Looking at the determined girl, Gojo Yoru first praised with a smile, then his expression gradually became serious. Don't worry, as long as you act well, there won't be any danger. However, this is a long-term mission. You might need to stay in the land of rain for a long time and rarely see me. Have you really decided? I hope you speak from your heart. If you are really afraid or don't want to go, I can change the plan and give you a few more years to grow. With the last sentence, Gojo Yoru looked at Konan seriously. Hearing she would be separated from Gojo Yoru for a long time and unable to meet, Konan felt very reluctant. Thinking again, if Gojo Yoru needed her, so young, to execute a long-term mission, that mission must be very important to Yoru-sama. Thus, Konan nodded vigorously. Yoru-sama, I have decided. Please give your orders. Good. Gojo Yoru said no more and told Konan his plan. He waved his hand, and the living room scene instantly changed to the rocky mountain area of the land of rain. A boy with short red hair covering his eyes came into Konan's view. As if noticing Konan's gaze, the red-haired boy suddenly looked up, revealing the eyes under his bangs, startling Konan. Not scared by the opponent's eyes, but Konan remembered a story Gojo Yoru told her over the past year. Konan pointed at the child and looked up at Gojo Yoru. Yoru-sama, his eyes. Gojo Yoru nodded. Correct, his eyes are the eyes of the sage of 6 paths and myths, the head of the legendary 3 great dojutsu, the Rinnegan. Konan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Isn't that a myth? No, the sage of 6 paths really existed, and the legends of the 3 great dojutsu are also true. Gojo Yoru smiled. Now this Rinnegan possessor is in the land of rain. Konan instantly realized her mission might be related to this Rinnegan possessor. She quickly calmed her emotions and looked at Gojo Yoru in confusion. Yoru-sama, what do you want me to do? His Rinnegan hasn't awakened yet, and he hasn't become a ninja, he's just an ordinary child. Gojo Yoru stared into Konan's eyes, saying word by word, I want you to return to the land of rain, find him, and train him into your subordinate. Konan was even more confused. Yoru-sama, since he is still an ordinary person, why don't you take him away and cultivate him yourself? Good question. This is the danger I mentioned. Gojo Yoru waved his hand again, and the scene changed abruptly once more. A black and white creature resembling an anthropomorphic pitcher plant appeared in Konan's vision again. Strangely, this creature only had an upper body, while the lower body seemed to have dived underground using earth release. Gojo Yoru's next words resolved Konan's doubts. There has always been this kind of creature monitoring him nearby. As for who is behind the scenes, I cannot tell you for now. This creature possesses a technique that can merge with the earth and vegetation, making his chakra undetectable by anyone, moving at high speed underground ignoring barriers, and absorbing others' chakra to transform into their appearance, indistinguishable even to the most familiar people. If I approach that child, the person behind the scenes will definitely act against me. This is also why I disguise myself and hide my chakra every time I come to find you. Only a child of the same age approaching him will make the person behind the scenes and those creatures responsible for monitoring him relax their vigilance and not interfere with his social interactions and growth. So that's how it is. Konan suddenly realized. Gojo Yoru looked down at Konan and said seriously, Konan, I ask you one last time, are you afraid? If you are afraid and don't want to go, I can change the plan, give you a few more years to grow, and then use other methods to let you approach this Rinnegan possessor. Precocious Konan suddenly interjected, but by then, I won't be able to train him into a subordinate, only go undercover by his side, right? Correct. Seeing Gojo Yoru nod, Konan revealed a sweet smile, her eyes still firm. Yoru-sama, please teach me what to do. I will definitely not disappoint you. Are you sure? Good. Gojo Yoru began to teach Konan how to approach, guide, and cultivate Nagato, and how to fabricate a fortuitous journey from a war orphan to a ninja who was even developing hidden techniques. Konan was the same age as Nagato. Her strength was too weak, she could only teach Nagato ninja basics and some mainstream low-level 5 elements ninjutsu. Moreover, she was a war orphan from a Megakure herself. Uchiha Madara, who must have left some backup on Nagato, would definitely not scrutinize a peer appearing beside Nagato, and would even be happy to see someone introduce Nagato to the path of a ninja. Without the 6 paths technique and yin-yang release, even if Nagato triggered the Rinnegan's power, it would only be an unconscious release of some 6 paths power. Unless his talent was ridiculously strong, mastering that 6 paths power without a teacher just through unconscious release. Before Uchiha Madara cut off the tube connected to the Gedo statue, Nagato couldn't summon the Gedo statue even if he went berserk. For Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, Konan cultivating Nagato was just children playing house. If the two formed a bond, it would fit their intentions perfectly. In the future, they could use Konan to guide Nagato's darkening, thereby using the Rhine rebirth technique to revive Uchiha Madara. This was the result deduced by Gojo Yoru using the Transmigrator's knowledge of the plot and understanding of those important characters' personalities. As long as Konan didn't reveal any flaws, there would be no problem. As for why Gojo Yoru sent Konan to approach Nagato and take him as a subordinate, the reason was simple: human greed. The essence of greed is insatiable desire. Before awakening the space-time ability, Gojo Yoru's ultimate plan was just to be satisfied with becoming an enhanced version of 6 Paths Obito. For this, he was willing to stop being human, becoming a stitched monster mixing various Kekkei Genkai and hidden techniques. After awakening the space-time ability, being a pseudo 6 Paths level powerhouse could no longer satisfy Gojo Yoru. His goal became breaking the limit of space-time chakra capacity, looking forward to the arrival of the second evolution every year. After multiple disappointments, he even came up with the cell renewal cycle theory as an excuse. Now the cell renewal cycle theory was confirmed. Evolution happened every 6 years, each time updating a portion of cells into special cells capable of extracting space-time power, and bringing all-around improvement to his body. This was the ladder to godhood. Just by following the steps, he could become the strongest in the ninja world, or even one of the strongest in the universe. However, Gojo Yoru was still not satisfied. Because he didn't know if such evolution could increase his lifespan. Could his lifespan last until the moment he became a god? Besides, having obtained godlike power, who would be willing to possess it for only a few decades or over 100 years? Thus, Gojo Yoru developed a new desire. That is, after humans stand at the peak, they will inevitably fantasize about immortality. Gojo Yoru was a rational person. If he had transmigrated to ancient times or just a low martial world, he wouldn't crave such illusory things. But as it happened, he transmigrated to a 2D world, and the Naruto world which had given birth to supreme existences suspected of transcending this dimension. Pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan members, whether high-status superiors or low-status followers and servants, had lifespans starting from 1,000 years. Even Black Zetsu, the incarnation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, lived for 1,000 years. And Kaguya Otsutsuki was just a subordinate of Ishiki Otsutsuki. Chakra fruits, and pills refined from chakra fruits, could increase human lifespan and power. In this ninja world, anyone possessing chakra was just a bug sucking the juice of the divine tree after it fell. Whether natives or transmigrators, they would inevitably have to deal with the divine tree and Otsutsuki in the future. To deal with them, one must master the ultimate dojutsu as a threshold, that is, the Rinnegan and Tensegan. The reason Gojo Yoru's original game strategy was to become a stitched monster was to give himself the capital to transplant the Rinnegan. Now with space-time ability, Gojo Yoru naturally wouldn't transplant the Rinnegan anymore, but he couldn't leave the Rinnegan alone either. He had already changed Konan's fate. If the fate between Yahiko and Nagato still existed, the latter would definitely still be influenced by the former. If the fate was broken, Nagato would be a runaway wild horse. After obtaining the Six Paths technique and Yin Yang release, he would become a non-disabled, enhanced version of Nagato. That was a super cage level combatant out of control. Gojo Yoru absolutely wouldn't allow this situation to occur. He evolved only once every 6 years, while Nagato could master 6 nature transformations in 1 year. The 6 Paths of Pain, just created, could instantly kill the aging Hanzo the salamander. The Preta path was a natural nemesis to Uzumaki Kushina. If Gojo Yoru couldn't instantly kill Nagato, the latter would target Uzumaki Kushina. The more tailed beasts he captured, the stronger his strength would be. A healthy Nagato wasn't some super cage level gatekeeper. Moreover, compared to killing Nagato, Gojo Yoru preferred to use him. Because he was a transmigrator, he understood Nagato's personality and was confident in turning this future super cage level powerhouse into his sharp blade, obtaining everything he wanted without affecting his main body's reputation and life. In this plan, Konan was the absolute core. In fact, the reason Gojo Yoru didn't go out personally was still because of the Slug Sage's warning. Since even the Slug Sage could discover the space-time chakra in his body, Gojo Yoru found it hard not to suspect that Black Zetsu could also discover the space-time chakra in his body. No matter what he turned into, unless he could stay intangible, merging into real space so that no sensing could discover his chakra. Otherwise, as long as he was exposed for a second, the black space-time chakra in his body would be his label, his nameplate. Before solving this problem, Gojo Yoru wouldn't approach Nagato. And Konan was his spokesperson. Uchiha Madara couldn't guide Nagato's darkening, his time was running out. He would definitely find a suitable spokesperson in the Uchiha clan like in the original work, then guide the other party to darken. That would be a matter for the Third Great Ninja War. By the time he was 18, Gojo Yoru would evolve again. By then, he would have the capital to turn from a pawn into a player. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, New Moves, Terrifying Dominance. Night, Thunderstorm. The rumble of thunder and the splash of heavy rain drowned out the sounds of running and shouting. Fleeting lightning occasionally tore open the night sky, turning darkness into daylight. With the illumination of the lightning, one could see 3 Konoha ninjas wearing green flak jackets running one after another in a certain area. Their expressions were filled with panic and urgency, as if a fierce beast were chasing them. They wished they could grow another pair of legs to make their already limit-reaching speed a bit faster, quickly reaching a safe area. Whether combat units or support units, every ninja squad must act in a group of 4. If a member died, the village would arrange a new member for their squad. If only one person was left in the squad, that person would be arranged into another squad. Unless in special circumstances, 4 people must be gathered to execute a mission. This was the rule of every ninja village. There were only 3 Konoha ninjas running away, indicating that one person in their squad had already sacrificed themselves. Boom! Lightning turned the night into day again, and deafening thunder resounded. When the thunder disappeared, the expressions of the 2 Konoha ninjas became even more terrified. Yes, 2. Because another person had fallen behind. Rewinding to when the lightning tore through the night. Splat! The sound of thunder rang out almost simultaneously with the sound of a sharp weapon entering a body. The Konoha ninja running at the back, responsible for covering his companions, had just seen the daylight world when a ninja sword covered in flowing water entered his vision. Then, his neck and heart hurt simultaneously. The next second, his head detached from his body. His vision spun a few times before being completely invaded by darkness. In front of and behind him stood a rain ninja wearing a gas mask. One rain ninja held a sword in one hand and maintained the posture of forming seals with the other. That was a genjutsu seal. Instantly killing another Konoha ninja, the 2 rain ninjas turned into a puddle of water and disappeared, continuing to chase the remaining 2 Konoha ninjas. The entire process from instant kill to disappearance took less than 3 seconds, just as the thunder disappeared. By the time the second Konoha ninja realized his companion behind him had fallen behind, he had already leaped a long distance. Using the sensing technique, he couldn't capture his companion's chakra either. He instantly realized his companion had also been assassinated. Even more despairing was that his sensing technique couldn't capture the enemy's chakra at all. Even so, as a qualified ninja, he chose to slow down, using himself as bait to buy time for his companion. Making the preparation to die, this Konoha ninja calmed down instead. Forming seals with both hands and constantly using the sensing technique, seeing he couldn't find the enemy's position, he suddenly thought of something. Maintaining the seals unchanged, the chakra flowing in his body suddenly became chaotic. Then his expression changed, and he quickly took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, throwing it towards the 11 o'clock direction. Coincidentally, another bolt of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the rain ninja standing less than 3 meters away from the Konoha ninja. The kunai pierced his body, but instead of the sound of a sharp weapon entering a body, he turned into a puddle of water. Water clone. The Konoha ninja was very vigilant. The moment he saw the figure, he leaped up. But the next second, he felt a slight pain in the back of his neck. Several senbon, using the rain curtain as cover, accurately hit the Konoha ninja who was a moving target. Then a palm gently patted the back of his heavy flak jacket. Boom! The explosion of the explosive tag and the sound of thunder rang out simultaneously. Before being engulfed by flames, the Konoha ninja saw 3 figures continuing to chase towards his companion. When his consciousness became heavy and his vision blurred, he vaguely saw another figure holding a ninja sword, harvesting his head. Damn it! The Konoha ninja running at the front soon noticed the disappearance of his companions. He knew that the 2 companions behind him had been killed. When their hiding place was discovered and the first companion was assassinated, he had anticipated this situation. He really wanted to stay and fight side by side with his companions, a desperate struggle. But reason and ninja quality told him he couldn't do this. Fighting 3 against 4 on the spot in the enemy's home field, they might not even be able to take one down. In this weather and environment, they couldn't even trade lives for injuries. Even if they would be defeated one by one, he had to run. With luck, the remaining people might survive. Even if no one survived, he had to try to delay time, preferably leading the enemy towards their own area. If support arrived in time, maybe a miracle would happen, or at least one team could be exchanged for another. Just like the Konoha ninja who scolded Hitaki Sakumo for saving him instead of prioritizing the mission. For these inheritors of the will of fire, they didn't fear death, only dying without value. The Konoha ninja just never expected the enemy's assassination speed to be so fast. Not long after sending the signal for support, 2 other companions were killed one after another. The opponent was obviously not an ordinary assassination squad. Another bolt of lightning tore through the night, making the Konoha ninja stop in his tracks. A scene full of despair appeared. 4 rain ninjas had surrounded him in a square formation at some point. With only one target left, the rain ninja assassination squad obviously didn't plan to continue using assassination methods but wanted this enemy ninja to die in the most painful and despairing way. The Konoha ninja didn't choose to beg for mercy. Realizing he couldn't escape, the despair in his eyes was quickly replaced by determination. He reached for his ninja tool pouch, ready to take out weapons to counterattack or form seals to cast techniques at any time. Under the darkness and thunder, no one made a move, seeming to wait for an opportunity. Perhaps affected by the atmosphere. In less than 10 seconds, another huge bolt of lightning tore through the darkness. 3 rain ninjas were about to unleash charged killing moves. At this moment, the rain ninja maintaining the genjutsu seal suddenly shouted loudly, "Retreat quickly!" After speaking, he disappeared using body flicker without hesitation. Just like this Konoha squad before, fleeing without hesitation upon seeing a companion assassinated. Only this rain ninja was even more exaggerated than them. It was this intense reaction that made the other 3 rain ninjas subconsciously stop their attacks. Zzzzz. The sound of electric currents converging came from far to near. 1 second it felt far away, but the next second, it seemed close by. Looking in the direction of the sound, the 3 rain ninjas' pupils constricted, and they simultaneously disappeared using body flicker. The Konoha ninja who was ready to die had intense joy burst from his eyes, feeling relieved. In the brief daylight world, a figure surrounded by black electric currents, like teleporting, flickered a few times and arrived in front of him from the end of his vision. The sound of electric currents converging didn't come from his body. Instead, his right palm grasped a ball of black and white lightning. The harsh sound emitted by the high-frequency current convergence was like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Yoru-sama. Just as the Konoha ninja called out the figure's name, the other party had already disappeared from his vision. Immediately, he gave up the idea of escaping and turned around, wanting to follow Gojo Yoru. When he used the sensing technique, he just captured Gojo Yoru's chakra, but that chakra instantly disappeared, already beyond his sensing range. Thus, he used body flicker at full speed towards the direction where the chakra disappeared. Approaching that location, the Konoha ninja saw a corpse broken in 2 on the road, not his companion, but a rain ninja corpse. The other party's expression was filled with the horror of encountering a monster, and his eyes still held a trace of confusion, seeming not to know how he died. Using the sensing technique again, the Konoha ninja still couldn't sense Gojo Yoru's chakra. Looking at the smooth and straight cut, he couldn't help but sigh. Haven't seen him for over a month. Yoru-sama's body flicker is faster, and the destructive power of black lightning has become stronger. The scene switched to the other 3 rain ninjas. Turning night into day and looking down from a god's perspective, one could enjoy a racing game with disparate strength. Like a Ferrari letting 3 old mobility scooters scatter and run for a few hundred or 1,000 meters first, then catching up one by one and smashing them into Gundam fragments. Unlike the Konoha ninja squad running one after another, the 4 rain ninjas scattered and fled, each for themselves. Because they knew no support from the village would come, nor would it arrive in time. What they could do was save their own lives, hoping that the monster wasn't targeting them. For this, they used all their methods: water body flicker, water hiding technique, and even water clone technique and shadow clone technique, scattering and fleeing with the main body. But not far away, the sound of Chidori chirping came to their ears. Before they could react, severe pain came from their bodies. A black and white lightning spear, with speed surpassing their neural reaction, instantly pierced through their bodies. Even if someone used water replacement and water body flicker to escape in time, before the water flow not far away could reassemble the body, it was cut in half at the waist by the horizontal lightning spear. It wasn't like a lightning spear, more like a storm release laser. Its power was even stronger than the storm release laser. Just a gentle sweep, and the body wearing a flak jacket and armor was torn like thin paper. The last rain ninja died most miserably and shockingly. The black and white laser shot diagonally, piercing through the rain ninja's body and continuing to extend into the ground. Then the laser moved upward, cutting the rain ninja's upper body in half. Split in half along with him was the ground where the laser entered. The smooth and straight cut surface, if not for the traces of lightning, would make one suspect this wasn't done by physical or energy attacks, but by some power of rules cutting and erasing. In less than 2 minutes, the scattered and fleeing rain ninja assassination squad was all caught up and killed by Gojo Yoru. Throughout the process, Gojo Yoru didn't use any ninjutsu. He just grabbed a ball of nature transformation lightning, then used shape transformation to turn this ball of lightning into a spear-like laser, controlling its movement at will. However, this level of nature transformation and shape transformation was already a technique, and an A-rank lightning release ninjutsu with high cultivation difficulty Chidori sharp spear. In the eyes of outsiders, this was a shape transformation black lightning secret technique. In the eyes of Hitaki Kakashi in the final battle of the original work, This was Kamui Reikuri and Kamui Chidori Sharp Spear wrapped in space-time power. But here with Gojo Yoru, it should be called Space-Time Release, Chidori and Space-Time Release, Chidori Sharp Spear. More than a month had passed since the second evolution ended. Gojo Yoru returned to the battlefield half a month ago and displayed terrifying strength. Whether day or night, he made rain ninjas tremble with fear. His prestige spread throughout the four-nation battlefield again. Because Gojo Yoru became stronger. Already recorded in the bingo books of various countries with the titles of Black Flash and number 1 speed in the ninja world, Gojo Yoru's body flicker speed was recognized as among the strongest in the ninja world. There were only a few who could compare with him. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Gojo Yoru, like Senju Tobirama, was the fastest ninja in the ninja world. The ghostly silent step and chakra concealment and earth body flicker technique, which had spread throughout the ninja world, was known as an assassin second only to Hanzo the Salamander, even surpassing Hitaki Sakumo. After all, Konoha's White Fang didn't have the record of injuring the salamander. Such body flicker speed had reached the limit of cognition. Unexpectedly, Gojo Yoru, who took a leave for more than half a month, returned as if reborn. Not only was he faster, but his chakra also went from the Takubutsu Jonin standard line to a genuine all-rounder Jonin, shocking many people. But the most outrageous was his lightning release attainment. During his leave, it seemed Gojo Yoru went to train hard in lightning release. Originally using lightning release chakra mode, Gojo Yoru only had a few electric arcs around him. After returning, his whole body could release electric currents, not only increasing body flicker speed but also possessing both offensive and defensive forms. It was very similar to Kumigakure's lightning release chakra mode, a result of fusing nature transformation and shape transformation. In addition, he also developed close-range and mid to long-range black lightning secret techniques, namely Chidori and Chidori Sharp Spear. Gojo Yoru's black lightning secret technique had been confirmed. Unlike the diffusive black lightning developed by the third Raikage, which caused immense pain upon contact and had immobilizing ability, Gojo Yoru's black lightning characteristic was destruction. And his black lightning could also merge with ordinary lightning release, giving ordinary lightning release penetrating and cutting power not inferior to the Raijin sword. Heavy armor was as fragile as thin paper in front of his lightning. Upon returning, Gojo Yoru rarely used the Flying Thunder God technique and assassination methods. He almost always used body flicker and lightning release to fight enemies. At this time, some powerhouses discovered that Gojo Yoru's weakest point, sensing, had also become much stronger. With the help of similarly strengthened neural reaction speed and unrivaled body flicker speed, Gojo Yoru seemed to have become a sensing ninja, always able to discover and dodge attacks and ninjutsu about to hit him in time. That electric current filling his body, surging inside to stimulate cells and enhance speed, and winding around him outside for both offense and defense, made even genjutsu ninjas who could counter Gojo Yoru before feel very powerless. Ninjas targeted by him alone, whether Chunin or Jonin, as long as their neural reaction speed couldn't keep up, would be stunned on the spot like wooden figures and easily killed by Gojo Yoru. The previous Gojo Yoru could also achieve this level, but not as easily or lastingly as now. This return, Gojo Yoru displayed terrifying dominance. Jonin only had two major classifications, Takubutsu Jonin and All-Rounder Jonin. There was no promotion rank of Elite Jonin. The so-called Elite Jonin was just another name for ace combatants. An ace combatants referred to the strongest group among Jonin. Their strength was monstrous, able to easily defeat and kill multiple Jonin of the same level, even threatening and killing Kage. The number of S-rank missions completed also crushed Jonin of the same level, possessing exclusive titles known to everyone in the ninja world. The 5 Kage were ace combatants with the title of Kage. If a Kage sacrificed themselves, another ace combatant would take their place. While the Kage were still around, ace combatants were the sharpest blades in their hands. During the 5 Kage summit, ace combatants were their personal guards. Ace combatants were the top members of the ninja village's higher UPS circle. Shimura Danzo, the Sunin, Hitaki Sakumo, Kato Dan, the patriarchs of major ninja clans, were all such existences. And now, Gojo Yoru had also become such an existence. The next morning. Omegakure, Tower. Hanzo-sama, in last night's assassination operation, according to our statistics, a total of 15 enemies were killed. However, we also lost 6 assassins, and 1 assassination squad was wiped out. Sakawa knelt on one knee and reported, before the operation, I issued instructions to abandon assassination and retreat immediately upon encountering danger or sensing powerful chakra fluctuations. Yet an assassination squad was still wiped out. Only a powerhouse with extremely fast body flicker speed could leave an assassination squad with nowhere to run on a stormy night. I suspect it was Konoha's Black Flash. Are there casualties every night now? That brat, what exactly did he experience to gain such a huge improvement in such a short time? Hanzo the salamander murmured, then asked, how long can our current supplies last? 2 more months. Sakawa looked troubled. However, at this consumption rate, the village's production capacity can no longer keep up. Even if the support unit doesn't encounter accidents, they can only resupply twice a month. Continuing like this, we can only last until next year at most. Hearing this, a rare trace of confusion appeared in Hanzo the salamander's eyes. Then he looked at Sakawa below and couldn't help but ask, Sakawa, say, did I do something wrong? Hanzo-sama did nothing wrong. We are all willing to die for you. Sakawa answered with determined eyes. Is that so? Looking at the loyal Sakawa, Hanzo the salamander revealed a smile, then waved his hand, you may leave. Yes. After Sakawa left, Hanzo the salamander finally revealed a fragile side, murmuring with empty eyes, can't even last 2 years? Is this the gap between a small country and a major power? Is the fate of a small country really unbreakable? What pinnacle of the ninja world, what demigod of the ninja world, this old man is truly a joke. At this moment, Hanzo the salamander's spirit dropped to the lowest point. The fighting spirit of once being high-spirited, wanting to lead Omegakure single-handedly to break the oppression of major powers on small countries and change the situation of the ninja world, was also destroyed by cruel reality. The demigod of the ninja world was ultimately not the god of shinobi, he couldn't pacify the chaotic times like the first Hokage. Being powerful alone was useless. Konoha, fighting a war of attrition and tug-of-war on just one battle line, could render him helpless, only able to sit and eat away his resources, eventually killing himself. Even if he finally defeated this battle line, the remaining supplies and troops wouldn't be enough to continue invading the Land of Fire. If not for his salamander being able to drag the ninja world to perish together, the Land of Wind and Land of Earth might have beaten him while he was down long ago. Although the result hadn't come out yet, Hanzo the salamander knew that he and the Land of Rain had already lost. Seeing no hope of victory, Hanzo the salamander already had the idea of withdrawing. Yes, withdrawing, not surrendering. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Konan takes Nagato as a subordinate, the gap between man and God. Rewinding to 10 days ago. In the Rocky Mountain area of the Land of Rain, heavy dark clouds and a white rain curtain made the barren mountains emit a cold and oppressive aura. During wartime, except for the safest western area, it was difficult to see a commoner in the Rocky Mountain area outside Omegakure. Capable people either bypassed the battle lines of the Land of Earth and Land of Fire and fled to the neighboring Land of Grass. Or they crossed mountains and ridges, moving from the eastern, southern, and northern areas to the western area, or fleeing the Land of Rain from the western area to enter the neighboring Land of Birds. Those without the capability either stayed in inhabited villages and towns with a fluke mentality or hid in rare deep forests or common caves in the Land of Rain. Nagato's family was one of those hiding. Even so, they couldn't escape disaster. The Land of Rain, having not experienced the first great ninja war and storing so many supplies, only lasted less than 2 years. Konoha's border battle line, marching into the land of rain to fight a war of attrition and tug-of-war, certainly couldn't allow everyone to return for supplies. A ninja world war was a war between nations. Neither ninjas nor commoners could stay out of it. The only difference was that ninjas possessed powerful strength, while commoners were powerless. In peaceful times, the latter might be the former's patrons. In wartime, they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Konoha ninjas, unable to breach a Megakure and unable to return to their own camp for supplies, could only loot. Their priority was villages and towns, where large amounts of supplies were stored. If they encountered a solitary family, they would decide based on their situation and conscience. Nagato's family's hiding place was coincidentally discovered by Konoha ninjas avoiding an assassination squad at night. While looting for supplies, they accidentally killed Nagato's parents, causing Nagato to activate the Rinnegan's power and instantly kill the Konoha ninjas before fainting. After waking up, his home was gone. 1 second he had both parents, the next he became a war orphan, leaving Nagato in a daze. After burying his parents' bodies, he wandered aimlessly in the Rocky Mountain area, not knowing where to go. After wandering for an unknown amount of time, extreme hunger and climbing mountains drained all his strength. Even the rain felt as heavy as stones. Nagato finally collapsed on a slope, unable to bear it anymore. Seeing this scene, Tobi, arranged by Uchiha Madara to protect Nagato, couldn't help but want to go out and check his condition. But he was scolded by White Zetsu. "Tobi, you idiot, did you forget Madara-sama's warning again? We cannot interfere with Nagato's growth." "But, will he die like this?" Tobi scratched his head. "He's an existence awakened with Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines. How could he die from this little hardship? So we just leave him be. Leave him be for now. Unless he really can't hold on, we'll find other ways to help him. We absolutely cannot expose our tracks." "All right." Tobi and White Zetsu continued to watch. After an unknown amount of time, Nagato, who had fainted from hunger, slowly woke up. With a little recovered strength, Nagato struggled to get up and continued to stagger up the mountain, wanting to cross the mountains to find an inhabited place. But before walking far, he accidentally kicked a protruding stone and fell flat on the ground. Struggling to get up again, Nagato continued walking like a zombie. Soon, he fell flat again. This time nothing tripped him, he simply had no strength left to walk. In his groggy consciousness, Nagato seemed to see a pair of feet appear in front of him in his hazy vision. Then the rain hitting his body like stones suddenly disappeared. Nagato raised his eyes with difficulty and saw a purple-haired girl who looked a year or two older than him, squatting sideways, holding a paper umbrella in one hand and a vegetable basket in the other. Squinting her ember eyes, she smiled at him like an angel. "Want some?" Konan took out a long loaf of bread from the basket and handed it to Nagato. This scene would be forever etched in the red-haired boy's heart. He didn't speak but raised his hand tremblingly, took the bread, and stuffed it into his mouth. Swallowing the first bite with difficulty, then as if awakening something, he suddenly found strength from somewhere and began to devour it. Konan watched this scene with a smile. But in her heart, she was incredulous. This peer who was about to starve to death actually possessed eyes like the sage of 6 paths and myths. Truly incredible. With Gojo Yoru's reminders and teachings, although Konan sighed in her heart, her expression remained unchanged. Even if someone could sense emotions, they would only sense pity from the girl. This was the kindness of an angel. Just like Haku to Namikaze Abusa, as long as it didn't involve Gojo Yoru, Konan wouldn't have any stress reaction. Looking at Nagato devouring the food and choking several times, Konan took out an apple and a bottle of milk from the basket and placed them in front of him, smiling, "Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you." Thank you." Recovering some strength, Nagato, changing from lying prone to kneeling, finally thanked her with a blurred voice. Unfortunately, his bangs covered the Rin-Egan, and his lowered head prevented anyone from seeing his eyes. When he finished the whole loaf of bread and held the milk and apple reluctantly, Konan seemed to guess something. The pity in her eyes deepened, but she asked knowingly, "Are you lost and can't find your way home?" I have no home. Dad and Mom are dead." Nagato finally raised his head, revealing the Rin-Egan under his bangs. Unclear if it was rain or tears sliding down the corner of his eyes. His choked voice carried sadness and confusion. This scene made Konan's expression somewhat trance-like, as if returning to the first half of last year. In Nagato, she saw her own reflection. If she hadn't met Yorisama back then, the current Nagato might be her future. In fact, she might be even worse off than Nagato, at least not having someone watching over her to help. Thus, Konan murmured softly, "Me too." Nagato, who happened to hear it, was stunned, then looked at Konan blankly, as if finding a kindred spirit. Recovering her senses, Konan revealed an angelic smile again, pointed behind Nagato, and reminded softly, "If you are looking for an inhabited place, you are going the wrong way. You should keep going that way." Taking out another loaf of bread and stuffing it into Nagato's arms, Konan stood up and encouraged, "Live well. When you get through this, you will find the world completely different." After speaking, Konan walked uphill. Nagato stared blankly at Konan's back holding the umbrella, then inexplicably got up and followed her. Konan soon noticed a follower behind her. She stopped, turned around, and said helplessly, "I can only give you this much. I also have to live. No. I don't want food." Realizing Konan misunderstood him, Nagato shook his head hurriedly to explain, his tone appearing very flustered. That thin body, sub-healthy skin, and red hair covering his eyes, in front of Konan who was well-nourished for nearly 2 years, had fair skin, developed differently from ordinary people, and was more than half a head taller than Nagato despite being the same age, didn't look like a boy at all, but rather like a red-haired little sister. Konan asked with feigned confusion, "Not wanting food, then why are you following me? See, can I follow you?" Nagato stated his thought, and worried about being rejected by Konan, hurriedly added, I can do anything." Konan didn't agree immediately but asked, "You are also from the land of rain. Besides your parents, don't you have any other acquaintances? Aren't you going to find them?" Nagato shook his head with dim eyes, "My home was in a very remote place. I don't know anyone anymore." "Is that so?" Konan pretended to ponder, then examined Nagato carefully, suddenly smiling brightly, "All right, I can give you a chance." "Really?" Nagato looked at Konan excitedly. "Just a chance?" Konan wagged her finger. "If you don't have that aptitude, I can only send you to an inhabited place because I have more important things to do." MHM. Although he didn't know what aptitude Konan was talking about, Nagato nodded repeatedly. "Follow me." Konan beckoned, then led Nagato to climb the slope. When the two disappeared on the slope, the faces of Tobi and White Zetsu emerged from the ground. As expected of the lucky one awakened with rare Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines and chosen by Madara-sama. "What good luck!" White Zetsu sighed slightly. "Meeting a kindred spirit with chakra in such a remote place. It seems we don't need to find a way to help him embark on the path of a ninja." Tobi crossed his arms underground and nodded in agreement. Konan led Nagato over mountains and ridges, from this mountain to another. It wasn't until they reached halfway up the mountain that Konan stopped, then looked for something on the mountain wall. Finally, her gaze fixed on a petal pattern carved on the wall. Handing the basket to Nagato beside her, under his puzzled gaze, Konan pressed her small hand on the petal pattern. Then an incredible scene entered Nagato's eyes. Black lines appeared on the mountain wall, forming vertical rectangular grids. The rock-like color faded, and explosive tags with the character explode flew out of the wall, pasted onto Conan's body, and disappeared. As a camouflage cloth fell, the original mountain wall had turned into the entrance of a cave. Conan picked up the camouflage cloth essential for the hiding technique and smiled at the dumbfounded Nagato. "Come in." Following Conan into the cave, looking at Conan lighting an oil lamp and rearranging the entrance, Nagato asked with a hint of nervousness and awe, Are you a ninja-sama?" "Ninja-sama? Not really." Conan pinched her chin and thought for a few seconds, then smiled sweetly. "According to the information left by that senior, only ninjas born in a ninja village, graduated from the Ninja Academy, and obtained a forehead protector and ninja registration number are considered true ninjas. Someone like me who accidentally embarked on the path of a ninja, without joining a ninja village, can only be called a rogue ninja." Gulp. Nagato couldn't understand at all. After confirming Conan was a ninja, he was already at a loss. Conan comforted, "Don't be so nervous. If you have that aptitude, maybe you can become a rogue ninja like me." "What?" Nagato was stunned, suspecting something was wrong with his ears. Then he asked uncertainly, The aptitude you mentioned just now is the aptitude to become a ninja-sama?" "Correct." Conan said seriously, "I have important things to do and no time to take in and care for ordinary people. If you want to follow me, you have to become a ninja like me. If you don't have the aptitude to become a ninja, you are destined not to be able to help me at all, and I can only send you to an inhabited place. I will work hard." Afraid of being abandoned by Conan, Nagato shouted hurriedly, "I will definitely become someone who can help you. I look forward to it." Conan smiled and introduced herself, "Let's get to know each other. My name is Conan, 7 years old this year, born in Omegakure. Because of the Land of Earth's raid, I became a war orphan and am currently wandering around." You are only 7. Nagato's tone was full of disbelief. Looking at Conan, who was more than half a head taller than him, he thought she was 2 or 3 years older than him. Unexpectedly, she was a peer. "Hehe, that's because you haven't seen Yoru-sama." The corner of Conan's lips rose in a smug arc, happy to have something in common with Gojo Yoru. In Nagato, she saw her own reflection again. Last year, when she learned that Yoru-sama was only 11, she must have had the same expression. On the surface, Conan smiled, "When you become a ninja and have the ability to earn money, you will soon be like me. Now it's your turn. Introduce yourself." "Yes." Nagato recovered his senses and hurriedly said, "My name is Nagato, born in the southern part of the Land of Rain. I forgot where I lived before. My previous home was in a remote place. Now I am also a war orphan." Speaking of this, Nagato suddenly lowered his head. Both 7 years old, he and Conan were not on the same level at all. Conan walked over and patted Nagato's shoulder. Looking at Nagato looking up at her, Conan revealed a brilliant smile, but full of mischievous taste. "From now on, you are my little brother, a temporary subordinate. If you want to become a regular, work hard." Approaching the possessor of the Sage's Eye, Conan was originally very nervous. Especially knowing that there were invisible and undetectable creatures monitoring this Sage's Eye possessor nearby, Conan was even more worried about revealing flaws. Before Gojo Yoru sent her back to the Land of Rain, Conan didn't know how many times she simulated the first meeting in her heart. Now finally in contact with Nagato, Conan's nervousness and uneasiness all dissipated. Just like Nagato seemed to find a kindred spirit. Conan felt the same. Accurately speaking, Nagato's current appearance was the male version of herself before meeting Yoru-sama. And her current self was a super weakened version of Yoru-sama. Conan already knew how to cultivate Nagato and was fully confident in turning this male version of herself into a subordinate of Yoru-sama's subordinate. Yes. Naturally, Nagato didn't know Conan's thoughts. Regarding Conan taking him as a little brother, he had no rejection at all, only the joy of finding a new reliance. The two descendants of the Uzumaki in this generation seemed to like attaching themselves to others. Uzumaki Kushina was like this, and so was Nagato. Looking at Nagato, who didn't know how to hide his emotions at all, Konan saw her own reflection again. That childish mischievousness grew even stronger. So, she put her hands on her hips and said with feigned majesty, "Call me Konan-sama from now on." "Yes, Konan-sama." Nagato stood at attention as if in military training. Looking at the two little ones playing house, White Zetsu hiding in the mountain wall looked speechless for once. Toby clapped and exclaimed, "So cool." Unfortunately, Toby had no eyes, otherwise, they would definitely be shining. Seeing Toby looking like he wanted to join in, White Zetsu couldn't help but complain, "Truly three children." Immediately, he shared the scenes he saw and the information collected with other White Zetsu clones. Uchiha Madara soon learned of Konan's existence. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, found a new bond so quickly? What a lucky brat! "Madara-sama, should we check that girl?" a White Zetsu clone asked. "You don't have yin-yang release and can't read others' memories." "No need." Uchiha Madara closed his eyes again, not caring at all. Just a war orphan who was lucky enough to become a ninja. If she has any malice towards Nagato and makes a move, Nagato will automatically activate the Rinnegan's power. Plus, with Toby protecting him in the dark, she can't stir up any waves. Before this kid Nagato grows up, let him have a wonderful childhood. That girl might become our pawn in the future. As if thinking of something, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the White Zetsu clone and asking, "Compared to this, I'm more curious about that Konoha brat who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Did you find out what he did during the time he disappeared? Why is there such a huge change after returning this time?" "Didn't find out. We can only confirm that during the time he disappeared, he wasn't in Konoha at all." The White Zetsu clone looked helpless. The Flying Thunder God formula is too small and can be attached to people and animals. The formula might be moving at any time. During the time he disappeared, he might not even be on the ninja continent. Uchiha Madara's gaze was deep. A ninja's chakra won't skyrocket for no reason. Either he encountered external influence, or he experienced something that caused the energy in his body to skyrocket. The reason Uchiha Madara was so certain was that he had both. When an Uchiha clan member awakened the Sharingan, the brain would secrete yin release chakra, which would also affect the chakra capacity in the body. And after he implanted Hashirama cells, he not only obtained the yang attribute, but his yang release chakra and yin release chakra also skyrocketed crazily. Finally, his blind eyes not only recovered but also turned into the Rinnegan. Gojo Yoru didn't become a Jinchuriki, nor did he use Heel Bite to absorb Nine Tails Jinchuriki chakra, yet his own chakra amount skyrocketed permanently. This was very unusual. Especially returning this time, he also displayed powerful Black Lightning secret techniques, growing in many aspects. Saying he was reborn was not an exaggeration. Developing secret techniques couldn't bring such a huge improvement, he must have experienced something. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but recall the photo White Zetsu gave him last year. Those Flying Thunder God formulas all over the ground might really be hiding some secret of his. This secret was the reason he could instantly kill 55 sand ninjas and caused such huge changes after disappearing for less than a month. Uchiha Madara didn't fear exposed super methods, any technique had weaknesses and flaws. Just like his perfect Susanoo, possessing divine power to rewrite maps, but facing Hashirama's would release, his chakra would be crazily absorbed, making him weaker as he fought while the opponent grew stronger. The Rinnegan was also not unsolvable, otherwise, he wouldn't have transplanted the Rinnegan to Nagato without fear of losing control. What Uchiha Madara feared were unknown means. As a ninja from the Warring States period, no one knew the importance of intelligence better than Uchiha Madara. Gojo Yoru's Flying Thunder God technique was at most a bit troublesome, hard to keep him. If the Flying Thunder God technique was paired with that unknown means, it might affect his resurrection plan. Before dying, Uchiha Madara must figure out Gojo Yoru's secret, determine if it could threaten Nagato, and then prepare countermeasures so he could go to the Pure Land with peace of mind. The White Zetsu clone seemed to see through Uchiha Madara's thoughts and couldn't help but ask, "Madara-sama, should we act against him?" "No rush. Continue monitoring the Uchiha clan and find a suitable pawn first." Uchiha Madara shook his head and refused, his eyes flashing with a cold scarlet light. "If no one can find out the secret of his sudden strengthening in this campaign, I will act personally after finding the spokesperson I want." Black Zetsu hiding in the Gedo statue was very satisfied with Uchiha Madara's caution. Unfortunately, he hadn't appeared as the incarnation of will yet, otherwise, he would definitely tell Uchiha Madara his discovery. The reason that Brat suddenly became stronger was highly likely synthesizing a Kekkei Genkai. That wasn't Black Lightning's secret technique, but Storm Release, Black Lightning. Because of the Kekkei Genkai, that Brat's chakra amount skyrocketed, and the characteristics of Black Lightning were different from the Black Lightning developed by the third Raikage. Synthesizing a Kekkei Genkai at 12, developing powerful lightning release, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, and becoming an ace combatant of the 5 great ninja villages was certainly very dazzling. But in this 1,000 years, Black Zetsu didn't know how many such super geniuses he had seen. The fate of these super geniuses was ultimately the same. That was to be brilliant for a moment, then become stepping stones for the reincarnations of Asura and Indra. Bloodline limited their peak. They couldn't even surpass the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, let alone Uchiha Madara, who completed the unification of the 2 poles. Even Nagato, who only transplanted Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan and simultaneously awakened Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, wasn't someone such goods could compare to. Not to mention anything else, just a basic Preta path could make these ninjutsu geniuses despair. Your limit is just the lower limit of the ultimate dojutsu. This is the gap between man and God. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Flying Thunder God with Ordinary Chakra, the Final Battle. As Hanzo the Salamander developed the idea of withdrawing, the atmosphere of this battle line suddenly underwent a significant change. During the day, Konoha dared not attack Omegakure again because Hanzo the Salamander personally guarded the city walls. With the body flicker speed of this demigod of the ninja world, even if they flanked to the opposite direction of Omegakure, he could arrive quickly, or swap positions with a reverse summoning technique. At night, reconnaissance teams, Anbu, and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan discovered that Omegakure actually stopped sending assassination squads to assassinate them. Konoha ninjas thought it was due to Gojo Yoru's deterrence. After all, in the entire Konoha, besides a few ninja clans and ninjas who weren't afraid of Omegakure's assassination squads, only Gojo Yoru, the Flying Thunder God user, an assassin second only to Hanzo the Salamander, could hunt Omegakure's assassination squads in turn. After Gojo Yoru returned, almost every night, rain ninjas died at his hands, sometimes even wiping out an entire assassination squad. Those qualified to come out and assassinate rain ninjas were almost all Chunin and Takubutsu Jonin skilled in certain fields. Cultivating an assassin of this level required not only selecting students with assassination talent from the Ninja Academy but also spending several years and resources to train them. With Omegakure's small number of ninjas, even if one rain ninja exchanged for 2 Konoha ninjas, exhausting all rain ninjas wouldn't wipe out this battle line. So Konoha ninjas all believed Omegakure was scared by Gojo Yoru's killing. Omegakure's reaction gave both sides a breathing spell. What is that guy Hanzo up to again? Could he really be scared by the Gojo kid's killing? Maybe it's just a delaying tactic, stalling for some purpose. Then should we continue to attack? There's no need to add such unrewarding casualties. Let everyone rest for a while. It's a good time for a comprehensive resupply. In a clearing in the Rocky Mountain area, several tents were set up, forming a simple command post. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were communicating, while Gojo Yoru was training in another tent, having just achieved significant results. The talent improvement brought by the second evolution made Gojo Yoru fall in love with training again. Those profound ninjutsu knowledge that he could only understand a little before, and even if he fully understood, his body couldn't execute due to limited talent, were now mastered by Gojo Yoru one by one. Relying on terrifying chakra control and the assistance of powerful basics and ninjutsu knowledge, Gojo Yoru could even walk a path of inventing ninjutsu, also achieving results. At that moment, Gojo Yoru finally knew how amazing Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu talent was. He also finally understood why Orochimaru in the original work liked researching ninjutsu so much. For talent monsters, the feeling of researching and inventing ninjutsu was simply wonderful. Every time a ninjutsu was thoroughly understood and every time a new technique was born, it not only meant becoming stronger and enriching the arsenal but also possibly discovering a new field and gaining a deeper understanding of chakra. In Gojo Yoru's eyes, it was another step towards the origin of chakra. No wonder I understood it with my eyes and brain before, but my body wouldn't listen at all. This technique not only has extremely high requirements for neural reaction speed but also has equally high standards for sealing jutsu talent and chakra control talent. At this moment, Gojo Yoru was training the Flying Thunder God technique. Last year, when he opened the independent scroll of this technique, Gojo Yoru learned it almost instantly, but the consumption for this technique was space-time chakra. Once space-time chakra ran out, Gojo Yoru couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique. Because his talent was limited, he couldn't condense the Flying Thunder God formula with ordinary chakra at all. Even though the talent improvement brought by the first evolution at that time made Gojo Yoru already worthy of being called a genius. But such geniuses were a dime a dozen not only in Konoha but even in the ninja world. Even a genius like Orochimaru, seen once in a decade, didn't qualify to cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, having completed the second evolution, with talent transforming from genius to super genius, Gojo Yoru finally challenged the Flying Thunder God technique again. Unlike last year when he understood but couldn't do it. Now, Gojo Yoru, who had welcomed huge improvements in all aspects, finally experienced the difficulty of cultivating a super S-rank ninjutsu. S-rank ninjutsu were already secret techniques that might not be learned no matter how much time and effort were put in. But for such ninjutsu, if a person with outstanding talent in that type spent a lot of time, there was still a high probability of learning them. Super S-rank ninjutsu, however, were simply techniques choosing people. Not just one talent requirement, but multiple talents, and each talent had to be outstanding, even rarely seen in many years. The Flying Thunder God technique was such an existence. The previous Gojo Yoru didn't understand why the Flying Thunder God technique had requirements for neural reaction speed. It wasn't until his return this time, killing in all directions on the battlefield, that Gojo Yoru understood why Namikaze Minato could single-handedly wipe out dozens of IWA ninjas. Powerful neural reaction speed was simply bullet time, spider sense, a super weakened version of space-time talent. Others were at 1x speed, but he was at 2x, 3x speed. No wonder Namikaze Minato's body flicker was so fast and his combat reading ability so strong. Before evolution, it was incredible that he could defeat such a guy. Fortunately, he hadn't grown up back then, otherwise, Gojo Yoru would have been the one beaten. Without powerful neural reaction speed, one couldn't cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique, just as without powerful physical fitness, one couldn't use the Heavenly Transfer technique for super long-range teleportation. If Gojo Yoru didn't have space-time chakra, when he teleported using the Flying Thunder God technique, his body would freeze on the spot, unable to achieve seamless transition. Approaching the enemy in this way would be pure suicide. Besides neural reaction speed, there were equal requirements for chakra control and sealing jutsu talent. When chakra control reached a realm unattainable by ordinary people, combined with sealing jutsu and neural reaction, one could, like making storage scrolls, use ordinary chakra hands to grasp a trace of invisible space-time power, finally condensing it into a space-time mark that would never disappear, which is the Flying Thunder God formula. The reason Gojo Yoru could understand before but his body wouldn't listen was that he didn't meet any of the 3 requirements. Like him, there were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and a host of other ninjutsu geniuses. But now, Gojo Yoru examined the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand, the corners of his mouth rising in an arc, his mood very pleasant. On the handle of the kunai, a pattern was engraved. Not the tomato pattern with the character knight inside, but an Ouroboros forming an infinity symbol. Since completing the 2nd evolution, apart from cultivating lightning release and developing new techniques, Gojo Yoru spent all his other time researching the Flying Thunder God technique. Spending more than a month, with countless attempts, Flying Thunder God formulas condensing one by one and then dispersing like ink, experiencing excitement and disappointment time and again. Gojo Yoru finally completely mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. From now on, his level of difficulty would rise again. In the future, using the Flying Thunder God technique, he no longer needed to consume space-time chakra. Not only did his endurance improve significantly, but he could also use the latter for more things. Otherwise, one teleport would consume a certain amount of space-time chakra, making Gojo Yoru reluctant to use the Flying Thunder God technique freely during combat, avoiding many attacks if possible. Using secret techniques like Hollow Purple required controlling chakra output, must leaving energy for 1 or 2 Flying Thunder God teleports. But now, these restrictions and worries were all gone. Just the 2nd evolution brought him such a huge improvement. Gojo Yoru looked forward even more to the 3rd evolution 6 years later. Yoru-sama, Orochimaru-sama, and Jiraiya-sama are asking for you. At this moment, a voice came from outside the tent. I understand. Gojo Yoru put away the Flying Thunder God kunai and walked out of the tent. Then he saw the command team packing up, seemingly preparing to evacuate. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked solemn. Gojo Yoru walked over and greeted, Orochimaru-sensei, Jiraiya-senpai. The address quietly changed. Not because Gojo Yoru became arrogant, but because Jiraiya requested it. With his command in battle this year and the terrifying dominance displayed upon his return, Gojo Yoru had become a recognized elite jonin in the ninja world, one of Konoha's ace combatants. In future jonin meetings of the village, Gojo Yoru would not only be qualified to participate but would also have a very forward seat. With such status, except for the Hokage, the Council of Elders, and Gojo Yoru's teacher, no one could bear his address of Sama, including Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hatake Sakumo, Kato Dan, and the patriarchs of major ninja clans. Gojo Yoru was already one of the top members of Konoha's higher UPS circle. This was the benefit of war. War kills many people. Even if the 5 Kage participated, without intelligence advantage or falling into enemy ambush beyond their ability to handle, they would also die. In nearly 2 years of war, countless Chunin and Jonin died in battle. Their vacant positions must be filled. Special moments, special promotions, this was the only shortcut for civilian ninjas. Gojo Yoru was one of the beneficiaries. If it weren't wartime, even mastering the Flying Thunder God technique and possessing terrifying ninjutsu talent, with a promotion speed as fast as Hatake Kakashi's, it would take 5 or 6 years to go from genin to jonin. To become an ace combatant, one had to constantly execute missions, carve out a reputation in the ninja world, and make both friends and foes recognize your strength and deterrence. But in wartime, in less than 2 years, Gojo Yoru went from an early graduated genin to one of the big shots in the ninja world. His strength made the world subconsciously ignore his age. The address and evaluation for him were no longer teenage genius but black flash and #1 speed in the ninja world. Yoru, prepare for battle. Orochimaru suddenly spoke. The serious expression made Gojo Yoru raise an eyebrow. Hanzo the salamander is here again. The reconnaissance team has discovered his chakra approaching us. Orochimaru nodded, but his gaze was somewhat puzzled. However, This time he didn't come by burrowing or reverse summoning technique, but openly using body flicker, just like last year. Gojo Yoru understood his meaning and couldn't help but ask, Orochimaru-sensei, are you worried he has another conspiracy? Can't rule out this possibility. Jiraiya suddenly interjected, speaking words that offended many people. After all, you assassins suddenly acting openly must have bad intentions. Gojo Yoru glanced sideways at Jiraiya and complained mercilessly, Jiraiya-senpai, it doesn't matter if you're not handsome, the key is to have a sweet mouth and know how to please people. Like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to pick up Tsunade-senpai in your lifetime. Jiraiya was instantly struck by lightning, his heart taking a critical hit, and his body turned into manga colors. Prepare for battle, let's see what tricks this guy is playing. Orochimaru reminded. Gojo Yoru and Jiraiya immediately began organizing equipment, checking gas masks, goggles, and the quantity of antidotes. Until there were no problems, Orochimaru let the command team retreat, and the three stayed put, waiting for Hanzo the Salamander's arrival. This situation was obviously not the first time. After a year of fighting, except for Gojo Yoru who had just leveled up not long ago, Hanzo the Salamander, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had thoroughly mastered each other's intelligence. If Gojo Yoru weren't there, they would only play hide-and-seek with Hanzo the Salamander or assemble anti-poison squads to force him back with temporary immunity to poison smoke and massive firepower. But with Gojo Yoru by their side, they dared to fight Hanzo the Salamander. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan would watch this place constantly. Once confirming Hanzo the Salamander was the main body and his purpose, the command team would make the decision most beneficial to their side. After several exchanges, they actually looked forward to Hanzo the Salamander's arrival. This time was when Omegakure was weakest. As one of the ninjas most skilled in the body flicker technique in the ninja world, Hanzo the Salamander's figure soon appeared in the eyes of Gojo Yoru and the others. Appearing out of thin air on top of a rock several meters high, Hanzo the Salamander crossed his arms and looked down at the three. Looking at this pinnacle of the ninja world, with whom a huge gap still existed no matter how much they grew, Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked solemn. The former took out the Raijin sword given by Gojo Yoru, ready for battle. Hanzo the Salamander didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose, let's have the final slaughter, brats. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were slightly stunned. The latter shouted loudly, Hanzo, what do you mean by the final slaughter? If you can survive or escape, you will know. Hanzo the Salamander's eyes were full of coldness. For the dignity of the demigod of the ninja world, and to prevent other ninja villages from underestimating him in the land of rain, attracting overestimating wolves, Hanzo the Salamander couldn't surrender and withdraw. Even if he had to withdraw, he had to leave with the posture that the village lost, but he didn't. Only in this way would his strategic deterrence not decrease, and no other small ninja villages would dare to target them. So, he prepared to fight the three strongest brats on this battle line again. If he could kill one of them, he would show mercy and withdraw by sparing their lives. If he beat them away again, he would announce Omegakure's withdrawal from this war with the posture of a victor. No one knew Hanzo the Salamander's thoughts. Gojo Yoru guessed the meaning of his words. The capacity increase brought by the second evolution and the space-time chakra stored in the Yin seal gave Gojo Yoru great confidence. Using intangibility, like Uchiha Obito in the original work, no one could sense his chakra, and Byakugan X-ray vision would also fail. They couldn't distinguish whether he was Uchiha Madara or an impostor using Uchiha Madara's name. Intangibility and transformation technique allowed Gojo Yoru to disguise and infiltrate perfectly like White Zetsu. Relying on this combo, Gojo Yoru had found Nagato some time ago. Using the code taught to Konan over the past year that only the two could understand, he asked Konan to find a cave to set up a new home many days in advance and also learned that Konan had taken Nagato as a subordinate. If Gojo Yoru hadn't changed Konan's fate, perhaps the Yahiko trio would have gathered long ago. Calculating the time, in the original work's Second Great Ninja War, Omegakure should withdraw around this time, with Hanzo the salamander sparing the Sunin and giving them the title of losers. Now Gojo Yoru caused a butterfly effect, but there was still the final slaughter. It seemed Hanzo the salamander was preparing to withdraw. This battle might be the last one. After this battle, the spirit of the demigod of the ninja world would also disappear, and then with each year of aging, his strength would decrease by a notch. Hanzo the salamander, holding on with one breath now, might be in his strongest state. The transformation brought by the second evolution and the huge growth during this period made Gojo Yoru suddenly make a bold decision. He said to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, "Orochimaru-sensei, Jiraiya-senpai, please let me fight Hanzo alone this time." Jiraiya's eyes widened instantly. "Are you crazy? That's one of the pinnacles of the ninja world. We three couldn't beat him before, and now you want to fight him alone?" Orochimaru asked meaningfully, "Are you confident?" "The current me is confident regardless of who the opponent is." Gojo Yoru grinned. From the moment he developed the dimensional slash, Gojo Yoru's combat power was the most ambiguous existence in the ninja world. From ordinary people to pure-blooded Otsutsuki, he could cut them all. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he could cut anyone and run away, provided the opponent didn't have space-time teleportation. He only appeared weak because the capacity of both types of chakra was too small, lacking endurance. The reason he used ninja ranks to classify space-time chakra was that Gojo Yoru didn't know the exact chakra amount of the chakra-deficient Hitaki Kakashi in the future. Also, to make it easier for himself to understand the space-time chakra capacity, he compared it with ordinary Genin, Chunin, and Jonin capacities. If he knew Hitaki Kakashi's chakra capacity in the future, Gojo Yoru would only use half Kakashi, 1 Kakashi, 2 Kakashi as units for space-time chakra. Now that both chakra capacities had increased and the Flying Thunder God technique was thoroughly mastered, usable with both space-time chakra and ordinary chakra, Gojo Yoru's current strength was even more ambiguous. Let alone Hanzo the salamander, as long as the opponent didn't possess stronger space-time abilities, Gojo Yoru feared no one and had the strength to fight them. Orochimaru also knew this and was full of confidence in his disciple. Thinking of his rebirth during this period, Orochimaru knew Gojo Yoru's Space-Time Kekkei Genkai must have grown considerably again. If it were him, maybe he really had that confidence. Thus, Orochimaru nodded, "Good, then Hanzo the salamander is yours." Jiraiya stared dumbfounded at his good friend, feeling the world suddenly become unrecognizable. It was one thing for the disciple to be arrogant, but why was the teacher so arrogant too? Did they forget how they were beaten into fleeing in embarrassment by Hanzo the salamander this year? Although they hadn't fought for a while, the gap between them and the demigod of the ninja world was still incredibly large. Letting Gojo Yoru deal with Hanzo the salamander alone now, even with the Flying Thunder God technique and Black Lightning, there was no chance of winning, only running away. It would be better for the three of them to besiege Hanzo the salamander together, continuing to create opportunities for Gojo Yoru to use the Meteor secret technique with incredible speed and amazing power that broke the salamander's tail. With luck, the chance of achieving another record was greater than Gojo Yoru fighting alone. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit Jiraiya, thinking of the secret Orochimaru kept from him and Tsunade. Gojo Yoru's secret. Could it be that Gojo Yoru intended to expose the secret that he would become the god of shinobi in the future? Thinking of this, Jiraiya was instantly filled with anticipation. If it was really that outrageous, maybe he really could deal with Hanzo the salamander. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Gojo Yoru vs Hanzo the salamander, Space-Time Release, Laser Beam. Although he didn't know what Gojo Yoru and the other two were saying, seeing Orochimaru and Jiraiya teleport away, leaving only Gojo Yoru to face him, Hanzo the salamander guessed their intentions. Hanzo the salamander didn't feel angry. Instead, he stared at Gojo Yoru, who took out a chakra blade from a storage scroll, and suddenly asked, "Kid, where exactly did you go during that time, and what did you experience?" This was a question for the entire ninja world. It wasn't uncommon to see people suddenly become stronger. Some people often exploded with power far beyond their normal state due to various circumstances in battle. But such power was temporary. Gojo Yoru's sudden strengthening, however, was permanent. That sudden surge in chakra amount further indicated that he hadn't been hiding his strength before, he really did become stronger suddenly. This sudden strengthening wasn't just a small increase in chakra, but an all-around change, like being reborn. Both friends and foes, as well as other observing forces, were very curious about why Gojo Yoru had such a change. Where else could I go? Of course, secret special training. Gojo Yoru pointed his blade at Hanzo the salamander and smiled, thanks to the pressure you gave me, to stop running away, I had to make myself stronger. Save those words for your peers. Hanzo the salamander sneered, then also drew a ninja sword instead of the sickle connected to a chain, and said in a deep voice, let this old man see how much you've changed. As Hanzo the salamander's words fell, the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. The two faced each other from a distance, one high and one low. Wearing special masks, their ears were filled only with the sound of raindrops hitting the ground densely. After an unknown amount of time, the two suddenly disappeared into thin air. The speed was so fast that not even an afterimage was left. Then the sound of clashing metal broke the atmosphere dominated by the rain. In the eyes of Orochimaru and Jiraiya watching from a distance, Gojo Yoru and Hanzo the salamander seemed to have abandoned their ninja identities and were fighting like samurai from the land of iron. Without using nintaijutsu, they were simply competing in skills and physical fitness. In terms of strength and skills, Hanzo the salamander, who had fought for years, making even samurai from the land of iron flee upon seeing him and defeating the most outstanding samurai of the current era, easily suppressed Gojo Yoru. But that was all. Whenever his attack was about to hit Gojo Yoru, who wasn't wearing a flak jacket or armor and seemed full of flaws and weaknesses, the opponent could always dodge in time or block hastily. Once or twice could be called an accident. Every time being like this meant it was Gojo Yoru's ability. If not for the icy blue eyes under Gojo Yoru's goggles, Hanzo the salamander would have thought he was fighting a member of the Uchiha clan. However, such reaction wasn't just amazing dynamic vision, what was more outrageous was his reaction speed. Not only could he react, but he could also quickly make up for mistakes. Hanzo the salamander, who had only assassinated each other and never fought Gojo Yoru head-on before, finally understood why the opponent could learn the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly kill 55 sand ninjas. Only such neural reaction speed could seamlessly connect with space-time teleportation, killing the enemy before they could even react. This was pure talent suppression. Just the simplest swordsmanship duel, and Hanzo the salamander saw the potential to reach the pinnacle of the ninja world in Gojo Yoru. And this was just the beginning of the shock. In less than 20 rounds, Gojo Yoru changed his passive defense just now, and his offensive began to become proactive. Hanzo the salamander seized a flaw in Gojo Yoru and stabbed, but it was not only blocked sideways by the chakra blade but also used the force to slide sideways, slashing upward at Hanzo the salamander. The latter used body flicker to dodge, opening up a distance from Gojo Yoru. Looking at the boy opposite, Hanzo the salamander's eyes showed a trace of shock because of that ordinary upward slash. What terrifying reading ability and memory ability! This brat, he was actually growing in battle. In less than 20 rounds, Gojo Yoru became familiar with Hanzo the salamander's fighting style and attack patterns, and even deliberately sold a flaw, creating a perfect opportunity to switch from defense to offense, almost succeeding. Hanzo the salamander, fighting Gojo Yoru head-on for the first time, thought the latter was just this type of contestant. Orochimaru, watching from a mountain cliff, had trembling eyes. After Gojo Yoru returned, he hadn't fought alongside this disciple yet, only hearing about his huge changes, not only developing new lightning release ninjutsu but also displaying terrifying dominance, making rain ninjas tremble with fear. Now witnessing Gojo Yoru fighting Hanzo the Salamander with his own eyes, even if it was just an ordinary swordsmanship duel, Orochimaru could no longer see the shadow of the past in Gojo Yoru. The previous Gojo Yoru, even using the phantom body flicker technique, was only a bit troublesome. Just by using earth release to change the terrain, Orochimaru could easily suppress him with combat experience. Even after learning lightning release chakra mode, Gojo Yoru's speed only increased a bit, but without using the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, his movement still had a bit of stiffness. This ability also prevented him from using the phantom body flicker technique because he couldn't switch the phantom clones between intangible and tangible. But now, Gojo Yoru used neither the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai nor lightning release chakra mode. Relying only on swordsmanship and physical fitness, he went from being suppressed for nearly 20 rounds at the beginning to almost injuring Hanzo the Salamander. Compared to Gojo Yoru from last year, he simply didn't seem like the same person. Orochimaru couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that the improvement of the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai also causes amazing changes in the body? That neural reaction speed of his, could he be sensing space? A series of clang 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 metal collision sounds rang out continuously in the rain curtain. Chakra of different attributes collided, turning into airwaves roaring out, creating a vacuum zone in the surrounding rain curtain. That upward slash ended the ordinary swordsmanship duel, turning the battle into an taijutsu duel. Unlike the pure taijutsu of the 8 gates that unlocked the body's limits, nintaijutsu was a special skill combining taijutsu or kenjutsu with chakra. By refining chakra to activate the body, achieving high-speed movement and enhanced attacks, without needing hand seals, it was mainly divided into 2 major schools, lightning release and fire release. The former was fast, the latter had a large range, both had amazing damage. Generally speaking, ordinary people learning nintaijutsu would choose one of these 2 attributes. But the demigod of the ninja world was called a demigod and the pinnacle of the ninja world because he could do what ordinary people couldn't. Gojo Yoru, surrounded by blue-white electric currents, moved as fast as lightning, with no stiffness from before. The chakra blade in his hand, also covered with lightning release nature transformation, turned into a blue-white blade. With rapid swinging, it was like holding a bolt of lightning, imposing in momentum. When using body flicker, it was like a flash of white light, like lightning tearing through the sky. Ordinary Jonin facing Gojo Yoru's speed would be practically dead. But Hanzo the Salamander could not only hold a ninja sword covered in flowing water to block Gojo Yoru's attacks full of penetrating power and sharpness, but his speed was also not inferior. The only difference was their special effects and fighting styles due to different attributes. Zzzzz. Flickering several times a second, Gojo Yoru, relying on amazing neural reaction speed and reading ability brought by improved mental agility, finally caught a flaw in Hanzo the Salamander. The chakra blade in his hand, covered with blue-white electric currents, instantly emitted the harsh sound of 1,000 birds chirping. As Gojo Yoru used body flicker to make a charged stabbing posture, the chakra blade shot out like a blue-white laser with a swish. The speed of the Chidori sharp spear was incredibly fast. In an instant, it pierced through Hanzo the Salamander's body. But the next second, Hanzo the Salamander's body turned into a puddle of water. At the same time, the sound of a blade cutting through the air came from behind Gojo Yoru. From the perspective of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Hanzo the Salamander appeared behind Gojo Yoru out of thin air like space-time teleportation, his feet seemingly wearing shoes made of water, his body flicker as soundless as Gojo Yoru's. Having seen how amazing Gojo Yoru's neural reaction speed was, Hanzo the Salamander held a ninja sword covered in flowing water but carrying sharpness not inferior to wind release. Instead of slashing at Gojo Yoru's neck, he cut him in half at the waist. Gojo Yoru also turned into Gojo Satoru 2.5. The speed was so fast that there seemed to be no time to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Zzzzz. Before the severed body could land, Gojo Yoru's 2 halves suddenly flashed with dazzling blue-white electric light. Lightning release shadow clone, when Hanzo the salamander's eyes widened slightly. It was in this moment of daze that the blue-white electric light in his eyes suddenly disappeared into thin air, replaced by a black flash. Then his vision tilted left and right, going downwards. His body was split in half from the middle by a blade. With a splat, the two halves of his body also turned into a puddle of water before landing. Not water replacement, nor water body flicker. Lightning release shadow clone and water release shadow clone, these assassins are really disgusting. Jiraiya, watching from a distance, only felt a chill. Orochimaru sighed slightly. Yoru's strength has surpassed ours. Although he knew this day would come, he didn't expect it to come so fast. Hanzo the Salamander's nintaijutsu, combined with consummate assassination techniques, could toy with Orochimaru, who wasn't skilled in nintaijutsu, leaving him with no temper every time. If not for Jiraiya assisting him, Orochimaru would have had his gas mask easily destroyed by Hanzo the Salamander, or even his body injured. Then the opponent only needed to summon the salamander to release poison smoke, and Orochimaru would have to consume a tube of antidote. In the past year of fighting, he and Jiraiya used up their antidotes like this. Except for using the Flying Thunder God technique to relieve the siege at critical moments, preventing Hanzo the Salamander from using fatal blows on them, Gojo Yoru couldn't help them in other aspects. So in every battle, they were capable teammates creating opportunities for Gojo Yoru, but also burdens dragging him down, causing him to be forced out by Hanzo the Salamander. Now without these two burdens, Gojo Yoru, whose strength skyrocketed, except for being suppressed in the initial swordsmanship duel, was on par with Hanzo the Salamander in both nintaijutsu and assassination techniques. Even he and Jiraiya didn't see clearly when these two turned into lightning release shadow clone and water release shadow clone. Even without using the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, Gojo Yoru's current comprehensive strength was superior to theirs. That powerful lightning release was simply a second Konoha's White Fang. Swish swish swish. Back to when Gojo Yoru used Flying Thunder God transfer to swap positions with the lightning release shadow clone, simultaneously using Flying Thunder God slash to split Hanzo the Salamander's water release shadow clone in half. Several harsh sounds of breaking air came from behind Gojo Yoru. Before he could turn around to see clearly, he heard boom 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 explosion sounds resounding. A huge fire dragon roared towards Gojo Yoru. It was exactly the explosive tag fire release that Hanzo the Salamander was most skilled at. To become a Grand Master level powerhouse of a certain nature release, one must have their own style. Orochimaru in the original work played Earth Release with various tricks. Earth Release basic extension techniques were comparable to divine skills. The third Raikage's lightning release was the same. And Hanzo the Salamander's water release nintaijutsu and assassination techniques, as well as this explosive tag fire release, were the same. Capable of both bombing people and using the flames generated by explosive tags to cast techniques, even Gojo Yoru didn't know how he did it. If it could be seen through so easily, Hanzo the Salamander wouldn't be a fire release grandmaster. If only Konan could obtain this fire release technique. Paper release and mutually multiplying explosive tags and explosive tag fire release. Gojo Yoru dared not imagine what terrifying realm Konan's area damage would reach. What was certain was that Konan would definitely become one of the strongest fire release ninjas in the ninja world. Thinking this, Gojo Yoru also entered Black Lightning mode without delay. The blue-white chakra blade in his hand quietly turned black and white. Extending the chakra blade, Gojo Yoru just swung the blade lightly, easily splitting the fire dragon, which contained powerful nature transformation and shape transformation and had a cultivation difficulty of at least B rank, in two. Rustle. The sound of paper turning suddenly rang out. Something seemed to have crawled to Gojo Yoru's feet. He didn't look down but glanced at the 10 o'clock direction. Dozens of meters away in that direction stood a rock like a fake mountain. Hanzo the Salamander stood at the top, clasping his hands in a snake seal gesture, and shouted softly, "Fire release, explosive tag barrier." Boom boom boom. A series of explosions louder than before shattered the ground, kicked up dust and mist, forming a mushroom cloud containing high-temperature flames. Hanzo the salamander changed hand seals, using the sensing technique, wanting to sense Gojo Yoru's chakra condition. Then his expression changed abruptly, looking down. His gaze happened to see a black and white electric snake climbing up from below. Not moving in a straight line, but curving like lightning. The speed was so fast, also a flash of electric light. Before the black and white traces below disappeared, it was about to reach Hanzo the salamander's feet. Too late to charge up body flicker, Hanzo the salamander could only burst out a stream of chakra, shooting out like an arrow, then turning in the air to look at that rock. He saw that the nearly 10-meter-high rock was cut into pieces like a radish, the cut surfaces so smooth and straight. That black and white electric snake also turned into Gojo Yoru's appearance at the top. Swish! Gojo Yoru held a blade in one hand and threw a flying thunder god kunai covered with electric currents at Hanzo the salamander with the other. Enhanced by lightning release chakra, the speed of the flying thunder god kunai was astonishingly fast. Strong as Hanzo the salamander was, he didn't have time to form seals. He drew his ninja sword, too late to even cover it with water release nature transformation, and threw it at the incoming flying thunder god kunai. With the other hand, he also took out several kunai with explosive tags attached to the ends, throwing them at the flying thunder god kunai. If Gojo Yoru teleport there, he would definitely be within the explosion range of the explosive tags. Hanzo the salamander still didn't relax his vigilance but used the sensing technique to lock onto Gojo Yoru's chakra position, preventing him from teleporting to other flying thunder god formula locations. His hands forming seals were ready to change seals at any time. It seems, this is your main body. Gojo Yoru didn't teleport over but extended an index finger, pointing at Hanzo the salamander. Dazzling black-red light condensed at his fingertip, forming a black-red star. With a pew, the star in his hand turned into a black-red laser beam, shooting violently towards Hanzo the salamander. Wherever it passed, the flying thunder god kunai, ninja sword and explosive tag kunai touched by the laser beam were all cut off, unable to block it for even 0.01 seconds. The speed was so fast, like an artist holding a pencil, vigorously drawing a black-red line on white paper, wanting to connect two animated characters together. Push the story forward with your power stones.